Master React by building 25 different projects. And if you follow along, you'll be ready to interview for a job as a React developer. Sangam created this course. He's an experienced React developer.
Hello everyone and welcome. So in this particular video, we are going to create 25 React.js projects from scratch. So all the projects that we will be learning in this one, those are created from an interview point of view. So in top product-based companies, there will be always a round that we call as a front-end interview round or browser coding round. So in that round, interviewer will give you a simple to mid-level assignment and you have to complete that questions within a given time frame. So it varies from 30 minutes to 1 hour. I can guarantee you that all the projects that we will be learning, if you complete all of them, because each and every project is associated to a particular concept. And I will highly suggest that whenever you will watch this video, try to code along. It will definitely going to help you. So let's quickly see what are the projects that we are going to build. So first we'll start with this very famous Accordion. So here we will be learning two concepts. So one will be a single selection. So every time you will click, only one will open at a time. Then we will be learning this multi-selection. So in this case, you will be able to open multiple accordion. Alright. Next we'll move to this random color generator where we will be learning how to create both hex random color and also RGB random color. So here you can see that currently we are creating hex color. If I now click on this generate random color button, so it will automatically create random hex color. If I click now on this RGB color, so now this will create a random RGB color. Then we'll move to very famous star rating questions, and I think I don't have to explain this one. This is a very famous interview questions. After this, we will be basically learning this image slider where we will be fetching the list of images from an API endpoint, and then on top of it we are going to implement this slider functionality. After this, we'll be implementing this load mode data project. So here basically we'll be getting some certain amounts of, or basically certain data from an API endpoint, and every time we will be clicking on this load more products button, it will basically fetch the next set of data. Then after this, we are going to implement this nested tree view. So this is also very famous interview questions. Here they will basically give you some nested JSON structure, and from that structure you have to recursively implement this nested tree view. Alright, and also we can basically call this one as dynamic navigation or dynamic menus also. Then we will be creating this QR code generator. So here you have to give some input, and based on this input it will automatically generate some QR code. After that, we will be implementing this light and dark mode. So here on click of this button, you will be able to basically change the theme, and also we are going to save this current theme into our local storage. For this one, we are going to implement a custom hook. And here throughout this particular project, apart from the QR code one, we are not going to use any third-party library packages. All right. Then after this, we will be implementing this scroll indicator, and if you noticed here on the top we are getting this scroll indicator. Alright, so this is basically part of this particular project. So every time we will scroll, this will basically give you the progress, how much the user already scrolled. After this, we are going to implement the custom tabs. So this is also a very famous interview questions, and then we'll be implementing this custom modal pop-up. So if I click here, this will open this custom model. Then we will be implementing this GitHub profile finder. So here you need to give some random name, and if this particular user exists, so this will basically fetch the details of this particular user from the GitHub API, and based on this it will give you the data. After this, we are going to implement this search autocomplete. So here whatever you will be typing, for this one also we are going to fetch the data from API. Alright. Then we will be implementing this Tic Tac Toe. So I think this is also a very famous interview questions. There will be also restart functionality. Then we'll be implementing this very interesting project. This is called the feature flags. So what basically happens in very large companies, so instead of changing the feature directly in the code, sometimes what will happen, they will basically give you an API endpoint, and that in that API response there will be some data And from that particular data, you will be able to understand that what are the features you have to enable and what are the features you want to disable without changing anything in the code. And for this one, we are going to implement this particular project. And this question is also asked in very top level product based companies. All right, so this is a very important one. And after this, we will be implementing these 3 custom hooks. So the first one will be very famous. This is called useFetch hook. And after this, we'll be implementing this useOnclickOutside hook. So if I now click on the show content and click outside of it, this will basically toggle this content. And then we'll be implementing this useWindowResize. So if I now resize this window, this width and height will automatically change. And at the end, we'll be implementing this scroll to top and bottom feature, where on click of this, we'll be able to scroll to the bottom. And if I click on the scroll to top, so it will automatically scroll to the top. All right. So these all are the very simple projects that we are going to build. And after this, we'll be moving to some mid-level projects. So the reason for this mid-level projects is that sometimes some companies will give you some assignment and you have to complete those assignment like within 1 or 2 days. So in that case, they can give you some mid-level projects instead of giving you some simple one. So for this one, we are going to implement this weather application. So here I can give some city name, and based on that, it will automatically fetch the data. All right. Then we'll be moving to this food recipe, where we will be basically able to search recipes based on some input that we'll be giving, and you can see that we'll be getting the data. If I click on this recipe details, so it will fetch the recipes. We'll be able to add the recipes to the favorites. If I go to favorites, we'll be getting the favorites here. All right. And if I go here, this will be automatically updated. So let's say if I now go on this one, so you can see that this is now add to favorites. If I click this one, go to favorites, this apple galette, this is already added. If I now go to the home page and click on this one, so you can see that we are still getting, because this is already added in the favorites. After this, we'll be adding this or implementing this shopping cart. So for this one, we are going to use Redux toolkit. So we'll be able to add to the cart, and here we'll be getting the result. We'll be able to remove. And after this, we'll be implementing this expense tracker. For this one, we are going to use Chakra UI, and some of the projects also we are going to implement using Tailwind CSS. So here you will be able to add some expense. I'll add a expense, give the amount, and then check this one as expense, click on add. So we'll be basically getting the data here, and also we'll be getting the data as a chart view. And at the end, we are going to implement this Mern stack applications, where we are going to use MongoDB Express. So here we will be able to add a new blog. So let's say I'll add new blog added. And this one we are going to store in a database. We will be able to add the edit this one. So let's say I'll edit. This will be edited. And also I'll be able to delete this one. So these all are the projects that we are going to build in this whole video. And I can guarantee you that this video is going to help you in so many ways. So that's all for the intro. Now, without further wasting any more time, let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's start with our first project, and that will be a simple accordion component. So here we are having 2 types of accordion feature. One will be single selection, and you can see that there is a button. So on click of this, you'll be able to enable multi-selection. Now in interview, the questions will be something like this, that they will give you some dummy data, and based on that you have to create the accordion. So if I do single selection, so if I click only one, so only one will be opened at a time. You can see that once you'll complete this feature, if there is a time left, so what interviewer will do, they will try to make this project little bit complex. So they will say that now let's say you have to do or enable multi-selection. So if I click this one, so now the multi-selection is enabled. So if I click here, you can see this is opened. If I click here, this is also opened. So this is something like what we are going to build. So let's start working on this first project. Alright everyone, so let's get started. So the first thing is that you can see I created a simple React.js project. Now what we are going to do, each and every project that we will be creating for this particular video, inside this source folder we are going to create a components folder, and inside components each and every project will be a simple component, because throughout this particular video we'll try not to use any third-party library package, because whenever you'll give any browser coding interview, most of the times your interviewer will expect you to create everything from scratch. So the first one will be to create an accordion. Now there can be 2 things. Now whenever you will start a browser coding interview, the first time interviewer will start with a simple approach. So first he will ask Alright, so I'll give you some dummy data. So now please create a simple accordion component. Now obviously you can either use a JavaScript or any framework that you like. So most of the times, because React is a very popular, so I believe that most of the times we are going to choose React. And then once you'll solve the simple approach, then they will give you some of the complex variation. So now you can see that what I'll do inside the source, I'll create a folder, and let's give this one name as components. And inside components, I'll create another folder and I'll give this one name as accordion. Now you can see that what I've done, I'm having some dummy data here. So this dummy data I'm going to use, and also in the interview also, most of the times your interviewer will give you a dummy data, or else sometimes they will say that okay, you create any dummy data that you like. Now inside this, what I'll do, I'll create our index.jsx, and also we'll create another file that will be styles.css. Now inside this, I'm going to create another file, and this will be our data.js. Let me just minimize this one a little bit. Alright, now what I'm going to do, I'll just copy this one and I'll paste it here. I'll do export default and this data. Alright, now first thing what you should always do while giving any interview is that always explain the approach that you are going to use, and that is very, very, very important, believe me or not. So it's not like that they have given you one example and then you start writing your code immediately. First you have to explain the approach, that how you are going to do this particular problem, because it will be very, very easy for your interviewer that okay, you got the problem and based on this approach you are basically solving it. Now what we are going to do first, obviously, so what you can say that okay, I created a components folder, and inside that I'm creating another accordion folder. The main reason being is that I'm creating this one as a reusable component, so that in multiple places we can use this component throughout the application. So here I'll create our export default function. Let's give this one name as accordion. Now here let's do one thing. What we'll do, we'll simply return some JSX for now. So we're having div, and I'll give this one name as accordion. Alright, now let's save it. So now this component we want to use in this app.js. So I'm going to remove everything, and then I'm going to give a comment. So this is our accordion component, and here I'm going to import this component. Now let's save it. So we're getting accordion here. Now the first thing is that there can be two types of accordion. One will be, let's say your interviewer give you first you complete a single selection. So basically each and every time you select something, you have to open only one accordion menu at a time, and then the complex variation will be you can basically will be able to open multiple selection also. Alright, so let's start one by one. So for the first selection you have to explain that, alright, because we are doing as a single selection, so I'll take it straight here, and this will be the selected and set selected. So this is basically the single one that you will be selecting, and because first time will not select anything, so here I'm going to use the use state, and I'll keep this one name as null. Now if you noticed here we are having this ID, this is the question, and this is the answer. So based on this ID you will be able to track that which accordion item you are currently clicking, and this is very important. Alright, now here what I'm going to do, so the first thing is that let's quickly create the structure here. So now let's give this one name as a class name. I'll give this one name as wrapper. Now style we are going to do later. First let's complete the functionality. Now inside this I'm going to take another div, and here I'll give a class name of accordion. Alright, now here what I'm going to do, so we are having this data here, so I'm going to take this data. Now you should always cover the edge cases. So let's say you are having the data, you know this is a dummy data, so currently we are having the data length, but let's say we're getting this data from a API. So in that case, let's say the data length is empty. So in that case what you should always check, alright, if the data and data.length, if this is greater than 0, then we are going to do something, or else you will show something like let's say no data present, no data found. All right, so here what we are going to do, will do data.map. So this will be our data item, and here what we are going to do, will return another div. So this will be our class name, and I'll give this one name as an item. And here what we'll do, we'll take another div inside of this, and here let's give a class name. So this will be our title, and here inside this we'll take a h3, and I'm going to render the data item dot question. So this will be basically our header. All right, and also after this, take another span here, and we'll basically show a expand or like collapse icon, but in interview will not get that much time, so for now we'll do simply like a plus. All right, so now let's save it. Let's see how it is looking. All right, so we are getting the question, and this is the icon. This is fine. So now what we need to do basically, so after this we need to check that which item you are clicking, and that you want to show, that answer you want to show at a time. So this is a single selection. So what we can do, simply whenever we'll click on this title, so here this is our title, so we'll take an on click here. Now so here for now I'll do the single selection, so we'll do handle single selection. All right, so this will be a method, so this will be function handle single selection, and this will basically receive the current ID of that particular question. So it will be get current ID as a argument. So here I'll just invoke this, and here I'll just pass this current ID. So here we are having this ID, so this will be data item dot ID. So this one will be receiving here. So now let's see if I log this get current ID. So now let's save it. So we'll go to console. Let's see if I click here, we are getting 1, 2, 3, and we're getting 4. So now you basically know that on click of each and every one we are getting the current ID. So we just have to set this one to the this method, set selected method. But here one thing we need to do, so here I'll take this set selected, and here first I'll just save this one as get current ID, and let's see what is happening. So that means we are setting this current ID that we are clicking, and now after this what we can do, we can simply check if this selected is equal to data item dot ID. That means the current data item dot ID is equal to current selected, that means which we are clicking. Let's say if I click on 2, so this selected will be 2, and this 2 is equal to data item dot ID. That means we want to show that accordion item only. All right, or else this will be null. So here what I'll do, I'll just simply return a div, and here I'll render this data item dot, this will be answer, and here I'll give a class name of, let's say, content. So now let's see what is happening. If I now save it, and let's log this selected also, so that we'll be able to understand. If I now go back, let's say click here, so now we click on this first item, so we are getting the first answer. If I click here, we are getting the second one, so you can see that this is automatically getting closed, and this is the fourth one. Now what will happen if I click here again? So this is not closing, right? So how we are going to do that? So to do this one, what you can do basically, here you have to check that if the current ID is already selected, so we are having 4, and this is the one that we are clicking here, so in that case we can again make this one as null. So if I click here, so it is 3. So here what we can do, simply we can basically check if this get current ID, which is 3, is equal to this selected, that means already selected, so we'll make this one as null, or else this will be get current ID. So now save this. Let's say if I click here, so now it is null. If I click here again, so this is 3, so let's say if I click 3 again, so it will be null again. If I click here, this is 4, 3, this is 2, this is 1. Alright, so now this is fine. Now let's quickly complete the style and then we will be moving to the multiple approach. So now let's go to our style.css. Now the first thing is that we are having this wrapper. Now obviously we'll not basically cover much of the styling throughout this particular video, because our objective is to complete the functionality, because in interview obviously you'll get a very limited amount of time, and in that time only you have to not only complete the simple approach but also they will ask some multiple or complex variation. And obviously in interview you will face most of the times I can guarantee that they will not expect any kind of CSS from you. Only basic styling is more than enough. So this is exactly what we are going to do. So we'll do display flex, height will do 100 VH, width will do 100 VW, we'll do justify content center, and align items will do center. Then I think we are having a accordion, so let's copy this. So here we'll do a width of 500 px. Then we are having item, so for this one we'll do a background. So for this one we'll do this background 614101, and we'll do a margin bottom of 10 px, and we'll do padding of 10 px 20 px. Then I think we are having the title, so we'll do title. So here we'll do color as white, we'll do display as flex, we'll do justify content as space between, and we'll do align item as center, and we'll do cursor as pointer. And at the end we are having the content, so here we'll do color as white, and we'll do height as auto. And now what we need to do, we have to basically import this one in this. So we'll do import styles.css. Let's save this. Let's see. Awesome. So now if I click here, so you can see that this is working fine. Now, alright, so now you have completed the simple approach. So now they'll ask you how you can achieve that. If I click here, this will open. Again, if I click here, this will also open. This will not close. Only it will close if I click here again. So this will be a multiple approach. And let's say they will ask you that how you can do that. You are having a button. So let's say enable multi-selection. On click of that only you want to show multiple selection. If I click here again, it will show the single selection. So this is a complex variation, let's say. So how we can do. So first your job will be to create a simple button, and this will be enable multi-selection. Let's save it. Alright, so we are having this button here, and let's go to our, so here we can do flex direction as column, and we'll do a gap of 20 px. Okay, then we'll do dot wrapper of button, we'll just simply give padding of 10 px 20 px, and let's see how this is looking. Okay, background will give this one as black, and color will give white. We'll do font style as bold, sorry, font weight will give as bold, and font size will give 20 px. Awesome. And now we'll give a cursor as pointer, and now let's use the same background. So we'll copy this and we'll use the same here also. Sorry. Okay. Alright, so now what you need to do, again you have to take another state, not only one but two. So here I'll do const enable, so we'll do enable multi selection, set enable multi selection, and this will be use state of false. Alright, and again you have to take another state, and that will be multi select. So whenever you'll select multiple items, you have to store multiple IDs. So here I'll do const multiple selected, or you can also keep this one as multiple, set multiple, and this will be use state of empty array. All right, because you have to store multiple here. So now what we can do, basically the first thing is that you have to enable this multi-selection. So here I'll do on click, and on click of this will do set enable multi-selection will be not equal to enable multi-selection. So that means we are basically toggling this one. So if this is false, on click of this button this will be true, and vice versa. Now again, what you can do here on this on click, so if this enable multi-selection is true, so that means you will create another function that will be handle multi-selection, or else this will be handle single selection. So here I'll do function handle multi. Obviously you can do the same in this function only, but I am creating a separate so that it is easier to understand. So this will be handle multi selection. This is also will receive the current ID, and here what we can do, we'll do it if this is true. So this will basically get the handle multi selection, and here also will pass the data item.id. all right, so that means if this enable multi selection is true, so that means here we are doing this handle multi selection. If this is false, we will only handle with single selection. Okay, so now what we need to do, the first thing is that whenever we're clicking any particular item, we have to store this one in this array until unless we'll click the same item again, then only you have to basically remove it. So how we do that? So we'll do let here first, we'll copy the state from this state variable so that we don't mutate this state variable directly. So we'll do copy multiple. So this will be this multiple. So first basically we are copying from this state, and now we'll basically check the index of this current ID, if this ID is already present in this array or not. If this ID is present, that means we already clicked on that. So you have to, if I click that again, so you have to remove it from this array, or else we'll push it. So look const find index of current ID. So how we'll do that? Simply do it multiple, sorry, we'll do copy multiple dot index of this get current ID, and now let's log here. Let's see what is happening. If I now save it, let's go back. So now if I go to console, what will happen? If I click here, you can see this is happening because currently this multi selection is not enabled. But if I now click here, now let's click, you can see we are getting -1. So that means this is coming here. So that means this ID is not present in this array. So what we can do, we can check if this find index is equal to -1. So we'll simply do copy multiple dot push, and we'll push this current ID. All right, else we'll do copy multiple dot splice, we'll remove it. So we'll get the index, so we'll remove this from this particular index, and how many items we need to remove? We'll need to remove only one item. That's it. Now if I click here set, sorry, I have to set it to this state. So set multiple will be this copy multiple. Okay, now let's log here multiple also. Let's see what is happening. If I now save it, let's go back. We'll enable this one. Now click here. Sorry, let me refresh this again. So we'll enable this one. If I click here, so we are getting 1. If I click here again, we are getting 1, 2, 3, and we are getting 4. If I click here again, you can see 1 will be removed. So now 2, 3, 4. But you can see nothing is opening. The reason is, what we can do, simply we can give condition here. So basically here either we can simply do, if this enable multi selection is true, so you have to basically check it from this multiple, or else you have to check it from this selected. So simply we can do something like this. So here we'll do or multiple dot index of this data item dot id is not equal to -1. All right, this we can do, or else if this is very difficult to understand, if I now break it little bit, so let's do it very line by line. So let's do something like this. So we'll do enable multiple selection. If this is true, so that means we are currently doing multi-select. So if this is true, so then we'll check that in this multiple array, this current id is present or not. Dot id is not equal to -1. All right. If this is true, so we'll show this message, or else we have to check if this selected is equal to data item dot id, and then we'll show this one. That's it. Now let me just remove this, or let's comment it out. I'll explain again what we are doing. So we are basically checking if this multi-selection is true. So we are checking in this multiple array if the current id is current data item dot id is present or not. So we are showing this. If this is false, so that means you have to check from the single one. Now let's see what is happening. If I now refresh this, now enable multi-selection is not enabled. So if I click here, we are getting only one at a time. But now if I let's say enable this one, so now this is open, this is getting opened. See, if I click here, now this is closed and this is working fine. All right. So this is another very important question that you will get in some browser coding interview round. Now first they will ask you to create a simple accordion, and then once you'll solve that, then you will ask you to implement the multi-selection. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so the second one. Now this is also another very important interview question. So here the questions will be something like this, that you are having a button and on click of this you have to create a random color. So if I click here, you can see that the random color is generated. So now I actually tried to make it little complex. So we'll be having two more buttons. So if I click here, it will obviously create a hex color. So here you can see that each and every time if I click, hex color will be created. If I try to create a RGB color, so now this is getting changed to RGB color. And if I click here, so the RGB color will be selected, created. And here if I click again, so you can see that this is now a hex color. So this is another very important, very frequently interview question. So let's try to implement this one. All right, everyone. So let's start with our second one, and that is to create any random color. So how the questions will be asked, let's say you are having one button like generate a random color. So on click of that button, you have to, let's say, change the entire background of this particular page. Now obviously that will be the simple approach, and after that we'll be moving to the complex variation. So let's do one thing. Inside components, I'll create another folder, and let's give this one name as random color. So inside this I'll create another file, and this will be index.jsx. I'll just close everything else. Now here I'll do export default function, and let's give this one name as random color. And here we'll return some div. All right. And here let's do one thing. Let's give a class name of container. And inside this I'm having one button, and this will be generate random color. So how the color concept basically works. Now if you already have some idea on the CSS, you know that for the hex color we are having this hash and then followed by 6 digit, right? And then we are having the RGB, which is RGB, and then you have to basically give the values here, which will be like any random value, and this will basically generate a color. All right. Now obviously for now how this can be asked is that, let's say you are having two more buttons. One is like create hex color and one is to create RGB color. Now on click of each and every button, whenever you click on this create RGB button, so it will create a RGB color. If you click on this hex button, it will create a hex color. So that will be a little more complex. So let's see how we are going to create this. So for this one, what I'll do, I'll create two more button. So one will be button here, and this will be create hex color, and you have to create another more button, and this will be create RGB color. All right. Now for this one, what you need to do first, again I told you that you have to explain the approach. So you are going to going to take two state. One will be to set the type, so type can be either hex or RGB, and the second one will be to store the current color. So here I'll take const, and this will be type of color. Let's give type of color, set type of color, and by default we'll take useState, and here I'll keep this one name as hex. So hex is our default color. Next we are having our color, set color, and here I'm going to take this one as useState, and by default I'll take the black as our color. Alright, let's remove this one for now. This class name we don't need, we'll keep this one very simple. So now what I'm going to do, I'll take our style here. Now the first thing we'll do, we'll take a width as 100 VW, we'll take a height as 100 VH, we'll take the background, so we'll having this background. Now background will be this color that we are having. Alright, so for now this is fine, let's save it. So now let's go to our app.js, and here we'll take another one, and this will be our random color component. And here I'm going to just import the random color component. Let's save it, and let's see what we are getting. So we are getting this random color component. Let me just comment out this one, alright, so that it will be easier. So I'll just comment out this accordion. Let's save it. Alright, so now we are getting these three buttons. So on click of this you have to generate the random color, on click of here you have to create a RGB color, and on click of this you have to create a hex color. So now what you will do, the first thing is that we have to go here. Now the first thing, let's keep this one very simple. So we'll take a on click method, and here I'll do set type of color, which will be a hex, because on click of this I want to create a hex color, and here I want to create a RGB color. That's it. Now what we need to do, we have to basically take another on click. So here I'll do handle create random color. So now this method I'm going to create here. So this will be function handle create random color, and here basically you have to check that whether you want to create a RGB color or you want to create a hex color. Let's do something like this. Instead of creating like that, we'll do here that if the type of color is equal to hex, so I will create a hex color, a random hex color, or I'll do handle create random RGB color. So this will be our hex color, and then this will be our RGB color. So now how we are going to create a hex color. Now as I already told you that the approach will be like this. So we'll be having a hash followed by 6 digit, something like that. Alright, so to do this one, first we have to take the hex array. Now how we are going to create that? So this will be consist of the following things. So we can have numbers from 1 to 9, and then we can a alphabet, or basically a letter of A, B, C, D, E, F. So here I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then we'll be having A, B, C, D, E, and then F. That's it. So this will be our array of this hex. Now what we'll do, we'll do let hex color. So this will obviously start with our hash, and then what I'll do for let I equal to 0. Now because the length will be of 6, so I'll do I less than 6, because we're starting from 0, and then we'll do I plus plus, and here I'll do hex color plus equal to, and now what we need to do, basically we have to create a random color. Now how we are going to create this random color? This random color will be based on this length of this particular hex array that we have created. So for this one, what we are going to do, we'll create another function, and this will be handle create, let's give this one name as function utility, random color utility. Now this will basically receive the length, and here it is very simple. What we need to do to basically floor this, so we'll do math dot floor, and then you have to take the math dot random, and then we are going to multiply this one with this length that we'll be receiving. All right, so this will basically give you the random color. So now what we are going to do, we'll do hex of this random color utility, and here we are going to pass this hex dot length. So this is the length, so this will basically add the rest of the color here after this. All right, so if I now log this, and let's log this hex color, let's see what is happening. So if I now go here, let's go to our console. I'll click on this hex color, and let's click on here. So you can see that we are getting a random color here. Every time this will be basically generated. So now this is very simple. You just have to take set color. So you are basically setting this, and then it will be our hex color. All right. So only this part is very important, that which values that you have to take into consideration inside this array. If I now click here, you can see the background is getting changed, and same will be for RGB color. So RGB color is actually pretty simple. So what you can do, simply here we will basically create our RGB, these three value. So here I'll do const R, and this will be our random color utility, and here you have to basically multiply by 256 because this is the maximum length that you can pass. Same will be for R, same will be for G, same will be for B. So this will be RG, and then this will be B. And now here we'll do set color, and here we'll take template literals. Now here, as I already told you, it will start with RGB, and then you have to pass this value. So it will be R value, then it will be our G value. You have to also give comma, and this will be our B value. That's it. Now to check this one, let's do one thing. After this button, we'll take another div here. Now here I'll do class name, we'll do display, sorry, not class name, we'll do direct style. So we'll do display as flex. We'll do justify content center. We'll do align items as center. We'll do color as white. We'll do font size as 60px, and also do a margin top of 50px. And inside this we are going to let's do one thing. Let's take something like this. So we'll take h1. So here this will be our color, and we'll take a h3 here, and this will be our type of color. So here we can do something like, if the type of color is equal to RGB, so we'll show here RGB color, or else this will be hex color. That's it. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. So you're getting hex color. And now if I click here, so you're getting hex color. Let's click on this RGB. Now you can see this is getting changed, but this is not getting changed. So what we can do, simply, this is another interesting thing. So you can take a use effect, and every time this type is basically getting changed. So here we are having this type of color. So again we can check if the type of color is equal to RGB. So we'll call this handle create RGB color, else we'll call this handle create hex color. All right. Now let's click here. So you can see RGB, and this is looking very odd. Let's do one thing. Let's make this on flex direction as column, and we'll do gap of 20px. Okay, let's click hex color. You can see this is working fine. If I click here, so you're getting RGB color here. And also I think another thing what we need to do, and that is we have to go here and we have to give bracket here. All right, now click here. So you can see this is getting changed. If I click hex here, so you're getting hex color. Now let's generate. If I click here, this is getting changed and this is working fine. So that's all for this particular project. Now this is also another very interesting project. Now first of all, another thing is that if you want to create the same in JavaScript, the functionality will be exactly same. So you just have to create your HTML structure, and then you have to basically take all of this using document.get element by ID or query selector, and then on click of this button, or basically you have to add an event listener, and then on click of this event listener you have to basically write the same functions that you have written here. Nothing will change. Alright, so that's all for this particular video. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so the third one, I think we don't have to discuss much. We all know that this is one of the most frequently asked questions in interview, mostly in product-based companies like Adobe, Amazon, Atlassian. So here you are having this star, and if you hover, basically you have to show that how many stars you are currently selecting, and if I click and then remove, so those many stars you have to basically select it. And again, if I just do hover and then click, so this will be updated. So this is a very famous interview question. So let's try to implement this one in React.js. Alright everyone, so let's move on to the next one. So as I already told you, this star rating is another very important question that you might be asked in your interview. Now there can be two things. Either your interviewer can say that you have to basically implement this one in a framework, let's say like React.js or Angular, whatever you like, or they actually, the requirement can be that they will say that you have to implement this one in pure vanilla JS. So for this one, what I'll do in the next video that I'll be creating, whatever projects that I'm creating for this particular video, I will be implementing these projects in simple vanilla JS in the next video. Alright, so let's see how we are going to do that. So for this one, again, I'm going to create another folder inside these components, and let's give this one name as star rating. And inside this, what you can do, you can simply create the same structure, index.jsx plus styles.css. Now, as I already told you that we are not going to concentrate much on CSS. So for this one, what I can do, whatever star you will be creating in the interview, either you can simply create using CSS, or simply you can create some kind of circle. That will also work, because at the end your interview requirement will be to complete the functionality first. But because now we are actually learning, so what you can do, you can simply install a install a dependency here, and that is npm install react icons. Alright, now in the interviewer, in the interview also, if you are installing these dependencies, I think it is also fine. Alright, so now let's quickly create our component here. So you will be creating export default function. Let's give this one name as star rating. Alright, now let's return here. So we'll be returning a class name. So here we'll return something like star rating. Now what you can do in the interview, basically you can ask your interviewer that how many stars you basically want. So whenever you'll give any kind of interview, your prime objective will be to ask so many questions to the interviewer. Obviously you'll get good points based on that, because let's say you immediately start coding your component without asking any questions, so that will basically give a negative impression on the interviewer. So for example, there can be requirement is like, let's say you are creating a common component, reusable component, and you will be basically receive some of the properties from props from the parent component. Let's say the number of stars that you want to create. All right, so for this one, what we'll assume that, okay, we'll be receiving some kind of props, so I will basically receive a props like number of stars, and based on this we will be creating. So this will be number of stars. Now here what you need to do, basically inside this we will be creating an array of this many stars. So here we'll do array of this number of stars. All right, by default this will be 5, let's say. So if you are not passing anything, it will be 5 by default. Now what you can do, we can simply map this one, and here we basically need this index. All right, now here what we are going to do, basically I'll basically explain the approach. First let me return that star. So for this one, we will be basically importing a icon from the React icons package. So let's import something from React icons /fa, and this is FA star. All right, so here we'll be returning this FA star. Now here the first thing, we need to pass the key, so we'll be passing key as this index. All right, and also here we need to pass some kind of class name that we are going to do later. We need to pass a on click property here, sorry. So on click, whenever we will be clicking on some particular star, we need to basically take the current index, and then we have to basically show some kind of styling. And also we need a on mouse enter, so whenever we'll be basically hovering on that particular star, and also we need on mouse leave. Now these all the things whatever we are creating here, you have to basically explain that these methods we want to create in this component only. All the methods we will be receiving from the parent component. All right, and at the end what we are going to pass, we will also pass the size, so size will be, let's say, 40. Now here what I'm going to do, I'll create a state here, so this will be, let's say, I'll give this one as rating, and this will be set rating. For this one we are going to keep a use state of 0. All right, first time we will not select any star, and also you have to take another state, and that is whenever we will be hovering on some particular star, you have to basically show some kind of styles also, that which is the current state or basically current index you are hovering. So for this one we'll take a hover state, and this will be set hover, and this is also will be use state of 0. All right, now here what I'm going to do, I will be basically receiving I'll be creating a method, so this will be handle click. Now this handle click, what it will receive, it will receive the current index that you are clicking, so this will be get current index. And I'm actually repeating this again and again. Whenever you'll be giving any interview, you need to explain all of this, that why you are doing this one, so that it will obviously give you good points. Same, next we'll be creating another function. This will be handle mouse enter. Now obviously I can directly do this one here, but I'm just writing or breaking everything so that it is easier to understand. Now whenever you'll be entering or mouse entering, it will also receive the current index. Same will goes for handle let's say mouse leave. This is also will receive get current index. So these all are the method that we are creating here. So this I'm going to call this one, so this will be handle click, and here I'm going to pass the index. Now what we are going to do, so this will start from 0. So what we can do, simply we can increase this index by 1. So simply we can do index plus 1. So that means here whenever we'll pass index, instead of 0 it will be passing, let's say you are passing number of star as 5, so it will start with index 1, then it will be 2, it will be 3, 4 and 5. All right, that's it. Now same, you have to pass the index here also. Sorry, we have to basically call this method. So we are going to call handle mouse enter, and here I'm going to pass index, and here I'm going to do handle mouse leave, and I'm going to pass the index. That's it. Now let's log here, let's see what we are getting. So I'm going to copy and paste it, and let's paste it here. Now let's save it. Now let's see. Also you have to basically import this component here. So I'm going to again comment it out, and I'm going to giving another one. So this is our star rating component. So here I'll giving star rating, and here I'm going to passing the number of star as, let's say, 10. Let's save this. Let's see what we are getting. All right, now you see, if I now go to console, and if I now, you can see we are getting this 3, 4. If I click here, we are getting 4. If I removing, we are getting 4. That means we are getting mouse enter. Then if I click, we are getting on click, and then if I now remove this cursor, we'll be getting on leave. So that means, let's see, if I just hover or click this one, so I have to basically show some kind of that these many are selected. So this is the end point, and these all will be basically selected. If I click on the last, that means last will be, or basically all the starts will be selected. So how we are going to basically do that? So what we can do, simply here we have to basically take a class name so that we can show some kind of active state. So we'll take a class name. All right, so here what we can do, basically we can take this index. So this index is basically current index. If this is less than or equal to the current hover state that we are having, so this one, or this rating state. So let's say if I click on this current star, which is let's say 3, so we are basically showing some kind of state in this all these 3 stars basically. So the current one will be 3, and the current hover, which is basically we are basically setting on this mouse enter or basically mouse leave. All right, so if this is true, so what we are going to do will basically show some kind of class which will be, let's say, active or inactive. Now here we need to do basically set this set rating as this get current index, and here we need to do set hover as get current index. All right, but for this mouse leave, what we need to set, we have to set this set hover. This will be basically equal to the current rating, because if I already clicked on this 4th star, that means these 4 are already selected. So if I now leave this mouse, this should be selected here. So that means we are basically one mouse leave, we are setting this handle mouse leave, or basically on this method setting this set hover as the current rating, which is we already selected. So in this case we basically don't need this get current index, so we can basically remove this one, and I think that's it. So now we can go to our style. Before that, let me just import this one, and let's go to our style. So what we can do, we can simply, we'll take a class of active. So for this one we're going to make the color, so we'll do this color FF700. all right, if this is inactive, so we are going to make the color as, let's say, black, and I think that's it. If I now save this, now let's see. So you can see if I now hover, this is working. If I now let's click here and now remove this, see these 4 are already selected. All right, if I now come here and selected, so all 3 are selected. But if you see, if I now enter here, so till this part is now selected. If I now remove this one, you can see the previous one, whatever is there, that is actually selected. So that is the reason we are taking the current rating instead. But if I now go to this, let's say 5th one, and now click and then remove, now you can see this is now updated. So this is the whole process that you need to do, or basically this is how you can explain in your interview. Now this is a very, very important questions that you might encounter in your browser coding interview. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so the next project is another very important interview questions, and that is to implement an image slider. So here most of the times your interviewer will give you some dummy data or dummy array where, let's say, you are having the image URLs, and you have to just render and create this slider. Now for this one we are obviously not using any third-party library packages. So I actually make this one little bit advanced. So here the data you are basically seeing, so this data we are getting from API, and then we are rendering, and based on that we'll be creating this image slider. So let's start working on this particular project. Alright everyone, so let's start with our next one. So next one, as I already discussed, so you need to create an image slider. Now there can be 2 things in the interview. One is that the interviewer will give you some dummy data with some image URL, and then they will tell you that based on this image URL you have to basically render these images, and then you have to create your slider. Or the second thing will be, they will give you a API URL. So first they will tell that, okay, first you have to fetch this list of images, you have to render this, and then you have to create your slider on top of it. Now obviously this URL can be dynamic, anything, so you'll be receiving this URL from props, and also you can see the page number and this limit. So this limit can be anything. So currently we are having 10. If I now pass here 5, so it will give you only 5 images, something like that. So let's see how we are going to do that. Now the reason why I'm doing with API, because API version is obviously the little bit complex. If they will give you some dummy data, obviously it will be very, very easy. So you just have to take the dummy data as a props, and then you have to pass that data to your component. So for this one, what we'll do, again, let's create another component here, and I'll give this one image slider. Now one thing is that if they're giving you some dummy data, so you will create one file inside of this, let's say dummy data.js, and then you will basically get the data from this component. Currently we will be basically calling the API, so for now this is fine. So here I'll be creating index.jsx. Let's close this one, and we'll be creating our so here we'll be creating styles.css. Now here let's create, so this will be export default function image slider. Now this will receive the URL, and also it will receive the limit, for example, let's say. Now here what we are going to do, we will be returning a div, and let's give this one name as a class name as a container. All right, so now the first thing what we are going to do will be basically calling the API. So here for this one we need to take some state. So here let's take something like const. So here the data we let's do one thing, let's take our images state here only, set images, and this will be use state of empty array. Also we need to take another one, and that is our current slide. So this will be our current slide, and set current slide, and the current slide will be set to 0 for the first time. So this is our initial state. So now what you need to do, you have to, again I already mentioned that you have to explain everything. So you'll be receiving this URL. You have to basically check that if this URL is empty or something goes wrong, so you have to show the, or basically render the message. So for this one what we are going to do, we'll take a use effect, and here we'll take this URL as a dependency, because based on this URL you need to check. And here we'll check if this URL is not equal to empty, then only we want to call some API. So I think we can remove this part. So we'll call fetch images, something like that, and we are going to create this one. So this will be async method. So async function fetch images. All right, and I think here we can pass this URL. So we'll receive get URL. And now see, whenever you'll give some interview, always try to cover the error handling process, because or else they will ask you that why haven't you handled the error properly. So take a try catch here, and here let's say I'll take another state. So this will be our error message, set error message, and let's give this one as a use state of null. Something goes wrong, so that means we'll set here set error message as e.message, something like that. Now here what we'll do, we'll do const response. This will be await fetch, and here we need to pass the URL. Sorry, we have to get the URL, so get URL. All right, and then we'll do const data. This will be await response.json. All right, now here we are going to check if this data is true. So we are going to set images as this data, or basically whatever you'll be receiving. For now I'm keeping this one as data. Now here always take another state, and that is the loading state, because whenever you will be handling any kind of API call, so always take the loading state, and this will be use state of false. All right, now before calling the API, we're going to make the set loading as true, and if we are getting the data, so we'll make the set loading as false. If there are any error, we are going to make the set loading as false. All right, so this is fine. Now we are going to check if if it is loading. So we'll simply return some message like loading data, please wait. All right, and also you can basically check if there is any kind of error message. If this is not equal to null, so we are going to return the div will show error occurred, and I'm not sure if the spelling is wrong or correct, but that is fine. And then we are going to render this error message here. All right, now let's save this. Now what we are going to do, we basically need to pass the URL from this parent component, because obviously this is a reusable component, so we need to call this one from the parent. So I'm going to just comment it out again, then give another comment. So this is our image slider component. So here I'm going to call our image slider, and we're going to pass our URL. So now let's see. So let's copy this one from here. So this is our URL, and also we're going to pass the limit as, let's say, 10. All right. So this is fine. So now let's go here. So what we are going to do here, we can take a template literals. So we'll get our get URL, and here we are going to pass the extra params. Now obviously if you want, you can pass these extra params also from your parent component, but for now let's keep this one simple. So we'll pass it here to page equal to 1 I'm keeping, and this limit will be this limit that you will be receiving from your component. If you want, you can also pass this page. Let's pass the page also. So here we will give pass here page. Let's make this one default as 5 and the page as 1. And here I'm going to pass the page as 1. All right. Now let's save this. Now let's see what we are getting in these images. So I'll log here images. So now let's go there. All right, so you can see that we are getting 10 images here. So this is working fine. If I now go to parent component, let's pass this one as a 4, limit as 4. Now let's see. If I now refresh this, we are getting 4 now. So this is working fine. So now what you need to do, you have to basically render these images here based on your parent, whatever you're passing, you're able to basically fetch the data. So this is working fine. Let's keep this on as 10 only. Now I'll go back, and then we'll basically create our JSX. So the first thing is that what we are going to do here, we are having this container. Now I'm going to take some icon from this React icon. So here let's import something from React icons /bs, and the arrow name is, I think, bs arrow left circle fill. Yes, and then we are having bs arrow right circle fill. Now here I'm going to basically render this left one. So we are having 2 arrows. So this is the left one, and here we need some on click, but that we are going to do later. And here I'm going to take some class name. So we'll take a class name, we'll make this one as arrow left. All right. So after this, what you need to do, you have to basically render your images. So you'll check if the images and an images dot length, if this is true, or else this will be null. So here what I'm going to do, I'll return this one. So we'll do images dot map. So this is our image item, and here what we are going to return a simple image. We'll pass a key here, which will be image item dot id we are having. Then we pass alt here, which I'll keep this on as, let's see what you're getting here. So we are getting author. I think let's pass this download URL only. So we'll pass the same. So we'll do image item dot download URL. Next, we need to pass a source. So source will be image item dot download URL, and also you have to pass a class name. But for now, there is a trick part, so that we are going to do. For now, we'll keep this on as current slide or current image, something like that. All right, so this is fine. Now next, after this, what we are going to do, we'll render our right circle, and here what we can do, we can simply take a class name. So for this one also we'll take arrow right. Also you have to take a on click, and then we also need to basically render the circles. So here what we are going to do, we'll do a span here. and we'll render a class name, and we'll give this one as circle indicators. All right, here I'm going to render again the images, and then images dot length if this is true. So here, or else this will be null. So again I'll do images dot map. So we need the current index, and here I'm going to render a button, and we are going to give some key. So key, I'm going to give this one as index, and also we're going to give a class name. So we'll give this one as current indicator. Later we are going to do when we'll complete the functionality. So this is our current indicator. If I now save all of this, now obviously this will break, nothing will work for now. So you can see that we are not able to see anything. All right, so this is fine. But now what we are going to do, we need to basically start working on the functionality first. But before that, let's quickly complete the CSS. So let's start with our first one. So we are having container. Let me import this one first. So we'll do import style.css. So we'll start with our container. All right, so we'll do position as relative. We'll do display as flex. We'll do justify content as center. We'll do align items also as center. We'll do width as 600 px, and we'll do height as, let's make this one as 450 px. This is fine. Okay, now next we are having the current image. So here we are having the current image. So let's copy this. So we'll do current image, and for this one we'll do a border radius as 0.5 rem. We'll do a box shadow. We'll do 0 px, 0 px, 7 px, 666. This is the color. And we'll do width as 100% and height as 100%. All right. All right, we are getting some error. S is not defined. All right, here we are getting, okay. Okay, now this is coming, you can see, but obviously this will not work. That is okay. Now what we are going to do next, we are having the, I think we are having what else? We're having the arrow. So you're going to take dot arrow. So for arrow, we'll do this one as position as absolute, because we already have taken the parent as relative. All right. And here we are going to do width as 2 rem, height as 2 rem, and color we are going to take as white. Let's take a filter also here. So we're going to do filter. We'll do a drop shadow, and here we're going to do 0 px, 0 px, 5 px. We'll do 555. Okay. Now next we are having the arrow left. So we are having dot arrow left. So for arrow left, we are going to do left as 1 rem. Then we are having the right. So for the right, what we are going to do, for right we'll do the right. So we'll do right, and this will be right as 1 rem. This is fine. Now next we are having the circle indicators. So let's go there. Let's copy this. And here we are having the circle indicators. So we'll do as display as flex. We'll do position as absolute, and we'll do bottom as 1 rem. Now next we are having the current indicator. So this is the one. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. So we'll do a background color as white. We'll do a height of 15 px. We'll do width of 15 px. We'll do a border radius of how much? 50%. We'll do border as none. We'll do outline as none. All right. What else? We'll do a margin. We'll do 0, 0.2 rem, and we'll do cursor as pointer. All right. So you can see that this is coming here. Now what we need to do, see, the main logic of a slider is that you have to show the current one and you have to hide all of the others, correct? So how you are going to do that? So for that is the reason we have taken this state, which is the current slide. So now we have to basically work on this one. So what we need to do, we are having two arrows, and based on these two arrows we have to take a on click. So the first one, so we'll take a on click here. We'll take a on click here. So here what we can do, we'll take handle previous, something like that, and then here we are having the on click, and we'll do handle next. Now another thing what we need to do, we have to take a on click on this button also, but that will do in some time. But let's quickly create these two functions first. So we are having function handle previous, and then we are having function handle next. Now what we are going to do, we have to set the current slide. So we'll do set current slide. Now for the previous, how the logic will be, let's say you are at the end of the, you are at the first. So let's say you are in the first image and you're clicking here, but on left we don't have any other image, right? So what you have to do, you have to basically show the last one on click of the previous arrow. But if you're at the end of this slide, let's say here, and you're clicking on the next one, so again you have to show the first one, correct? And if you are at the first and if you're clicking here, so you have to show the last one. So here what we can do, we do set previous. So we can simply check if the set current slide, when you're clicking on the first one, if the current slide is equal to 0, that means you are at the first. So what we can do, we can simply set this one as this images dot length -1. So we'll be showing the last image, or else this will be current slide -1. Okay, so that means, again I'm explaining, let's see if you're here on the fourth one. So if you're clicking on the left one, so you'll be going to the third one. You clicked again, you go to the second one. You clicked here again, go to the first one. Now you're at the first, we don't have anything else. If I click here, we are again showing the last one. Okay, now same will be for the next one. So this will be set current slide. So here we'll check if the current slide is equal to data, we're having images dot length -1. So that means you are at the end here. So if you click here, you have to again show the first one. So in this case, what you need to do to set this one to 0, or else this will be current slide +1. That's it. Now let's save it. Now what we need to do, we have to basically set a class name here. We have to update this class name. So what we can do, we can basically cut it, and we can check that if the current slide is equal to current index. So we'll take index here. Let's take an index here. So if this is equal to this index, so that means we are going to show this current image, or else we are going to hide this one. So we'll do current image, and then we'll do hide current image. All right, I hope you're getting the same. Basically you have to do it for the this one also. So we are having these circles, right? So here also we're going to hide. So we'll cut it here. So we're going to do if the current slide is equal to this index. So you're going to show the current, we are going to do the current indicator. So we'll copy this one. If this is true, so you're going to set this one to current indicator, or else this will be current indicator and hide current indicator. All right, this is fine. And here on click of this button, this is pretty simple. What we can do, so whenever we'll click on this one here, so you have to show the fourth one. If I click here, you have to show the current fifth one. So this is pretty simple. We can simply set the current slide as this index. Now let's format this. Now what we need to do, we have to go to the style, and then we have to basically hide that one. So we are having this hide current image. So we'll copy this, go to styles, and then we'll do here display as none, so we don't show the others, and the same will be for this one also. What we can do, so we can go here and we can do, let's make this one as not hide, we'll do update. So we'll update the current one. So let's make this one as what we can do. So you're having already current, we'll do inactive, inactive indicator. So here we'll copy this, so those are not inactive, we are going to change the color. So let's make this one's color as gray. Let's save it. Now let's see. All right, so this is changing, but this is not, the color is not changing here. All right, let me just check. So you're having inactive indicator. Oh, sorry, we have to make this one as background color. Now I think this will work. Yeah, so now if I change this one, so this is changing. Now let's go at the end, click here, it's going to the first. If I now click here again, so it's going to the last, and this is working fine. Awesome. All right, so I think that's all for this particular project. Now this is another important project that you might get asked in your browser coding interview, and this is pretty simple. What I have done, if they're giving you dummy data, obviously you can directly take the dummy data instead of calling the API, but if they're telling that you have to call the API, so you'll call API, set a current slide, set a loading state, and then you just have to basically make this functionality. That's it. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Awesome. Now this project is very important. So this is called load more products or load more button, or also the same concept you can use in infinite scroll also. Obviously I'm saying that is not exactly same, but the concept will be almost similar. The properties and the features and the methods that you are going to use for infinite scroll, that will be different. So here what we are doing, we in the interviewer will give you a URL, and there will be a limit property in the API URL. So let's say we are calling some 20 data first time. If I click on this button again, so we have to render the next set of data obviously, but the data we are currently having, we don't have to re-render this data again. So this data is already present here, right? So if I click this one, we'll be showing some loader, and next set of data is selected. Now here the point is, once it will reach to the 100 products, you have to disable this button. So if I click here, so now we are getting next set of data, and if I click here again, so you can see that now this button will be disabled, and you have reached to the 100 products. Now if you are giving interview companies like Amazon, Adobe and Atlassian also, you might get asked these particular questions. So I'm requesting everyone to please practice this one. All right, so let's try implementing this one. Obviously for this one also will not use any other third-party library packages, will be using only React. The same logic you can also implement in your JavaScript if you're implementing the same in Vanilla.js. Alright everyone, so let's move on to the next one. So next one is another very important questions that you might get in your interview, and that is, let's say you are having some scenario like you are getting a data from API, but instead of calling all the data at once, you are having a load more button. So every time you'll click on this button, you will be basically loading the next set of data. Now this is actually similar to infinite scroll, but this is also another very, very important question that you might get asked. So let's do one thing. Let's create another folder inside these components, and let's give this one as load more button. Or let's give this one as load more data. So here I'm going to create index.jsx and styles.css. All right, so for this one we are going to use this dummy JSON products, this URL. So how this will basically work, you can see that we are having this limit and this skip. So you are going to basically use these parameters. Now it doesn't matter that what URL you are getting, at the end the functionality will be same for most of them. So now what we are going to do will be basically fetching the products. We will be rendering the products, and there will be a button at the bottom of the page, and every time we click on this button, we'll be rendering the next set of data. Now if I now show you the output, you can see that we are having the total as 100. So once the data length is 100, we need to basically disable the button and you will not be able to load more data again. So this is basically the functionality. So let's quickly create this component, and now I'm again telling now this is one of the very important ask questions in like companies like Amazon, Adobe, Atlassian, these companies. So let's create this one as load more data. Now it's up to you. If you want to change the component name, you can basically change it. For now I'm going to return here a div, and let's give a class name. I'll give this one as container. Now if you want, you obviously will be able to take the URL from your parent component as we have already done in the image slider, but let's create all the state in this component only. So here we'll be taking some state. One will be our loading state, as I already done in the previous project. So this will be set loading, and which will be use state of false. Then we need a data state, or let's make this one as products. Set products, and this will be use state of empty array. And also we need basically the count or page number, whatever you can take. Count is basically how many times you are clicking on this button. So we'll take a count here, and this will be set count. Now first time this will be 0, right? So this is all the state we need. So now what you need to do, you have to basically ask all the clarifying questions to your interviewer, that will this URL will be always same, or basically this will basically change based on different requirement. This limit 10 will be always fixed, or basically you have to change this on this, skip something like that. But for now what we are going to do, we will be keeping the limit as 20, and then we will be basically skipping every time 20. Alright, so the reason is because whenever we will be loading the data for the first time, we'll be loading 20 data. Next time whenever we'll be clicking on this button, we no need to load the previous data, because the data will be always stored in our state. So let's see how we are going to do that. So again, we are going to take a use effect, and here I'm going to create a method. So this will be fetch products. So this will be asking function fetch products. So we'll take a try and catch block, and we're going to log this error for now. If you want, you can take another state and you can set the error here. Now this will be const response. This will be equal to await fetch. And here now the trick part, and that is we are going to take till this portion here. We are going to copy this, and then we'll paste it here. Now see what we need to basically do. The limit will be 20. Limit is always fixed, means every time we want to get 20 data. So this will be 20, but skip here the catch. So first time you're loading the 20 data, right? So first time you no need to skip anything. So first time you have to keep this on as 0. But next onwards, let's say if I click the button first time, so the count will be 1. So when we'll be clicking the data for the button for the first time, we already have 20 data in our state. So we are going to skip those 20 data, or basically previous data. So how we are going to do that? So the logic is something like this. So here we are going to do, let me take this one as template literals. So here logic will be if the count is equal to 0, that means for the first time we no need to skip any data, because we don't have any data currently. But next onwards, what we can do, we can simply take this the count number. So next time when we'll be clicking on this button, the count will be 1, and then we already have the 20 data, so we are going to skip 20. I hope you're getting. Now when the count will be 2, so we'll be skipping 40 data, something like that. Then we are having const result, and this will be equal to await response.json, and let's log this result here. And what else we need to do? I think this is fine. Let's save this, and I'll go to our app.js, and I'm going to comment out this component here. I'm going to take another one, and this will be load more products component. So this will be load more data. Let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. So you can see that we are getting products 20. You are getting only 20 products. The total is 100. The limit is 20 here, and we are skipping 0. All right, awesome. So this is fine. So now what we can do, we can simply check here if this result and result dot length, sorry, result dot products and result dot products dot length, if this is true, sorry, this will be length. So we are going to do set products as result dot products. Also we're going to make the set loading as true here, and here we are going to make the set loading as false, and if there are any error we are going to make this one as false. Awesome. So now let's save it, and here we'll check if the loading is true. So we'll return something like div that loading data, please wait. Alright, now here we'll take another div, and inside this we're going to check if this products and products dot length, if this is true. So we're going to map these products dot map. This will be item. Let's take a div here, and now so let's see what we are getting in the products. So you're having the ID, so you can take the key as this item dot ID, and we'll keep this one very simple. We'll see what we are getting. We are having this thumbnail, so let's implement this one. Let's take this one. So we'll take an image. It will be source, which will be item dot thumbnail. All right. Also let's take a alt. So alt, we are going to take the item dot, I think we are having name. We'll take this one as title. So we're having item dot title, and inside this we're going to, sorry, after this we'll take the item dot title, and I think this will be more than enough for now. For this one we're going to take a class name, and this will be our product, and here I'm going to take another class name, and this will be product container. Let's save this. Now after this we'll take another div, and here will be you're having this button which will be load more products. So here I'm going to take a class name and we'll give button container. Awesome. So now let's go to our styles, and let's quickly create our style. So we're having the container. So for this one we'll take a display as flex direction, will take column, and we'll take a gap of 20 px. Next we are having the product container, so we'll copy this. So here we are going to take this one as display grid. We'll take grid template columns as repeat. We are going to repeat, let's say 4 and 1 fr, and then we are having we'll be taking gap of 10 px. Next we are having the product. So here we are going to take dot product. So we'll take a padding of 20 px. We'll take border of 1 px solid. All right, and what else? We are going to also take a display as flex. We'll take flex direction as column, and we'll take a gap of 10 px. Now let's import our style.css. All right, we are getting something. Let's see what is happening here. Oh, I think it's taking from somewhere else, this 600. Let me give some different name here. So we'll give this one as load more container. So let's save this. So this is fine. Let's make this one as 3. Let's see what is happening. Alright, I got it. So we'll do one thing. We'll take this dot product and then image. We'll make this one as width small 200 px and height 200 px. Awesome. So I think this is fine for now. See, at the end we need to see whether our functionality is working or not. So we are getting 20 data. So now what we need to do, whenever we're clicking on this button, we have to render the next set of data, but will not be rendering this data we are already having in the UI. So for this one, what we can do, we are already having this button, and then we'll take an on click here, and we'll basically do set count as count plus 1. All right. So this is the first step, and then here we are having this set products we are storing, right? So we can take our previous data here. So we'll do prev data, which is already stored. So we'll basically first take the prev data, and then we'll take our result.products. All right, so now let's see what is happening here. So if I now go back, and now let me refresh it again. All right, now if I now go to inspect, go to network tab. Now let's click here. All right, nothing is happening. So what is the reason? So the reason is pretty simple. Every time this count value will change, you have to call the this fetch products function. So we'll take this count as a dependency. Now let's see. So now let's refresh this. So you're getting 20 data. Now let's click on next. So you're getting 20 data again. Let's click here. So you're getting next data. If you go here, you can see we are now skipping 40 and the limit is 20. First time we skip 20, and at the first time we skip 0. If I click here again, so it will skip 60 data because we already have. All right. And now next we'll go here. If I click here, so you're already having total, you can see we are now having total 100 data, and this total is also 100. So let's say your interviewer will tell you that if somehow your current data, which is basically these products, if this data is length is 100, so you need to disable your button. So how you're going to do that? So that is pretty simple. So we'll take another state here. So we'll do disable button and set disable button, which will be use state of false. And now you'll take another use effect here, and then we'll keep these products as a dependency, and you can simply check if these products and products dot length, if this is equal to 100, so you're going to make set disable button as true. All right. So now what you can do, we can simply make this, take a disable property, and this will be equal to if this disable button is true. That's it. And now we can also render if this disable button is true. So render message that you have reached 200 products, or else this will be null. Now let's see if this is working or not. Let's save it. So now let's refresh this. So having 20. Now this is 40, 60. We are having 80. Now if I click here again, so now we are having total 100 products. You can see this is now disabled, and I reached to the 100 products. So you will not be able to call any API now. So this is how the main logic of load more button functionality works. All right. So I think that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Now this one, I can guarantee you that I'm not telling that you will not face the similar questions in your interview, but the questions pattern will be somewhat same. So they might say that you have to create a tree view. So the logic will be almost same. They can say you have to create a dynamic navigation menu. The answer will be almost same. They can also tell you that please implement a recursive menu UI. then answer will be also same. Sometimes they will give you some nested data structure, and you have to basically they will tell, the interviewer will tell that you have to simplify it. So then also the structure will the answer will be almost same. So here you can see that we are having main parent menus. If I click here, the child will be basically opened. You have to toggle this one. So if I now click on this parent, all the childs will be hidden. All right, so this is what exactly we need to implement here. Now also sometimes they'll say that on click of this label you have to render some page, but again this is pretty simple. At the end our objective will be to learn this feature, because if they tell that on click of this you have to render the details page, so we'll give the URL of this page, and then based on that you'll be rendering. So I'll be discussing that one in the later while implementing this one. But in this project we have to basically see how we will be rendering this child parent relationship, and then based on that we'll create this tree structure. So let's start working on this very important interview questions in the next part. Alright everyone, so let's get started. So as I already told you that in the interview most of the times they will share some kind of data which will be like nested. Now this data format can be anything. At the end you should know basically the logic how this is working. Now I'm repeating this one again because this is one of the very important question. Most of the times they will ask you this. Now the question can be vary, like they can tell you that you have to build a nested navigation menu, or you have to implement recursive menu UI, or like what they will say that will give you some JSON structure, you have to simplify it, and then based on that you have to render that one in the UI. So here you can see the structure that we are having a label, and then we are having a two is basically path. So don't worry about this one, because currently we have to basically focus on this particular structure, how this data is actually coming here. And inside each and every object we are having this children. Now this is very important, which will be an array of objects. Now again inside this the structure is exactly same. So again you are having a label, then again the two is basically the path that you want to navigate to on click of this particular link, and again you are having the children, which is again the same structure. So now in the interview first you have to explain all of this, that what you want to do, what part you want to render, and how the functionality will work. Once you have done all the discussion, then you just take the data, and then we'll again do the same process. We'll create another folder. Now again I am here giving the name as tree view. You can give based on the requirement that you are getting in your interview. All right, so if they're telling that you have to create a menu UI, so obviously you'll be giving the folder name based on the requirement. So here the first thing I'm going to create a data.js, and I'm going to paste this data. So this is our let's give this one name as menus. All right, and then we are going to do export default menu. That's it. Let me just close everything. Now let's create our index.jsx and then styles.css. so here let's quickly create the component. So this will be export default function. Now here I'm giving this one as tree view. Now again here you will be basically getting the data, or basically the menus, from the parent component. So always you'll be receiving from the parent component. So I'm giving this one as menus, which will be empty array, and here we have to basically do the functionality. Now here how this will work. Now the first thing is that if you see the structure, so let me just show you. So here you have to first render this label, and then you have to check that whether this particular object is having any children or not. So yes, there is a children. So you have to again recursively call the same component, and it will basically go on. So again this will take these children, it will render this label, and again it will check whether there is a children or not. Yes, there is a children. So again it will do the same process again and again. So for that is the reason we need two more component here. So I'll be giving the name as one is menu list, and then we are having a menu item which will basically render the each and every item. So here this is item, this is the item, here this is the item, and this is item, so on. So this will be our menu item.jsx. So now in the main component, so this is your tree view component. Here you will be first checking that whether there is a length is greater than 0 or not in this menu's length. So here we are going to return, and here let's return a div, which is our main div. So here I'll give a class name. Let's give this one as tree view container, And here first we need to, what we can do, we can simply render, or let me just quickly create the menu list component. So list will take the list of data. Now I'm creating each and every component separately so that it will be easy to understand. Or also in the interview time also you should create small chunk of components so that you will be able to explain your interviewer properly, and also this is also much more structured. So here I'm going to create this on export default function. This will be menu list. Now again this will receive the list of data, which will be again default. I'm taking this one as an empty array. Now it will return a div. Now here what we can do, we'll take a class name here. We'll give this one as menu list container, something like that. Now here you need to basically check if this list and list dot length, if this is greater than 0, or basically if this is true, or else will show null here, or you can show some message that is also fine, that no menu is present. So here what you need to do, basically this menu list will map the list of data and it will return the single menu item. So here let me just quickly create this component also so that it will be easier to understand. So here I'll be creating the component. So this will be function and this will be menu item. Now what this menu item will receive, menu item will receive a single item, as I already told you. So this is our single item here. Alright, now here let me just quickly return some menu item, and later we'll be changing this one so that you will be able to understand what is happening. So now this will basically map here. So this will do list dot map. This will be list item, and here it will going to return menu item, and here we'll be passing the item which will be your list item. Alright, so that means it is actually 3-step process. In your parent component you are calling the menu list item, and then from the parent component first you are calling your main tree view component, which is calling the menu list component, and this is calling the menu item component. So here I'll simply return. So here in this component what we are going to do, we'll simply call the menu list component, and here we'll be passing the list which will be our menus. Alright, these menus. Awesome. So now let's save this. Now we'll go to our app.js, and let me just quickly comment out this part here. I'll give another comment, and this will be our tree view component, or this will be menu UI component, or this will be also recursive navigation menu. Anything, you can basically use the same logic here. So here I'm going to call the tree view component, and here I'll be passing the menus, which will be basically our menus that we are having here. Alright, so this menu is basically this static data. So now let's format and save this, and let's see what is happening here. So you can see that we are getting menu item 3 times. Now here I want to explain each and everything. The reason is why you are getting 3 times, because it is only rendering the parent menus here. So you're having 1, then you're having 2, then you're having 3. So that is the reason you are getting this one 3 times, because currently we are not checking if the children is present or not. If the children is present, again we have to basically recursively call the same component. But how we are going to do this one? Now to do that, each and everything, the logic mainly will be in your menu item component. So here, now let me show you how we can basically do that. So the first thing, let me just go to menu list component, and here what we can do, instead of rendering a div, I think we can render a UL, and here in the menu item we'll render a li instead of a div. Now let me just remove this one. Now the first thing what we will basically do, later we are going to change the structure, but first let's understand. So here I'm going to render the item.level. Now this item.level is basically this level that we are having here. So let me just save this. So we are getting home, profile and settings, main 3 parent. So now what we can do here, the first thing is that we need to basically check whether this item has a children or not. So here we can simply check if this item and item dot children and item dot children dot length, if this is true, or let's give greater than 0, so we render null, or else what we need to do here. Now you can pause the video and try to find out by your own, because this is a very important concept that you will basically learn how you can recursively call a particular component. So here what we need to do, we have to call, now this is very important, you have to call this menu list component only, because this will receive the list. Now if you go to this structure, you'll see that okay, for the first one we don't have any children, so it will basically give you null. But for the second one we are having these children, so children is again the array of object. So this array of object we are going to pass in this menu list component, which will again call the menu item component. So that means in this component we are recursively calling this menu list component if the item has a children. If the item don't have any children, so it will be null. So here what we can do, simply we'll call the menu list component here, and then you have to pass the list. Now list will be basically this item dot children. I hope you're getting. So that means what we have done, we are recursively calling this menu list component from this menu item component, which will again call the menu item component inside of this. If I now go here, see, now we are getting all of this. So we are getting home, profile, inside profile we are having details, then we are having location, then we are having settings, account, security, and inside security you can see that we are having login and register. So till this part you have done. Now your interviewer will ask you that okay, so you are able to basically see what will happen if I now try to add a new one in this location, inside location. So let's see what is happening. So I'll go to data. Now let's go to location. So here I'll again add children, and here I'll add a label. So I'll just add a random value. So this will be random value, or let's add a city. So this will be a city, and I'll add a 2, which will be to city. So now if I save this, if I now save this, see now inside location you are getting city. So that means it is recursively calling the same component again and again. So this is working fine. So now your interviewer will ask you, okay, till this part this is fine. Now what you need to do for the parent one, so let's say this parent, this parent, and this parent, and again each and every one is the parent of its children. You have to show a plus icon if that particular item has a children. So you have to basically show a plus icon, and whenever you will click on this plus icon or basically expand icon, then only you need to basically show the children, and vice versa. So if you click again, so it will be toggling basically. So that toggle functionality you need to implement. So how we are going to do that? Now later we'll do the styling, but for now let's complete the functionality. So to do this one, what you need to do, we have to go to this menu item component, and here we are going to take a state. So here we'll take something like display current children, set display current children, and here we are going to take this one as use state of empty object. Now here what you need to do basically, so the first thing is that you have to basically show a plus or minus icon. So now what I'll do, I'll take a div here, now I'll paste it. Now here I'm going to check if this item and item dot children, dot children, and an item dot children dot length, this is true. So we'll take a span and we'll show a plus icon for now, or else this will be null. Now let's format this, let's save it. Now let's see. So you can see that we are getting plus here, 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 and here, because these all are having the children. For now let me just give here style as, later we'll change this, we'll do display as flex, and we'll do a gap of 20 px. Okay, now what we need to do is to basically take an on click. So we'll take an on click and we'll do handle toggle children. All right, now here what we are going to pass, we'll pass the current label. Now obviously most of the times you will have an ID also for each and every, but currently we don't have any ID, that is fine. But most of the times you'll have an ID. If you are having an ID or something like that, any unique key, you can also pass it, but at the end the concept is actually same. So for now we are going to pass the item dot label. Now let's quickly create this. So this will function handle toggle children, it will be get current level. Now here what we need to do, we'll simply take set display current children. So here we will basically take the existing one, and then we'll basically set this get current level, which will be not equal to display current children. So this is the one that we are already having, so that means we are basically checking if the current level is already existing here. So you are toggling, if this is true it will be false, if this is false this will be true of this get current level. That's it. So now let me just show you what is happening here. And now go to log, and then we'll do display current children. So now let's go to console. So first time you can see we are having nothing. If I now try to click here, we are getting profile true. If I click here again, we are getting profile false. So that means this is working fine. So now based on this, you will be able to see if we are clicking on this one, then only I want to expand the children of this particular menu. Alright, so now what we can do, we can simply go here and we can give the condition that if the item, if the current item.children length is greater than 0, and if the current display current children of the current item dot label, if this is true. So that means we are checking if this profile is true, then only we want to expand. So then only it will show the children. If I now save this, now I can see we are not getting anything. If I now click here, we are getting details. If I now click here, we are getting here, but this icon is not changing. So this also we can simply do. We can go here and then we can check that if this display current children of this item dot label, if this is true, so that means what we need to do, we will basically show a minus, or else we'll show a plus. Now let's see. So let me just close this. So now I'll click here, this is minus, I'll click here, I'll click here, and you can see that this is working fine. If I now minimize this one, this is working fine. If I here this is also changing, and the children is also now not showing. So this is now working fine. So this is all about the functionality that you need to do. Now after this only we will be moving towards to styling. We'll do very little bit of styling here. All right, so the first thing what we can do, I think let me just check whether we are having these React icons. Okay, so the first thing is that we'll import some two icons. So we'll do import something from, we'll do React icons / FA. So one will be FA minus and one will be FA plus. Okay, so here we'll basically change this one to FA minus, sorry, this will be FA plus. All right, sorry, this will be FA plus, and let's give a color of white, and also we'll give a size of 25. And let me just copy this and we'll paste it here. So this will be FA minus. Let's see. Okay, I think we are having color white, so we need to basically change this main styling actually for this container. So let me just copy this. I think we are already having the styles, so we'll paste it. So let's give a mean height of 100 VH, we'll give a width of 350 VX, and we'll give a background of RGB. We'll give 0, 71, 110. Let me just import this one. So we'll import. Now to do styles.css. Let's save this. All right. Okay, this is expanding, so this part we need to check what is happening here. So for this one, let's go to our main menu list component and let's go to menu item. So we are having li here, so we'll give a class name, we'll give this one as menu item, and let's go to our style.css. So here what we can do, we'll give this one as display flex, we'll give align items as center, we'll give gap of 20 px and we'll do cursor as pointer. Now next we'll go to our menu list. So for this one, what we can do, sorry, I think we have given in the wrong place, that is the reason. So let me just copy this. Instead of menu list, we have to give this one in the main, sorry, we have to give it here, not there. So here what we can do, you can give this one as this is fine. We'll give this one as, I think this was correct, tree view container. So let me just copy this and we'll change this one here. Instead of menu list, this will be tree view container, and then we'll be having menu list container, which is for the UI, sorry, UL. So for this one, we'll do list style as none, and we'll do a margin top as 0px, and we'll do margin bottom as also 0px. Now let's see what is happening. Okay, so here something is wrong. Let me just check. So I think we are having, this is fine. Okay, we don't need display flex here. I got it. So the reason is, I think we have given in the wrong place. You can copy this and you have to give it here, and we can remove it from here. Alright, so now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Okay, now this is working fine. Awesome. Also, let's make the color as white. We are having menu, so we'll do color as white. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, so this is working fine. Awesome. If I now, so here you can see that everything is working fine. Let's add another one inside this register. So we'll go to our data, and then inside this register, if I now add another children, and we'll do label. So here what we can do, we'll add some random data, and we'll do a 2 of something else empty. Let's see what is happening. So you got the plus icon and we're getting random data here. If I toggle this one, this is working and everything is working fine. So this is one of the very, very important questions that you might encounter in your browser coding interview. Now, as I already mentioned, that they will give you the question in many different ways, but at the end the concept will be exactly similar. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so this is the first project. You can say we'll be using a third-party library package. The reason is that sometimes you might get asked that whether they will check that whether you will be able to integrate a third-party library package or not. So that is the reason I've chosen this project also. So here it will be pretty simple. You have to give any value. Let's say I'm giving my name, and then based on that it will generate the QR code, and the same you will be basically able to scan it. So this is a very simple project that we are going to implement. So let's see how we are going to do that using a third-party library package. Alright everyone, so let's get started with our QR code generator. Now, as I already told you in the introductory section, that this will be a very, very small project. Now sometimes interviewer will basically test that whether you will be able to work with any third-party library package or not. So that is the reason I am actually including this very small project. So let's see. So for this one, what we are going to do, will be using this particular package that called React QR code. Let me just quickly install this one. So we'll do npm install, and this will be React QR code. All right, so you will be having one very simple input, and there will be a button. So whenever you'll be typing some input, you have to store the value, and on click of this particular button you have to basically generate some random QR code. All right, so this is done. So let me just quickly create a component. So here I'll do QR code generator. So I'll do index.jsx and styles.css. So let me just quickly create the component. So this will be export default function, and this will be QR code generator. All right, now here we are going to simply return some div. Now here we'll take h1, and this will be our QR code generator. Awesome. So now after this we will take another div, and here we will take a input simple, and there will be a button. So this will be generate, something like that. So here we'll be giving a type which will be text, name will be. Now another thing is that you should always ask the interviewer that whether all this input that you are giving here, this name, type, whether this you will be receiving from the parent component or not. If the interviewer says yes, then in that case you have to take all of this in your props. Now I'm not doing this one for this particular project because I'm pretty sure that you already have that idea. So that is the reason I'm repeating this one again and again, that you have to basically drive the interview. You have to ask interview a lot of questions so that they will understand that okay, whatever you're doing, you actually not blindly doing anything. Okay, so that is very important. For now we'll give this one as, let's say, QR code. All right, and let's give a placeholder and enter your value here. That's it. And inside this, what we are going to do, we'll take a div, and here we are going to render our QR code, which we need to import from our React QR code. Now this will basically take a ID. So here we'll give our QR code value, anything, and also it will take a value property. So for this value property we are going to basically take a state which will be our QR code set QR code, and this will be of useState of empty. Now what we can do now, because we need to create this on click of this particular button, so we will take another state which will be our input, and this will be our set input. Now again I'm repeating, if he's telling that, or your interviewer, that you need to basically get these values from your parent component, so you have to again take this one from pros, but there is another way that I'm going to explain. So here I'm going to take this one as useState of empty. So that is fine. Now what we are going to do, we will basically take a on change. So this will give you event, and here I'm going to set this on event.target.value. That's it. And we are going to take a on click for this button, which will be handle generate QR code. So here let's quickly create this method. So this will be handle generate QR code, and here simply this is very simple. What you can do, you can simply do set QR code, which will be your input value. Now here another thing very important, that always handle some kind of error. Let's say if the input is empty somehow, so you will be basically disabling this button, or you'll show some kind of message that your input is empty. So here we can basically take a disable, and we'll check that if the input and input dot trim, if this is not equal to empty. So if this is not equal to empty, so this will be false, or else this will be true. That's it. Now here you have to pass the value, and so value will be your QR code, and it will also take a size. I'm going to take this one as 400, and also let's keep a background color of white. That's it. And I think that's it. That's all you need. So now let's go to our app.js. Now I'm going to comment out this one, and I'll create, so this will be our QR code generator. So I'm going to import our QR code generator, and then let's save it, and let's see what is happening. Awesome. So you can see that we are getting some value, and I'll type something here, Sangam, and let's click generate. You can see this is basically getting generated. So this is also getting disabled. Now once you will generate something, let's reset this value also, so that we can very easily do. So here we can make this set input as empty again. Let's save this. So now we'll give some random value generate. This is getting changed, but this is not getting resetted. So the reason is pretty simple, because we haven't given the value here. So here we have to give the value which will be our input. All right, so I'll give again, I'll generate Now this is getting resetted and you are getting a new. Alright, I think that's it. So as I already told you, this will be a very small project, but this will actually give you some idea how you can create some kind of QR code. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so the next one, I'm pretty sure that you already know this one. So this is a light to dark theme switch and the vice versa. So this is the first project where we will be creating a custom hook, and that is called use local storage. So we'll be storing the current data in our current chosen theme in the local storage, and on click of this button we'll be able to change the text color, the button color, background color. If I now refresh this, you can see that now only light mode will be selected. The reason is, if I go to this application, you can see that we will be basically saving the current theme using a custom hook. If I change this one, this will be basically getting changed. Alright, so this is another very important project interview question that you might get asked, and for this one also we'll be not using any third-party library package. We'll be creating each and everything from simple scratch using simple CSS and React JSX. So let's see how we are going to implement this one. Alright everyone, so let's start working on another very important project that we just now discussed, and that is how you can switch from light to dark mode and vice versa. So for this one, what we'll do, let's create another component. So we'll do light dark mode or switch, whatever you can do. So here first let's quickly create our structure. Now here we'll create our component. So this will be export default function light dark mode. Here I'm going to return some div, and here let's do one thing. For now we'll simply return the JSX, then we'll explain the functionality, how we are going to implement that, and at the end we'll be doing the CSS. And here I'm going to do a div, and let's give a class name of container. Here I'll give a class name of light dark mode. We'll take a simple paragraph and we'll render here hello world. Alright, now here we will be having a button which will basically switch from or basically change the theme. So for this one we'll keep this one change theme. This is fine. So this is all about the JSX structure that we need. But first let's discuss that how we are going to do that. So the first thing is that what we'll be doing, we will be creating a custom hook that will be basically a kind of storage which will store our current theme in local storage, so that whenever we refresh the page we will be getting our latest stored theme from our local storage, and based on that we'll be doing the functionality. But because you'll see that whenever you'll go for any interview, most of the times in this case your interviewer will say that you can't use any kind of third-party package, because if you are using anything like, let's say, style components or material UI or something else, it will be very easy for you to implement. So because they will give you inbuilt hook that you will be able to easily use, and then you have to just pass the property, and based on that you have to change the style. Because here what you will explain in your interviews that we will be creating a custom hook of our own, and there we want to store our current theme, and based on that we want to change that. First we will be basically explaining how we will be able to create a custom hook. So for this one, inside this you will be creating a file, and I'll give this a name as use local storage.jsx. Now custom hook is basically, again, I'm pretty sure that you already have some idea. So it's like a reusable hook that you can use throughout your application. Alright, in the later section of this particular project we will be creating some more like useFetch, useResponsive, use previous, but for now let's start with this one. So now here we'll do export default function. So first you have to give the name, so we'll give this one as same, use local storage. Now what this will receive, this hook you will be calling from anywhere in your component, right? So hooks are always actually called on the top level on the component, so it will receive something. So it will receive the key that what is the name of the key that you want to store in your theme. So it will receive a key, and also it will receive the default value that you want to save for this particular key. So let's say you are having this key that is light theme, and the value will be true, something like that, or the value will be false. So this is the key value pair. Now here what we'll do, we'll take our state, which will be our value, and then we'll set our value. Now here we'll do useState, and this will take a method. Now this is pretty simple. What you can do, you can take a current value, and here you can do a try catch block. Now obviously if there are any catch, any error, so you can log the error first. Alright, you can also set the error, so that I will also show you. And then what you can do, you can set the current value that you are having. So this value is with the default value, because this default value you will be always passing from your component, correct? So this you can set, which will be your default value. Or else if there are no error, so your current value will be your json.parse. Now what will be the current value? Pause the video and try to find. So what you need to do, if any value is already stored, so you are going to get it from your local storage. So this will be your key that you will be getting. Or else you have to basically take this one from string of this default value. Sorry, this will be default value. So this you are setting, and at the end, because this is a function, so here you are going to return the current value. What I'm doing, you have to return the current value. That's it. All right, so this will do all the functionality, saving and everything. And at the end, I'm sorry, not saving, you have to basically extracting. And now how you are going to save this one? So this is also pretty simple. So first you have to take a use effect, and here it is very important to keep this key and this value as a dependency, because based on this key and value only you want to do this one. Sorry, this value, I'm talking about this value here, and this is the key that you are passing from your parent component. Now here you can simply do local storage.set item, which will be your key, and the value will be, see, because you're already setting the value here, right here, so this will be your, you have to do stringify, so it will be json.stringify of value. So this will set your value in your local storage, or basically your theme, and at the end you are going to return the value and the set value, which is your set state method here. So this is all about your hook that is need. Now this hook you need to basically store, you have to call it from your component or any component that you want. So here what you are going to do, you will be getting the theme. Now this is very important, so I'll show you why. So here you can take any name you want, because here you are going to call this use local storage, and if you noticed here, this is receiving a key and the default value. So here I am keeping the key as theme. So now this key can be anything also, and here I am keeping this one as a dark. So that means by default my theme will be dark, and this method you are basically getting from here. So this is the value and set value you are getting, right? So this is same as this one. All right, now let's say what you need to do, you have to basically change the theme. So you'll take a on click, so you'll take a on click here, and this will be handle toggle theme. So here we'll do function handle toggle theme, and here we are going to simply do set theme. So here you are having this theme, right? So here we'll check if the theme, so this theme that you are having, if this is light theme, if this is light, so you're going to make this on vice versa, or else this will be light. So if this is light, we are going to make this on dark, and or else this will be light. Now how I am actually explaining each and everything in interview also, please explain each and everything that you are doing. You will get extra points for sure, and you will thank me later in this comment section, I'm telling you. So these things please always explain in your interview, that how you are doing and why you are doing this. Now let's see what is happening here. Let me just log this theme here. Let's save it, and let's go to our app.js. I'm going to comment out this one, and what you're having, dark, light and dark mode. So I'll give another comment. So this will be light and dark theme switch. So here we are having light and dark mode. Let's save it. Now let's go to our console. So you're having dark think we are getting some error here. All right, no, nothing is happening. This is fine. Change this one, light. Click here, dark, light. Let's go to our application. Theme is light now. Click here. This is getting changed to dark, light, dark. So this is working fine. Now this is also a custom hook that you have created, so obviously you'll get extra bonus marks for sure in your interview. All right, so this is now working fine. So now this is pretty simple. So now you have to work on the CSS part. So how you will be basically implementing the CSS? See, for this one, what we are going to do, we'll take a data property here, and here I'll do a data theme, which will be this theme that we are having here. So that means based on this theme, we want to change the style for this particular component. So how we are going to do that? So now it's everything in the CSS. So now let's quickly create our theme.css. So here we'll take our root. We'll take root, and here I'm going to take some variables. So first I'll take background, which will be white. Then I'll take a text primary. So for this one, this will be black. Then we'll take a button color. So this will be button BG. So which will be button background. Now you can take any name you want. That doesn't matter. At the end, we should basically understand that if we are able to understand the concept or not. All right. And then we are having the button text. So we'll take this one as white. So this is about our root colors that we need. Now how you are going to set for dark theme. Now notice here we are taking this data theme here. So based on this you will be able to do. So here you can do basically simply take a data theme. This will be data theme, and this, if this is equal to dark, so that means you want to do something. So based on that, I want to change the color if the theme is dark, or else this will take from the root. So here I'll copy all of this, and for this one I'm going to make this one as opposite. Means if this is white, for black it will be dark, this will be white, this is also will be white, and this is will be black. That's it. Now let's save it. So this is now will basically change. Now if you notice here, we're not using any third-party library package. So now we're going to import our theme.css. This is fine. And now let's copy out this class name. So here we'll start with this one. So we're going to take a background color, and for this one we're going to use a background. This one we'll take a height of 100 VH. We'll take display as flex. We'll do a flex direction as column. We'll do justify content as center. We'll do font size as 20px, and we'll do a transition. We'll do all 0.5 seconds. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening now. We'll go back. Now change theme. See, this is working. If I now refresh this, see, this is now black because currently it is stored in the black. So it's working fine even though we refresh the page, right? Now if I now change this one, now you see this will be light only, and it's working fine. Awesome. Now next what we'll do, we are having this paragraph, I think. So we'll have paragraph. Let's make this one chaining, or else this will apply in other components also. So inside this paragraph, what we are going to do, we'll do a color. So for this one we'll do text primary, and we'll do a font size of 40px. Awesome. Then we are having button, so we'll do light dark theme of button. So we'll do a background color. So for this one we'll do var button bg, and we'll do a border. For this one we'll do 1px solid var. We'll do button background color. We'll do a color of var button text. That's it. We'll do a margin of 15px. Let's do 0px. We'll do a padding of 12 px. We'll do a border radius of 8 px. We'll do font weight of 600 and we'll do cursor as pointer. This is fine. And I think we are having another one, which is our container. So let's copy this and let's give here container also. So we'll do dot light dark mode of container. So for this one also, we'll make display flex. We'll do justify content as center. We'll do align item as center, and we'll do a flex direction of column. That's fine. And let's take a gap of 30 px. And I think in that case, we don't need this margin here. Now let's save all of this. Let's see what is happening. Awesome. So now for this paragraph also, we'll do margin of 0 px. Okay. Now let's see. If I now click here, it's changing. Don't worry about it's not middle, that is fine. At the end we should see whether the functionality is working or not. So this is changing from black to white. This button background is also changing, and the color, if you noticed. If I click here, background is now black, this is now white, this is now white, and the color is black, and this is also changing. So this is how you will be able to implement your light and dark mode without using any third-party library package. So what we have done, we created a simple reusable custom hook which will take the key and the default value. Now here basically we are extracting the value, current value, and in the useFetch we are setting in our local storage, and then from the component we are basically calling this. We are setting our current theme as dark, and on button click we are changing or basically toggling from light to dark and dark to light. The catch is basically we are doing this one based on this data attribute here. The same we are utilizing in this CSS file. Yeah, I think that's all for this particular project, and let's move on to the next one. Alright, so this will be our next project. This is called custom scroll indicator. So here what we are trying to do, we will be fetching the list of data, and there will be a scroll indicator. If you visit some of the website, you might notice that whenever you scroll, it will basically show you the progress. So if you see that if I scroll here and just change the scroll view, this will be basically the progress bar will be changed. And then if I go to the at the end of the page, so it will basically show 100%. So this is what exactly we are going to build. In this project, you'll learn that how the scroll functionality and what are the properties, that window properties that you need to use to create this progress bar. So let's start working on this particular project. Alright, so let's get started with our scroll indicator. So for this one, as we already discussed, that we will be basically fetching the list of products, and based on that we'll be showing how much we have scrolled into our page. So we are going to use this URL here. So let's go here and let's create another component, and this will be our scroll indicator. So we'll create our index.jsx and we'll create our scroll.css. So let's quickly create the component. So this will be export default scroll indicator. Sorry, this will be function. Alright. Now here let's simply return our div, and so basically now your work will be, first you have to ask your interviewer that the URL that we are calling the API, will that be always same, or that you will be receiving from a parent component, or that URL can be basically anything. If that is the case, you will be receiving the URL from your parent component as a prop. So let's say we will be receiving from the parent component. So the first thing is that we are going to take our state. So this will be our data state, and set data, which will be use state of empty array. Alright, now later we are going to do the scroll thing, but for now let's first implement our data fetching. Also we'll do a loading state. See, always implement the loading state because this is always a good practice to implement, and this will be use state of false. And now we will be taking our use effect, and then we'll keep this URL as a dependency because that is the we are depending on the parent component. And here we'll create a fetch data function which will take this URL as a parameter. That's it. Now here let's create the function. So we'll do async function fetch data, which will take our get URL, and here we are going to implement our try and catch block. Alright, so here for now we'll simply log the error. Also you can take another state, which will be our error message set error message, which will be use state of empty. So here you will basically render this as this error dot message. Now here the first thing what you need to do, the first thing is that you have to make the set loading as true, because you are calling the API, and then you have to do const response. This will be await fetch, and here you have to do URL. So this URL you are getting, sorry, this will be get URL, and here we'll do const data, which will be await response dot JSON, and now we are going to first log the data. So let's format this, let's save it. So now I'll go to our app.js. Let me just comment out this part again, and here we'll create another component, and this is our scroll indicator component. So here we are going to import scroll indicator, which will take URL. So this URL will be this one here. So let me just copy this, and here we are going to pass a limit. So we'll pass a limit of 100. So we want to fetch 100 data at once. Let's save it. So now we already logged in this data. Let's see what we are getting here. We are getting an object, and you can see we are getting in the products, we are having 100 products. This is fine. So now we will simply check if data and data dot products and data dot products dot length, this is greater than 0. So we'll do set data, which will be data dot products, and we are going to make the set loading as false again. Alright, so now let me just cut it from here, and we'll log this data and this loading. Let's see. Okay, let me just refresh this. So we're getting false, true, and then again we are getting the data. Done. So now what we can do, simply let me take here h1 tag, and we'll implement custom scroll. We'll do custom scroll indicator. Alright, and then inside this what we can do, we'll take a simple div, and we'll take a class name, which will be our data container, and inside this simply we'll just render the data. For now we'll keep this one very simple. This will be data dot length if this is greater than 0, or else this will be null, and here we are going to render the data. So this will be data dot map data item, and let's take a paragraph, and we are going to render the data item dot title that we are having. Let's save it. Now let's see what we are getting. Awesome. So we are getting 100 data here. Okay, so now here we have to basically show that the scroll, that how much we have scrolled, and if I go to the bottom of the page, so that means we have completed the 100%. So for this one, the first thing is that what you need to do, you have to manage a state. So we'll take another state, and what we can do, we can check that scroll percentage, something like that, set scroll percentage, which will be use state of 0 for the first time. And now here what we need to do, we'll take another use effect. All right, and then we will have to take event listener. So we'll do window dot add event listener, and this will be on scroll, and we'll do handle what we can give, we can handle scroll percentage. All right, and we'll just simply do return. So on unmount we are going to remove this one, so we'll do window.remove event listener, scroll, and we'll make this one as like this. That's it. Now let's quickly create this one. So we'll do function handle scroll percentage. So this is our method. Now here what we need to check, we have to check the following things. Now I'll show you that there are three things we have to calculate. The first one is that how much we have scrolled and what is the full height. All right, and then how we'll be able to basically get that. So you have to take the scroll height and the client height we have to subtract, and then based on that you have to calculate the percentage, that how much you have scrolled. So for this one I'll just log some of the things. So first we'll do document dot body dot scroll top, this one, or we'll also do document dot document element dot scroll top. We will also log here document dot document element dot scroll height, and also we'll do document dot document element dot client height. So these all the things that we need. Let me just save it. Now let's go to our console and I'll just do scroll. So you can see that we are getting all of this. So one, we are getting the full height. You can see this is our scroll height and this is our client height. All right, and this 130 is basically how much we have done till top. So this is our scroll top. Okay, if I now scroll down, so this will obviously increase. All right, you can see this increase, this is increasing. So now we will be able to basically create the get the percentage very easily. So we'll create our percentage like that. So we'll do const how much. I'm keeping this on very funny, not funny, like I'm writing this variable name little bit long so that it will be easier to understand. So this will be how much scrolled. So this will be document dot body dot scroll top, or else if this is not, so this will be document dot document element dot scroll top. All right, and then we will be calculating our height. So this one is pretty simple. We need to get the document dot document element dot, we are having this scroll height, and we'll basically subtract with our client height. So this will be document element dot client height. That's it. And now we can simply create our percentage. So this will be set scroll percentage. So here this will be how much you scrolled divided by your height. All right, into 100. So we just do like this, into 100. Let's save it. So now let's log here scroll percent. Let's save this one. So I'll just refresh here and let's scroll down. So you can see this is getting changed. If I go below, and now this is almost 100. So you can see that this is almost 100. So this is now working fine. If I now scroll top little bit, so you can see this is now decreasing, right? So this is working fine. Now based on that we have to create our CSS. So now let's give some name of the classes. So what we can do, let me just create another one. So I'll create another div here and I'll give this one as class name. So we'll give this one as scroll progress tracking container, something like that. And inside this we'll take another div, and here I'll take class name. This will be our current progress bar. All right, and here we'll take a style and we'll mark the width of this one as this scroll percent. Sorry, we'll take template literals, and here we'll do our scroll percentage of 100%. So this is the current width. Each and every time we'll be scrolling, so this width will be either increasing or decreasing. I hope you're getting. All right, and here we'll take another one. So we'll do here class name. This will be our top container, and let's move all of this inside this. Let's format this, let's save it. Now let's start working on the CSS. So first one will be our top container. So we'll copy this, and here we are going to make this one position as fixed. We'll do top as 0. We'll do z index as 1. We'll do width as 100%. We are going to do text align as center. We'll do background color as black. Sorry, let's use hex code only. All right, and I think for now this is fine. Sorry. Okay, now next we are having our progress bar. So this one, scroll progress tracking container. So for this one we'll do a width of 100%. We'll do a height of 10 px, and we'll do a background of, let me just take some random color, then we'll change this one, or let's use this color. Anything we can use. For now we'll keep it like this. Let's see how this is looking. Based on that I will change. And after that I think we are having our current progress bar. So we'll copy this, and for this one we'll do a height of 10 px. We'll do a background of, this one has 8b0 to b5. Then we are having width of 0%. Yeah, I think that's it. Now let's save it. Let's see how this is looking. So let me just go here and let me import our scroll.css. If here loading will show some kind of message here that if loading true, so we are going to return some div, loading data, please wait. And if there are any error, so we're going to return that error occurred, error, and we'll just render the error message. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Okay, this is, I think we have kept this one as black only. Okay, let's use some different color. What we can use? We'll keep like this one. Let's copy this. So we'll go to top container, and then we'll make the color as white. Now let's see. Awesome. Okay, now let's refresh this. Awesome. So you can see that now this is working fine. So we are scrolling, and this is also giving you the progress, right? And this is working fine. And now another thing, if you want, what you can do basically, let's go to this here. So here we are having this data container. We can copy this, and then we can give a margin top of 100 px, because we are having that because the position is fixed, so we have to give the margin top to get the full data. All right, let's save it. So now you can see it's working fine, right? Yeah, I think that's all for this particular project. Now this is another important concept that you have learned, how you can see another thing. We are not using any third-party library package. So obviously these all are the very important questions that you can practice for your front-end interview. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so here we are again another very important, very frequently asked interview questions, and that is to create custom tabs with dynamic content without using any third-party library package. So this is exactly what we are going to build. So here we are having, so this data is dynamic. So whatever, how much data we want to pass or how many tabs we want to create, based on that it will automatically create the tabs, and that this content can be dynamic. So you can see that this content, whatever we will pass, and based on that we'll be creating this simple tabs component without using any third-party library package. So let's start working on this particular project. All right, everyone, so let's get started working on the custom tabs component. So now here also another very important thing is that most of the times in interviews, whatever your interviewer will tell, that let's say you will get some components from a parent component basically, so list of child components, and those components you have to pass to your custom tab components, and on click of each and every tab you have to render that content based on that particular tab. So for this one, for this particular component, we will be basically having 3 files. So I'll create here like custom tabs. So one will be my tabs, so we'll give this one as tabs.jsx. Then we'll be having the styles, so we'll give tabs.css, and then we are having tab test. So that means this will be our custom component, or basically this will be our parent component. So this is just for example, in this component we are going to use this tabs component. All right, so now let me just do one thing. Let me close everything else. All right, so here we'll create the component. So this will be export default function, and I'll give this one name as tabs for now. Now here what it will receive, it will basically receive the tabs content that we are going to pass from the parent component. So we'll give this one name as tabs content. You can give whatever you want. Also it will going to receive another onChange property, and I'll discuss why. All right, now let's return our JSX. So here let's give a class name. Styling we are going to do later. For now I'll give a class name of wrapper for this one. Inside this we will take another div, and here we are going to give a class name, and let's give this one name as heading. All right, now here what we are going to do, basically we will map this tabs content, and based on that we are going to render the label that we are going to receive. Now obviously this depends on that in which way, or basically the how you are getting the data, and based on that this key or the value pair will automatically change. So this will be our heading section, and then after that we will be basically having our tab content section. So I'll take another div now, and here we are going to take this one as content. All right, now here I'm going to check if this tabs content or directly we can do dot map. So here we'll give tab item, and here what we are going to return, let's return a div here. The first thing is that we are going to give a key, which will be our tab item dot label. Now inside this we will take a span, and let's give a class name of label, and I'm going to render this tab item dot label here. That's it. Now next, inside this content, again here what we need to basically check, if we are clicking on that current tab, based on that we have to get the current tab index. So for this one we need a state that we need to manage. So we'll take a state here, and let's give this one name as current tab index, set current tab index, and here I'm going to take this one as a use state of 0. All right, now here what we are going to do, see we are having this tabs content that we are going to receive from the parent component. So we'll do tabs content of this current tab index. If this is true, then only we will basically take tabs content of current tab index dot content that we are going to pass. Now for now this is fine. Let's quickly create the parent component so that it will be easy to understand. Now let's say this is your parent component, and from here you want to call these tabs. All right, so now here what we are going to do, we'll be creating our this component. So here we are going to import this tabs component. So let's quickly create. So this will be export default function. Let's give this one name as tab test, and here I'm going to return, and we'll keep this one very simple. So what we can do, return here tabs. So this is our component, and here we need to pass the tabs content. So now let's say we are having the components like this. So we'll create an array here. So this will be our tabs. And here if you now go to a tabs component, so here you can see we are getting label and the content. So these two things you need to pass. So here I'll pass label, and let's give this a name as tab1, and I'll pass a content which will be, I will take div, and this will be, this is content for tab 1. Now let's copy this and I'll paste it 2 more times. So this will be tab 2 and this will be tab 2. Now let's say you are having a separate component, so this is just to show you. So we're having function some random component, and this is returning a div, or let's say h1, and some random content. Okay, now here what we are going to do, we'll take a label here also, and this will be tab 3, and here I'm going to pass a content which will be, instead of this, now I'm going to pass this random component here. So we can simply pass this random component also, this will work. So now this is our tabs, or basically the array of tabs, and this we need to pass it here. That's it. And now if you go here, we are also passing this on change. So that means the current tab that we are currently clicking, we need to get the tab index, and based on that, let's say you want to do certain operation. For example, you want to save the data in the database or whatever. You want to call API. So now for this one here, I'll pass a on change, which will be my handle change. So now let's quickly create this component. So this will be function handle change. Now here this will basically receive our current tab index. So basically what we are doing a parent to child and child to parent relationship, and let's say I want to log this current tab index. That's it. Now let's save it. Now we need to go here, and now here what we are going to do, we need to basically create this functionality that whenever we will be clicking on this particular header, I need to set that on to the current index, because you can see we are checking that if the current index is true, then only we want to show the content here. So here we can take an on click, and here I'll create a handle on click, and I want to pass the index. Let's say we are having this index, so this index we want to pass it here. So now I'm going to create a function handle on click. So this will get current index. Now simply set this current tab index to get current index. Now we can call this parent function here, and we can simply pass this get current index also. This will be done. Now let's format this. Let's save it. Now this component I want to use in my app.js. So now I'll just commit it out, and let's give another comment. So this is our custom tabs component, and here I'm going to import tab test. That's it. Let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Alright, let's see what is happening here. I think this is some styling issue. Okay. So you can see that we are having here, let me just give some styling for now. So we'll go here, let's go to our tabs, content. For now we'll give a style, and we'll give a color of red. Now let's see. Alright, now if I change this on tab 2, and if I click here, we are getting some random content. Click here, so this is working fine. Alright, now let's start working on the styling. So this is all about the functionality that we need. So now let's go to our tab.css. So the first thing is that we are having our wrapper components. We'll take dot wrapper, and let's give a padding of how much, 8px. Next, I think we are having heading. So we'll take heading, we'll give display flex, we'll give justify content center, and we'll give a margin bottom of 12px. Next, I think we are having label. Or let's do one thing, let's also give some class name to this also. So this div, so let's give a class name here, and for this one we are going to give a dynamic class name. So here what we can do, we can give a class name of tab item, and then we can basically check that if this current tab index, if this is equal to index, that means this is currently selected. So we'll give an active class name here, that means this tab is active, or else this will be empty. All right, so now let's copy this tab item. So for this one, we'll give this one as a display as inline flex. We'll give font size of let's give how much, 30 px. We'll give font weight as bold. Sorry, this will be bold. We'll give a text align as center. We'll also give a padding of 10 px, 15 px. What else? We'll give a cursor as pointer, and we'll do border as none. Also, let's give a color. Color will give white, and let's give a background. So background will give this one 4E016A. That's it. Now if this is active, so we'll give tab item dot active. So we will basically change the styling. So we'll do a border color of black, and we'll give a background color or background. So we'll make this one A1D600, and we'll do a color of white. That's it. Now next we are having label. So we'll take this. For label, I think what we can do, I think for label it is fine, not required. Let's give some styling in the content. So we'll take content, and here we'll give a padding of 20 px, 10 px. We'll give a height of 300 px. We'll give overflow as auto, and also let's give a background color of white. And I think for now this is fine. Let's save it. Now in this tab test component only, I think we can import tabs.css. Now let's save it. Let's see what is happening. All right, we are getting something, but this is fine. Let's see what is happening here. So we're getting tab 1. This is content for tab 1. This is tab 2, and this is tab 3, where we are getting some random content. So this is working fine. See, at the end our prime objective is to complete this small project, so that whenever it gives any kind of interview, because whenever you're learning, at the end your objective will be to get a good job in a good company, especially product based company. Now whenever you'll give some interview, they will always ask you very simple questions, but the questions will be in such a way that they will basically judge that how you are approaching that problem, what is the approach, and how you are explaining that, whether you know that what basically you are doing. So that is the reason you should always explain this, all of the things that you are doing in your interview, and that will definitely going to help you a lot. So I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, welcome to the next one. So next one will be another very important interview question. Now I'm telling all of this because you might say that okay, he's telling each and everything important. See, this is the reason why I've taken so much time while selecting these questions, because most of the times you will get the questions from this particular video, whatever projects that we are doing. So here again we are not using any third-party library package. We'll be creating this custom model component where we will be basically able to create this model where this data, whatever data we're having here, each and data can be customized, and based on that we'll be creating this model. For this one also will not use any third-party library package, because whenever you'll face these interviews, these questions in your interview, especially the model, they will ask you not to use any third-party library. So let's see how we are going to do this. Alright, so let's create our custom model component. So first I'm going to create another folder here, and let's give this one name as custom model popup. And let's create our, here also we'll create our model.jsx, we'll create model.css, and also we'll create another one which will be model test.jsx. Let's close everything else. Now here also how this will work. So let's say this is your parent component and you are having a reusable model component, so you will be managing the state from this component only. So you'll be, let's say you are having a button here, and on click of this button only you want to open the model. So that means we are going to import the model in this component only, and that model we are going to use throughout the application. So this is the main idea. So now here, now obviously see the approach, you can do this on many different ways, at the end our objective is to understand the concept very carefully and how you can implement those in real life projects or basically in your interview, whatever. So here I'll create a component first. So this will be our function and this will be model test. All right, so now here let's quickly create our model component also. So this will be export default function. This will be our model, and here I'm going to just return here model for now. So now here in this component I'm going to return a div, and inside this, let's say we are having a button and we are having open model pop-up or anything. Now to manage the state from this component, you have to take the state here and you have to pass this one in your model component. So let's quickly take a state. So this will be so model pop-up set so model pop-up, which will be obviously use state of false. All right, now because you are managing from here, so you have to take an on click in this button. So I'll take an on click like handle toggle model pop-up. So this will be function handle toggle model pop-up. Now what you need to do here, you just need to simply toggle this. So this will be set so model pop-up, it will be not equal to so model pop-up. That means if it is false, it will be true. If it is true, it will be false, vice versa. So now what you can do, you can simply check. Now this is pretty simple. The only thing they will check, I'll tell you, whenever they will give you to create any kind of model, they want to test how you are good at CSS, because in this particular project functionality is very little. At the end they will tell you that how you are going to implement the CSS, and also let's see if you want to pass some custom content to the model, how you are going to do that. So here you will basically do, if this so model pop-up is true, then only you want to render the model component. That's it. Now here what we'll do, for now this is fine. Now let's save it. So let's go to our app.js. I'm going to comment out this one, and here we are having custom model component. So this will be our model test. Let's save it. So if I click here, we are getting model. So this is working fine. So now let's go to our model component first. So this is our model. So here what we are going to do, so the first thing is that it will receive some of the props. Now why it will receive some of the props? The first thing, it will receive the ID of the model. It will also receive the class name. It will receive a header content, body content, and the model footer content. If you don't have any of these, then it will basically what it will do, it will basically render the by default content. So what you can do here, the first thing, let's quickly give a ID here. So ID here will be ID, or if it is ID not present, so this will be our model, and this ID it will going to receive from this parent component. So this is first thing. Then it will be class name will be, let's give this one as model. Inside this we'll take another div, we'll give a class name, we'll give model, we'll give this one as content. All right, inside this we'll take another div, this will give class name as header, and after this we are going to take another class name, another div. This will be class name, this will be our body, and after this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, this will be our footer. All right, now here it will receive a header content, it will also receive the body, it will also receive the footer. So now how you are going to basically do that, and before that let's take a span here. So this will be class name, will give close model icon, and here we are going to pass this, so we'll do times, that's it. It will basically create a cross icon, and here I'm going to take a h3, or let's h2 also is fine, and here I'm going to check if the header is present, so it will render header, or else this will be header. That's it. Same here also. So you're going to check if body is true, so it will get body, or else we are going to render some default content here. And inside this, let's take a P. So this is our model body, and same will be for footer. So if footer is present, it will do footer, render footer component, or else this will be, we'll take this one as age 2. So this is our footer. All right, now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So if I now click here, all right, nothing is happening here. I think we are getting some error. Okay, I think the content is coming, and the point is, I think there are some issues happening with these tabs content. All right, I got it. So we'll give this one as model content. Let's see now. See, now this is coming. Okay, so this is working fine. Now let's see what will happen if I try to pass some some custom body. So here we'll pass body, and we'll make this one as a div component, and this is will be our customize body. Now let's format it, save this. If I click here, we are getting customized body. So that means it's up to you. You will be able to manage whatever you want to do from here, right? So this is the advantage of creating a reusable component. So I think that's all for this particular project in terms of functionality. Now let's start working on the CSS. So now the first thing, we are having this model class name. So we'll go to our model.css, and this will be our model. So we'll make the position as fixed. We'll do getIndex as 1. We'll do a padding top of 150px. We'll do left of 0. We'll do top of 0. Width will do 100%. Height will do 100%. We'll do overflow as auto. And also we'll do a background color, which will be our, we'll do black color only. So this is fine. Next, I think we are having the model content. So we'll copy this. And here I'm going to pass the position as relative. We'll do background color as FE. Then we are having margin as auto. We'll do padding of 0. We'll do border of 1px solid red. We'll do width as 80%. And I think this is fine. Now first, let's see what is happening. If I save this, let's go here, because in this component we have to import. So I'm going to import model.css. Let's save it. All right. So it's coming black. This is looking very bad. Let's do one thing. Let's change this color to something else. Let's see. I'll go here. We'll do something different. Let's see. Okay, I think this is fine at the end. Now another thing what we need to do, we have to basically close this here. All right. So this, what we are going to do. So for this one, let's take a onClose method here. So we'll do function on close, and here I'm going to do set so modal popup, and this will be equal to false. All right, and this I'm going to pass it here. So this will be our onClose. All right, so this it will receive in this model JSX. So it will receive onClose. And now the advantage is that you can easily manage this using onClick. So you'll do onClick and you'll pass this onClose. That's it. So now if I go back, if I now click this, it is closing and it is working fine. All right. Now let's give some more styling also. So the first thing is that what we can do, we can give some styling to the this close icon. So let's go to our model.jsx. We are having close model icon. So we'll copy this and we'll do here cursor pointer first we'll do. All right, color, I think, let me see, color, this is fine. We'll do this one as, we'll do font size as 24px. We'll do a float right, and we'll do font weight as bold. Okay, this is coming here. Let me do this one 40. All right, now next we are having, I think, header. So let me copy this. So we'll do dot header, we'll do padding of 4px, 16px. We'll do a background color here, we'll do this color 5CB85C, and we'll do a color of white. Awesome. Now next we are having body, so we'll do dot body, we'll do a padding of 2px, 15px. Let me see what is the name. Body is fine. And after that we are having footer, so we'll do dot footer, we'll do padding as 2px, 16px. Let's make this one 16px only. And after this we are going to do a background color, so we'll use the same color here. Sorry, what I'm doing. Okay, this is fine, and we'll do color as white only. Okay, and for body, let me just check what is happening here. Let me just give a height of 200px. Okay, yeah, I think this is fine. If I now close this, open this, so this is working fine. If you want, you can also give some animation also. Let's give some animation here. So we'll go to our model content, and here we'll do some animations. We'll give animation name, animate model, and also we'll give animation duration of 5 seconds. And this keyframe you need to create, so we'll create a keyframe. So we'll do @ keyframes. We have to give the name. So here we'll do from, so it will start from, let's say we want to give a bottom or whatever bottom, let's say we want to give -200px, and that time we will give a opacity of 0, and then what you need to do, you have to give a 2. So this will be bottom, we'll give bottom 0, or let's do one thing, let's make this one as top instead of bottom, and I'll do this one as top, and then for 2 this opacity will be 1. All right, so now let's see what is happening. If I now save this, if I click here, see, it is working fine, and this is looking nice. So now if you want, you can pass customize header. So let's pass some customize header also. So here, let me just format this. So here you can pass a header component, which will be, let's say, your h1. So this is our customize header. And also if I now copy this and pass it, so this will be our footer. So this will be our customize footer. If I now save it, so you're getting customize header, customize body, and customize footer, and this is working fine. Also if you want, you can pass some ID, custom ID. That's it. So this is how you need to create a model component. Now this is also very frequently asked interview questions, and you should always practice this one. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so this is another project, simple project that we are going to build, where we will be using the GitHub public API to fetch and username details. So if I search something here, let's say Tom, and search here, so you can see that will be showing the loading state, and based on that we'll be getting the data here, and I will be basically able to visit this particular user GitHub page. And if I type my name here, so you can see that this data is coming, and then we'll be basically going to my home page. So this is another very simple one that we are going to create. So let's see how we are going to do this one. Alright everyone, so let's start working on our GitHub profile finder. So for this one, let's quickly create another component inside this, and I'll give this one name as GitHub profile finder. So inside this, I'll create our index.jsx, and we'll create styles.css, and let me close everything else. So the first thing is that we are going to create the component. So this will be export default function, and we'll give this one as GitHub profile finder. So how the approach will be, so we'll be calling a simple API. Based on that, we'll be getting the that profile data based on an input that we will be basically typing, and then whatever data we'll be receiving, based on that we want to render the user based on that particular API response. So here I'm going to return a div, and inside this I'll give this on a class name, and let's give this one name as GitHub profile container. All right, inside this we'll take another div. Let's give a class name. So here I'll give this one as input wrapper, and here let's take a input. So I'll give this a name as like what we can do, we can give name as a GitHub, or let's give this a name as search by username. We'll also give a type which will be text. We'll give a placeholder which will be search GitHub username. All right, and after this we'll be having a button, and here we are going to do something like search. That's it. So later we will be implementing the CSS, but for now this is fine. So here in this button we'll be having an onClick method which will be handle submit. So here we're going to create the function. This will be handle submit, and now we need to basically take some state. So one will be our username state, so which will hold the username that we are typing in the input, and let's say by default I want to keep this one as my name, so I'll give this one as Sangam Mukherjee. So on page load it will be always this value here. All right, and here I want to pass this value as this username. That's it. Now here the next thing what we are going to do, we will take a onChange method which will give you the event, and this will be set username which will be event.target.value. That's it. Alright, till this part this is fine. So now what we are going to do, we will take a use effect. Alright, so now here what we can do, we can simply take a use effect. So on page load we are going to call API, and let's do this one something like fetch GitHub user data. And now let's quickly create this method. So this will be async function fetch GitHub user data, and here we'll do const response which will be await fetch. Now here what we need to do, we have to give this URL which is https api.github.com/users/ and here you have to basically pass the username. That's it. So we're having const data which will be await res.json, and we are going to log the data here. So now let's see what is happening now first. So we'll save it, and let's go to our app.js, and now here we're going to give GitHub profile finder, and this will be GitHub profile finder. Let's save it, and now let's see what is happening. Alright, so you can see that we are getting Sangam Mukherjee here, and if I go to console we are getting an object, and inside this we are getting all the data here. Now whatever data we need, based on that you will be able to render the data, as simple as that. So for this one what we can do, let's do one thing, let's take another state here. So this will be const user data, and set user data, and this will do use state of null, and then we are going to check if the data is true. So we are going to do set user data will be our data. And also let's take a loading state. So I'll take another one. So const loading set loading, which will be use state of false, and before calling the API we're going to do this one as true, and here we are going to make this one as false. Alright, now here we'll do if loading is true, so we'll simply return a h1 and also like loading data, please wait. Now let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Refresh this. So you are getting immediately. That is fine. We can also make this one as true also. That is also fine. Now let's see. Now let's refresh this. Okay. Now this is fine. Now let's create another component here, and what we can do, we'll give this one as card.jsx, and basically we are going to pass the user data. Let's make this one as user. So this will be export default function user. So this will receive the user item, and we are going to basically return the JSX here. Alright, so first let's go here. Let's see what we are getting and what are the things that we need. So the first thing is that you can see that we are having this URL, or this one basically here. This is the image that we can use. What else we need? We can also check like when this is created, we can also get the followers data here, how many are following. Alright, what else we need? We can also check like how many repos are there, and repo URL, like whatever you need basically you will be able to. You're also able to check that if this is a type of user or not. Alright, and this is the URL, or basically the website that you want to visit. So let's start with this one. So let's say I want to take this one here. So first let me return something here. So you're going to destructure avatar URL. Then we need the followers. Then we need how many are following. Then we need the, what else? You can check the public repos. And also you'll take the URL here. So this will be from our user. Let me just format this. Alright. Alright, now let's quickly create the JSX here. Now we'll give a class name, and let's give this one as user, and inside this we'll take a div, and we'll take a image here. We'll give the source, which will be our this URL here. Also we'll give a class name avatar, and we'll give alt, which will be our user. That will be fine. We don't need to specifically say like it's a image. That is fine. Alright, now after this we'll take another div, and I think we are also having the name that we can take, I think. So you can see that we are having this name, which is null for now. That is fine. You can also take this login name. That is the name that we can check. So if the name is null, so we'll render the login one. So we'll check the name or the login. So here what I will do, we will basically take a paragraph and we'll render the, or let's do one thing. We will take a anchor here, and we are going to render this if the name is present, or else this will render the login. And here we are going to give a href. So this will basically go to this URL here on click of this. So this is the URL you can see. this one, let me see what is happening here. It is giving this data, but this we don't need. What we can do, we don't need this URL then. So we'll give a, let's give a template literals here, and we'll give https:/github.com, and then here we will be able to pass this login data that we are having. The reason is because if I show you here, this login is basically my username that we are having here. So this we can basically use, and I think this will be fine. All right, let's see what is happening till now. So I'll go here, and here we'll basically check if the user data, if this is not equal to null, or else we'll show null, or else we are going to render the user, and we'll pass the user, which will be my user data. All right, let's save it and let's see what is happening. Awesome. So you're getting the data here, and also once you call the data, let's make this one as false. Sorry, let's make this username as empty. So we'll do set username as empty. Let's refresh this. Awesome. I'll search something like, let's give Tom. Also, okay, on click of this also you need to give this. So let me just quickly call the same one. So on handle submit, we can call the same fetch get user data. This will work. Okay, now I'll give Sangam Mukherjee. Search, we're getting, we'll give Tom. Search, we're getting something. Let's give some random value. Let's see what is coming. We're getting some random data. Let's give some name. Awesome. So it's working fine. So now we have to start working on the styling. So what else we can render here? We can render the when basically this user created the data, or basically he created this data. So this is the created data that we'll be able to get. So let me just copy this. So we'll go here. I think we are already have taken. Let me check. We don't have taken. Okay. So now here what we can do, we can create our date. So this will be our created date, which will be our new, this will be equal to new date of this created date. And after this, what we'll do, let's take after this only, we'll take a paragraph, and we'll show something like user joined on, and then here we'll take a template literals, and we'll do created date dot get date. So this is the date it will give, and after this we'll give a space, and here we'll do this created date dot to local string, and here we can pass enus. All right, and after this we'll give the property, we'll pass a month. We'll make this one as sort. Awesome. And after this, what we can do, we can simply take another template literals here, and here we are going to pass this created date dot get full year. So let's format this, let's save it. So user joined on, this is fine. Let me refresh this. So you can see that user joined on 17 March 2019. So this is working fine. All right, now next what we can do, we'll keep this one very simple. We'll take another div. All right, and we'll render here 3 more divs. So we'll take 1, we'll take 2 and 3, and here we'll take a paragraph. So this will be the public repos. All right, and we'll take another p. So this will be our the number of repos. So this will be public repos. Let's copy this, render here followers and following. So this will be followers, and this will be following. Awesome. Let's save this. Let's see. So we're getting the data here. Let me refresh this. Let me search like what you can do. I'll give something like this. Let's search it. So we're getting some data here. Okay, so this is now done. So now let's quickly create a little bit of styling. We don't need that much styling. The only objective is to learn the functionality. Again, I'm repeating the same thing, but let's give some basic styling. Actually, I think that will be more than enough. So what we can do, we are having these styles. Let me first import this one in this component. Also, let me remove this console. So here we can import our styles. This will be styles.css. Alright, so the first thing we are having this, the GitHub profile container. So we'll copy this. So here we'll do margin 0 auto. We'll give a width of 90%. We'll give max width of 1000 px. We'll give padding of 20 px. And we'll do border radius of 8 px. That's it. Next, I think we are having this input wrapper. So let me just copy this. So here we'll give display. Let me just check what we are having. Okay, so we are getting some wrong value here. Let me see what is happening. Okay, this is fine. So this is coming in the middle. So now let's go back here. So you're having this input wrapper. So what we can do first, let me just take this input wrapper dot input, and also we'll do input wrapper. We'll make display as flex, and we'll just do a gap of 20 px. That will be enough. Okay, and here also we'll do justify content center. All right, and let's give a margin bottom of 20 px. So input, what we'll do a padding of 12 px. We'll do font size of 16 px. We'll do border none. Okay, so this is fine. Next we are having the buttons. We'll do dot input wrapper of button. So what we can do, we'll give here padding as 5 px 12 px. We'll do border as none. Border radius will do 8 px only. We'll give some background color. What we can give, we can give like, let me just give some random color for now, and then we'll take it from here. Let's give something like anything. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's give a color of black, and also we're going to give a color of cursor as pointer. Okay, I think this is fine. This is more than enough for this. Now next, we are having this card. So let's go to our card. Let me just close this. Not card, the user component. So we are having the user. So we'll copy this. So having dot user, we'll give a padding of 15 px. We'll give a border radius of 10 px, and yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, now next, what we can do, we are having this image. So let me just copy this, and here what we'll do, we'll give a height of 70 px. We'll give aspect ratio of 1:1. And we'll do border radius as 50%. Awesome. Let's make it 150. Let's see how this is looking. Okay. And for this one, we'll give a border. Actually, we'll give 1 px solid. Awesome. So now, next we are having, if I now go here, we are having this part, which is our name container. So we'll give a class, we'll give name container, and here let's copy this. So here we'll do name container, we'll do display as flex, and we'll do gap of 20 px. All right, and here I think we are having something. Let me just check here what is happening. Okay, so what we can do, we can give a flex of 1. This is also fine. And I think this is taking the margin. I think that is the reason, because we're having the p, right? So what we can do, we can give a dot name container of p. We'll make the margin as 0px. We'll do font size as 20px. Font weight we'll do bold. This is fine. And name container will do justify content center. Let's see what is happening. Okay, and also we'll give a margin top of 20px. Okay, if I now click here, it should go to this page only. You can see this is working fine. Now let's do one thing. We'll use the same structure for this one. So we'll make the this 2, 3 also will make this one as display flex. So what we can do, we'll give a class name. So we'll give this one as profile info, something like that. So here we'll copy this, and then here we'll do div, and we'll do display as flex, this one also, and we'll do justify content as center. Okay, and also we'll give a gap of 20px. And let's use the same style that we are using here. So we'll copy all of this, paste it, let's save it, let's see. Awesome. Yeah, I think that will be more than enough. So let me just search something else. We'll give something value like, okay, we are getting the name here. Let's search for something, Richard. You can see this is working fine, right? So that's all for another particular project. Now this is a kind of a general project where what they will do, like they will give you some kind of API URL. They will tell you that simply fetch the data, create a usable component, just like we have created this user component. You can also give this a name as a card, doesn't matter, and also you have to do little bit of styling. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so this is another very important questions, and that this is called search autocomplete. Now in interview, most of the times they will give you some dummy data, and from that data only you have to filter and show the autocomplete. But for now in this project, what we're going to do will be fetching the list of users from API, and then based on that you can see that you'll be getting the data here. So if I update it, this will be updated. All right, so if I click here, this is selected. If I again remove, this will be updated. So this is another very simple project that we are going to build. So let's see how we are going to implement this one. All right, everyone, so let's start working on our search autocomplete component. So for this one, I'm going to use this dummy JSON API. So the first thing is that what we are going to do now, again the question will be something like this. Either they will give you some dummy set of array of data, and then based on that you have to basically search and show the options, or they will say that fetch the data, store the data in a state, and then whenever you will type something, you have to basically filter from that data. So you're going to do the complex part. So we'll go to our docs. Let me close this. Now let's go to which one we can do. We'll do this get all users. Anything is fine, like this is just for example. All right, so now let me first quickly create another component. So we'll give this one as search autocomplete. We'll give search autocomplete with API. All right, now inside this we'll do index.jsx, and let me close everything else. So the first thing, we'll quickly create this component. So this will be function, and this will be search autocomplete. All right, now inside this we are going to return. So we'll return first we'll take a class name. So this will be search autocomplete container, and here we will take one input, simple input, then we'll give a name which will be search, because we are calling the users API, so we'll give search users. Then we'll be having a value unchanged that we are going to do, but for now we'll give a placeholder. It will be search users here, and also we'll give a class name, but that is also fine. This will work. Now first thing there are so many states we need to take, so we'll do one by one. First we'll need a loading state. Again, I always told you that we should always show the loading state while calling any kind of API. So this will be use state of false. Then we are having the users, or basically our data. So we'll do this on a set users and use state of empty array. Alright, now first time the page load, we are going to fetch the data and then we'll be storing in this users. So we'll take a use effect. For now we have done so many times, now we'll be like, this will be like a piece of cake for you. It will be very easy. Just take a method. So this will be fetch list of users, and this will be async function fetch list of users. Let's take a try block here. If you want, you can, like, it's always better to do these things. We can simply let's do one thing. Let's take another state here. So this will be const error set error, which will be use state of null. So here we are going to log this error first, and we'll do set error as this error. Alright, so this is fine. Now here we are going to call the API. So this will be const response, which will be equal to await fetch. So let me just take this. Alright, and this will be our data, which will be await response dot JSON, and let's see what we are getting in this data. Let's save it. Let's go to our app.js. Let me just comment it out, and we'll create another one, and this will be our search autocomplete. So this will be search autocomplete. Let's save it. Now let's go. Alright, so we are getting an object, and here we are getting users, so we can check if the user length is true. So we can go here and we can check that if data and data dot users and data dot users dot length, if this is true, so set users will be data dot users. We'll do set loading as false, and also we'll do set error as null. And here we are going to make the set loading as true, and if there are any error, then also you can make the set loading as false. That's it. Alright, so this is about the getting the data. So now what we need to do, whenever we will be typing something, we have to fetch the data from this list of users, correct? Now we can do another thing, and that is, if you go here, let's say we want to filter based on only first name. So instead of setting the full object, we can make this one much simpler. So we'll do data.user.map. So this will be user item, and we'll just take store this user item dot first name instead of storing all of this. So now let me just log this, and let's see what we are getting in this users. Alright, so we are getting all of this. You can see that we are getting all the first name, right? So now we need to basically implement the on change. So for this one, the first thing is that what we are going to do, we will take another state, and this will be our search param and set search param, and this will be use state of empty. So here we are going to give the value as search param, and now we need to basically check that when we want to show the drop down to the user. Drop down means whenever we'll be typing something, if there are any match, so you have to show some kind of drop down here. So for this one, we will take another state, and this will be const so drop down set so drop down, and this will be equal to use state of false. Alright, so now what we are going to do, first we'll be doing the on change. So we'll take a on change. Let me format this. So we'll take a on change, and this will be handle change, something like that. And now let's quickly clear this method. So this will be handle change. All right. Now here first we'll be getting the event. So what we can do, we can take the query. All right, so which will be the first thing is that query will be our this search param that we are having here. That is fine, but we can do something like this. So we'll take a query. First let's make this event, we'll do event dot target dot value that we'll be receiving, and we'll make this onto 2 lowercase. All right, and then we'll do set search param, which will be this query that we are setting. Now here what we are going to do, we'll check if user is typing at least 2 characters, at least 2 they need to type. So we'll do if the query is greater than 1, so then we want to do something. So what we are going to do, again we will take another state, which will be our filtered users, and set filtered users should be use state of empty. Obviously you can directly also manipulate this method here, but I think it is always better to take another separate state here. Now here we'll do const filtered data. Now this will be these users that we are having. So this will be users, and if this users dot length, if this is true, then only we want to do, or else this will be empty. Now here what we are going to do, we'll do users dot filter. So it will filter, will take item. Now here it will do this item dot 2 lowercase. Then we are going to check the index of this query that we are typing. That means in this item whether this query is present or not, as simple as that. Index of this query that we are typing here, if this is greater than -1, that means that is basically present. So this will basically give us our filtered data. Now we'll do set filtered user will be our filtered data, and we'll do show drop down as true, correct, else the show drop down will be false, and I think that is fine. Now you will see what will happen. Let me just do one thing. I think we are logging here. Let me just log users, and then we'll do filtered users. And now let me just go there. So you're getting Terry. You can see that we are getting 2 data. Now I'll search for T. Okay, I think we are getting some error. So drop down is not a function. I think we have done wrong. So this will be set so drop down. Okay, so you can see now I'll type here E R. Okay, so you're not getting anything. Okay, let's see what exactly we are doing here in the code. So getting the query, let's setting this part is fine. Oh sorry, we need to do query dot length. Now this would work. And now let me refresh this. So we'll do T E. We got 2 result. You can see here. If I give let's give R, still 2 R. Now I'll give Y. So we are getting only 1. If I remove, we are getting 2. So this is working fine. So now what we can do, simply, if this is true, that means show drop down is true. So we want to show another component. So I'll create another component here. I'll give this a name as suggestions.jsx, and here I'll do export default function, and this will be suggestions. Now here what we are going to do, we'll be receiving the data from the parent component, and then we are going to return simple ul, and here we'll do this data dot length. Sorry, first we'll check if the data and data dot length, if this is true, or else this will be null. and here we are going to do data.map. So this will be our item, and we are going to simply return a li, and in the key we'll render this. We'll take the index here. So we'll take the index and we are going to render the item here. That's it. Alright, now let's save it. Now let's go back, and here we are going to do if this drop down is true, and then I want to render the suggestions, and here you have to pass the data which will be our filtered users. I hope you are getting. Now this is a reusable component. Now you will be obviously will be able to pass all of this as a prop also from another parent component, and you'll be able to easily manage that. Now another thing we can do, and that is here we can show something like if loading is true. So we'll do another thing here. Instead of here, because we're calling the API, so we need to manage this loading. So we'll do loading data. Please wait, or else we want to render this item. So let's format this. Now let's see what is happening. So we'll go here. See, we are already getting the result here. So I'll type something TE. We are getting RRY. We are getting only 1. Now let me give something else. We'll give MI. We are getting 1. What else we are having? 2. Let's see. MA we are having. So we'll give MA. We are getting 4. I'll give C. We are getting only 1. Remove R. And you can see that this is working fine. Alright, I think till this part this is fine. So now what exactly we want to do? So whenever we are typing something here, let's say if I click something, so I want to set that value here. Let's see how we are going to do that. So to do this one, we'll take another handle click method. So that I'm going to create, this will be handle click. So this method I'm going to receive in this component. Alright, and here what we can do simply, we will basically take a on click here and we'll pass this handle click here. Alright, so this is what we can do. Now here, if I now format this, let's save it. Let's go here, let's quickly create this method. So we'll do function handle click, we'll get event. Alright, and now what we can do, let me just log this e.target.inner text. Sorry, let's make this an event. Okay, so now let's see what is happening now. If I now go back and let me first refresh this. So I'll type something, let's click here. Okay, I think we are getting an error, inner text of undefined. Sorry, this will be target. So now let's click here. So you're getting this steady, and you can see that we are getting the value here. Now this is pretty simple. What we can do, you can make this set so drop down. This will be false. We don't want to so. And then we want to set the search param, which will be this event.target.innerText. So copy this, and also we will make the set filtered users as empty. That's it. Now let's save it. Now let's see. Let me refresh this. So we'll do TE. Now click here. We are getting the value. Alright. If I now see, this is working fine. If I click here, we are getting this one. If I remove 1, again remove, we are getting 2. Remove all of this. We'll do MA. Click merge cell, and this is coming fine. And you can see that the functionality is working fine. I'll see one thing that I haven't done any CSS in this particular project, because I think there is no point, because here for this particular project, from this point of view, they will not ask you to do much CSS. Like this is kind of a functionality wise project, so even if you've done till this part, that will be more than enough. So what we have done, we have basically called the API, and based on that we stored the data in somewhere, and then from that data we are filtering and we are showing. Now if they told you to do CSS, I think for now, till these many projects that you have done, I think you do have much idea, you will be able to do it by yourself. So I think for now, for this particular project, this is fine. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so I think I don't have to explain this one, that why we are doing this. I know that you all know that Tic Tac Toe is one of the most asked interview questions in product-based companies. And most of the times they will say that you can't use any framework, but that also you're going to do in next videos when we will be implementing all of this in simple vanilla JS. But sometimes companies like Amazon or Atlassian, they will tell you that, okay, you can use any framework that you like. So obviously we will be able to implement this one. So here we'll show that the user that will be winning, and if no one is winning, this is a draw, we'll be able to restart. And let's say how it will work. So let's say if I do here, you can see winner is O, and if let's say if I do here for X, so you can see that winner is X, please restart the game. And this also will be implementing each and everything from scratch. So let's see how we are going to do this one. Alright everyone, so let's get started working on this Tic Tac Toe. So what we'll do, let's create a component first, the folder first. So we'll do Tic Tac Toe. So inside this we'll create our index.jsx, and we'll do styles.css. Alright, so here we'll do export default function Tic Tac Toe. So the first thing is that what we are going to do, we need to basically create the board. Now, as I already mentioned in the introductory video of this particular project, like this is a very, very important question that you actually will get in your interview most of the times. Like companies like Amazon, Adobe, Microsoft, even Atlassian also ask this question. So you should prepare it very carefully. And here actually you have to explain each and everything what you are doing. Now here the first thing is that let's return our div. So here I'll give a class name of Tic Tac Toe container. Alright. And here we need to create our rows. So because we are having 3 rows, so if you see here how this logic will work, so we're having 0 1 2, right, let's say 3 4 5, and then let's say 6 7 and 8. So based on that we have to create these 3 rows. So we are having 1 row, then we'll create 2 and 3, and I'll give this one as name as row. Let's copy this and we'll paste it here, same here. Let's format this. Let me just comment it out. Alright, so you're having 3 rows. Now for each and every row we'll be having 3 squares. So one will be for this one, this one, this one, same for row second 3, and then last row 3. So here what we can do, we can simply create another component. We can create in this file only, and we'll give this one name as square. Alright. And for now we'll simply return a button here, and we are going to render some value. Alright, so this value it will basically receive from this parent component, which is this component. So it will receive a value. For now we don't have any value, but we are going to implement that. So here inside of this we will be basically creating our each and every square. So what we can do, simply we can call this square, this component here. So this component that we are having, and then we can paste it 3 times. Same we can do it for here, and then we can do it for here. So total we are having total 9 squares. Alright, now first let's create the CSS first. So first what we are going to do, first we'll take our let me just copy the class name. So we are having this one. So we'll do Tic Tac Toe container, and then we'll do after. So we'll do clear both. We'll do content as empty, and we'll do a display of table. Alright, then inside this we are having each and every squares. So let me just go here. Let's give a class name here. So we'll give a class name of square. This will be UARE. So this is our each and every individual squares. So let's go here, and then we'll do dot square. So here first we'll do a border of 1px solid red, then we'll do a float of left, we'll do a font size of 40px, we'll do a height of 100px, what else, we'll do padding of 0px, we'll do text align as center, and we'll do width as 100px. That's it. Also let's use some margins. We'll do a margin right of -1px, and we'll do a margin top of minus 1 px. Alright, that's it. And also let's use a cursor pointer. So now let me just import it. So we'll do import styles.css, and then we are going to use this one here. So let me just comment it out. So we'll use another component. So this will be our Tic Tac Toe, and here I'll import Tic Tac Toe. Let's save it and let's see what is happening here. So if I now go back, alright, so you can see that it's breaking. That is fine. We have to give some styling here. So what we can do, if I go here, so you're having this one, each and every row. So here we can give a display of flex, and we'll do flex direction as column, and that's it. This will work. Alright, so you can see the each and every row you're having. And let's give a justify content not justify content, we have to give the align item as center, and we can give a margin top of, for example, 100 px. So let me copy this. So this is our container. So we'll go to our container and we'll just paste it here. Let's see. Awesome. So we're having here. So I think for now this will be more than enough for the styling part. Now here the main thing is that you have to basically explain the functionality in the interview, that what you are doing and why you are doing that. So let's start one by one. So the first thing is that you can see how it will work. So this game is basically whenever you will click on any of the squares. So first, if I am giving the cross first, so next time you have to give a 0. So this is how it will work, 0 or O, whatever you can say. So it will be like toggling. Again, if I click, it will be cross, again it will be 0. So that means we have to first decide that from which we want to start. Either we can start with a cross or we can start with a 0. And also for each and every squares, there will be some space or some state we need to take so that we can fill that later. Whenever we will be clicking, we have to, let's say if I click here, the first one with cross. So I have to set a square value for this particular square, for this particular element in the state. So that means for now we need 2 state. So one will be our squares, and this will be set squares. I think I'm doing some spelling wrong. UARES. So this will be UA. And here what we can do a U state of, so we'll take an array of 9 because we are having 9 square basically, and we are going to fill this one with empty string. That means currently we have empty. So if I now show you what is happening in this, so I'll show you square, so you'll understand. I think something is wrong here. Let me just check what is happening. I think we can remove this one. Let me just check. Sorry, it is not taking. What is happening? Oh, see, this is the reason. So I think we don't need to give this one. We can remove this part from here. Now let's see. Yes, so this is fine. That is the reason. Okay, so now you see, if I go to console, we are having 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 with empty. Now let's say if I click here, that means I clicked on the 0th index, for example. So I have to fill this one with that. If I click cross, it will be cross here. The next, let's say I clicked on this one. So this is 0 1 2 3 4 with 0. So 4 element will be a 0, like that. So like that you have to fill all the 9 elements. If there is a winner, so we'll simply return the winner, and there will be a restart button. If all the elements are filled and no one wins, that means it's a draw. So for this one, what we can do, we can take another state, and this will be const. We'll do is x turn. That means if it is x turn or it's a O turn. Set we'll do set is x turn, and this will be used state of true. So that means first time we'll start with x. Alright, now next what we are going to do, here you can see that we have to basically take a on click each and every time we'll be clicking. So here first I'll receive a on click. So it will receive on click, which will be here on click. So this will be on click, which will be this on click that will be receiving, and then you have to pass the on click everywhere. And here I'll take a handle click method, and for first one I have to pass 0. So this will be 0. Second one I have to pass 1. So this will be 1. Sorry, this will be 1. This will be 2. Then we are having these 3. And at the end we are having these 3. So this will be 3. This will be 4. This will be 5. This will be 6, 7. And this will be 8. So for each and every square we are having kind of identifier, or basically the index. So now we are going to create our function handle click. Alright, so here it will receive the get current square. So here what we will simply do, we'll take this square that we are having, or let's do one thing, let's copy these copy squares so that we will not directly mutate the state, which will be these squares. And here we will do simply copy squares of this get current square. So we'll check that if it is x turn, so we'll render x, or else it will be O. I hope you are getting. So we'll check if it is x turn, so we'll cross a x, or else this will be a O. And then what we need to do, first you have to basically reverse this. So if it is x means now it is false, because this will be now O's turn. If it is O's turn, then again it will be true. So we'll do set is x turn will be not equal to is x turn. I hope you are getting this. And then you have to set the squares, which will be this copy squares. That's it. Now what you need to do, you have to pass the value here. You can see we are getting this value. So this we can simply pass. So here we'll take a value, and this value will be, what we can do, we can simply pass. So it will be squares of 0. So copy this, paste it here. If you want, you can also make this on dynamic. You can create a simple function and then you can pass these values dynamically. So this is 0, 1, 2, then it will be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now let's save it and let's see what is happening. So see, if I click here, coming X, again if I click here, now this is O, X, O, X, O. Now I'll see one thing will happen. See, I clicked all of this. Now let's see if I click here again. See, it is getting changed to O. So that means we need to check if this square is already full, or means already there is a value. So we don't need to change the value. We have to return. And also another thing we need to check, and that is that we are going to do that if there is a winner, or basically if there is a draw, then also we don't want to render anything. So first we'll simply check here that if these copy squares of this get current index, get current square, if there is a value, so we'll simply return from here. All right. So now let's see what is happening. Let's save it. So now I refresh this. So we'll render some value 0, and now see if I click here again, nothing is happening because we don't want to change the value here, and this is as expected, correct? So this is working fine. Now what we need to do, so this handle click part we actually got. Now you have to calculate the winner, that how we are going to calculate. So now you see one thing, that how winner is calculated. So if all of this actually pattern is true, so I'll show you. So first I'll create another function. So this will be function get winner, something like that. And here I'll pass these squares. It will get the squares as argument. So how we have to do, we have to basically first take the winning patterns. So winning patterns will be this 0, 1, 2. I'll show you why. If all three are X or O, so this and this one, so this is one pattern. Then we are having 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we are having 0, 3, 6, means this one horizontally, 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8. Then we are also having this one diagonally 0, 4, 8 and 6, 4, 2. So these all will be winning patterns, and this also you have to explain in your interview or wherever you are doing. 3, 4, 5. Then we are having 6, 7, 8. Then we are having 2, 5, 8. I think 2, 5, 8. 2, 5, 8. Then we are having 0, 4, 8. Then we are having 2, 4, 6. And also we are having 0, 3, 6. And we are having 1, 4, 7. So we are having total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. So these all will be your winning patterns. So now what we'll do, we'll simply take a for loop. Let I equal to 0, I less than winning patterns dot length, and I plus plus. So now we can simply check. First we'll destructure these 3 values. So for each and every one will be a value. So this is, let's say, A value, B value, and C value. Or let's take this one as like X, Y, and Z. So this will be winning patterns of I. Now we'll simply check if the squares of X and squares of X is equal to squares of Y, and squares of X is equal to squares of Z. So what we are doing here, so that means we are checking if this, the value that we are having here, let's say we are having X here, so this is X value, and here also we are having X, so that means this is equal to this, and also here also we are having X, that means this also equal to this. So all 3 are of either X or either Y, either O or either X. So that means this is a winning pattern. So this is exactly what we are doing here. If X is equal to Y or X equal to Z, so that means we are having a winner. So we are going to return this squares of X. That's it. Else we will simply return here. Let's do something like this. After this we are going to return null. Sorry, what I'm doing. So this will be return null. So this will basically calculate the winner. That's it. So now what we are going to do, we'll simply take a use effect. Okay. And here I'll keep these squares and the is extern as a dependency. Now another thing we need to check here, if there is a winner, that means if this is true, so we don't want to change anything. So that means we don't want to change any value if there is a winner. So here also we need to give this condition that if there is a winner, so what we can do, simply you can pass this get winner of this copy squares if this is true, or else if there is a value, that means we want to return. Alright, now we have taken the use effect. So here what we are going to do, I'll take another state here to maintain the status. So we'll take a status, and this will be set status, and this will be use state of, we'll keep this one as empty. So here we'll check that if there is a winner, or that means first we'll do the not one. So if there is not a winner, so we'll do get winner of these squares. That means if there is a no winner, and if squares dot every if every square is full, that means it's a draw. Because see, in this position you can see X is a winner, or this part, because these 3 are same, these 3 are same. Or let's say there is a different scenario. For example, we give X 0 X, we're having 0, then we're X 0 X 0 and X. So you can see here we don't have any winner, correct, but all the squares are full. So that means this is a draw in this scenario. So this is what we are doing, that if every item is not empty, if item is not equal to empty, so we'll do something like set status, and we'll render here this is a draw, this is a draw, please restart. So we'll do please restart the game. Alright, else if there is a winner, so if this get winner of this square, if this is true, so we'll do set status, so set status will be, so here we'll do winner is, this will be winner is, so we'll just render this get winner of squares, because here we are returning that value. Alright, else if there is no winner, that means the game is not a draw, and also there is a no winner, so either it will be a X turn or Y turn. So here we'll do set status, so this will be, so it will show like next player is, so here we'll render if it is X turn, so it will be X or it will be O. and I think we are done. So now let's see if I want to render here. We'll take h1 and we'll render the status. Let's see what is happening now. So you can see next pillar is X. I'll click here, O, click here, O, X, O. Now notice what will happen if I click here. Winner is X. You're not able to click or do anything here, correct? So that means that if there is a winner, don't want to do, so we can restart the game. So here also you can do something like winner is this, please restart the game. Alright, now we will have a button simple and we'll keep this on as restart. So we'll do on click, we'll do handle restart. So here we'll create method, this will be handle restart. So what we need to do on the restart, first we have to make this set is extra and is true, and then we'll do set squares. So again we'll make this array of 9 dot fill with empty. That's it. Now let's save it. Let's click on next player is X, click here, winner is O, please restart the game. Will not be able to restart. Now I'll do X, O, X, X, sorry, let me restart again. 0, X, 0, X, 0, X, 0. Now if I click here, okay, let's see what is the issue here. So you're doing square dot not equal to empty. See, we are doing set square, this will be set status. Now let's see. Okay, so we'll do X, O, X, O, X, O, X, O, and now if I click again, so this is a draw, please restart the game. I'll not be able to click anything. Restart. If I do X, X, O, Y, winner is O. If I do for X, let's see, winner is X. Let me check another time if it's a draw. So this is a draw. Yeah, I think that's all for this particular project. I hope that this will definitely help you, and also I break down each and every step why I'm doing that. So this is the same that you can implement in your project or wherever you want to implement the same. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. All right, now this is another new I'm not sure whether you know this particular project, and that is called the feature flag. So how this basically works, so let's say you are creating a production level application where you are having so many applications, and for a particular year of time, let's say in Christmas, you will show some special component in your website. So instead of changing the code directly, how it will work, so you will be basically calling an API from a real API obviously, and then you will be basically getting the list of key value pairs, that which features you want to enable and which features you want to disable for that particular time, and whatever flags you are getting as enable from the API, those only you want to render. So you can see that obviously we don't have any real API, but the implementation will be exactly same. So for this one we are going to use context. So here you can see that we'll be having some features. Let's say I want to enable the light and dark theme, I want to enable the Tic Tac Toe, I want to enable the random color generator, accordion, and tree view, and the tabs. So based on that, it will automatically render all of this, and the functionality will definitely work for each and every separate component. So you can see that. All right, so this is exactly what we are going to build. Now most of the times, like, this is obviously not a very simple one. Like if you are giving an interview and they will give you like 30 minutes of time, you will not be able to implement that first. But let's say there are more than 1 hour or 2 hours of time, so they might ask you these particular questions, and most of the times they will again ask you this one to implement in vanilla.js simply, but you will be able to, sometimes they will allow you to implement in React.js also. So let's see how we are going to implement this. So this is not a simple one, this is you can say like this is a middle level project that we will be implementing. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the feature flag implementation. Now this is a very important question that you might get faced in your interview. So as I already discussed that what exactly we are going to do, so let's quickly start implementing. So what I'm going to do, inside this components folder, let's create another folder, and sorry, I think we have to give here. So inside components, we'll give this one name as feature flag. Now for this one, what we are going to do, we will be basically using a context. Now in a real life project, when you will be basically creating this feature, most of the times you need some kind of global management, something like Redux or context, whatever you are using, like Just and some other state management library, that doesn't matter, but at the end the concept will be exactly same. So inside this, what I'm going to do, I'll create a folder and I'll give this one name as context. Sorry, this will be a folder and this will be context, and inside this I'm create index.jsx. Alright, now this is inside our context. Now for this particular feature flag, we need also our index.jsx, and also we needed data, because for this one we will be using a dummy data for now, because most of the times in interview also you will get this dummy data, and I'll discuss why. So now the first thing is that we'll start with this data. Now how it will work, let's say you are having some feature in your application. For example, if I give some very common example, like let's say dark and light and dark toggle functionality in your application, you are having various kind of charts or some kind of, like let's say you are having a banner, and that banner you want to display in some particular time of your year, let's say Christmas banner. So what will happen, using this feature flag, you will be basically calling a feature flag API, and then that API will give you the response, and in that response you will be having that what are the features that you want to enable and what are the features that you want to disable. So if you do this kind of thing, what will happen, you don't have to manually change anything in the code. Based on your API response, you will be able to understand that, okay, I need to enable the Christmas banner, so you'll be basically getting the data from the API. Alright, so let's see how we are going to implement this. Alright, so for now you can see that we are already having so many components. Let's say we want to enable our light and dark mode, and also we want to enable this QR code, whatever we want to enable. So for this one, let's say we're getting a dummy response. So this will be our dummy API response. Now obviously this response will be getting from your API. For now we'll be using a dummy API response, doesn't matter, you just have to call the API and you have to save the data. Now here what I'm going to do, I'll show something like show light and dark mode. So this is each and every actually is the key, and this is the value that you want to show this feature in your website or not. Let's say we're having dark and light and dark mode, then we are having show Tic Tac Toe board. This is also true. We'll take 5. What else we can take? We'll take this random color. So random color generator, this will be true. And let's take another 2. We'll take so accordion, we'll make this one as, let's say, false, and also let's make this one also false. And let's take another last one. Which one we can take? We'll take this tree view, so tree view, and this will be, let's say, true. So this is the key value pairs that you will be receiving from your API. Now I will be basically creating a function. So let's make this one a function fetch, or let's do feature flags data service call. So this will return a new promise. Sorry, this will be a promise. So we'll take resolve reject. And what I'm going to do for now, because we are already having a dummy API response, I'll check if the dummy API response is present. So I'll just do a set timeout. Sorry, we'll do set timeout, and we'll resolve this dummy API response that we are having. We'll give a time of 500 milliseconds. Else we'll just reject, and we'll show something like some error occurred, please try again. That's it. And let's do export default of this feature flag data service call. Alright, so this is the, let's say, API response you are having. Now we will go to our context and let's create our context. So here I'm going to, first we have to create the context. So here I'll create a context. So this will be export const, and I'll give this one as feature flags context, which will be create context of null. Now let's create our state. So we'll do export default function. This will be feature flag global state. So this will receive the children of components, and here you are going to return this feature flag context dot provider, and we are going to get the children here. For now we also have to pass a value, so we'll pass an empty object. Alright, so this is all about the context that we need. So now what we basically need to do, so in this context we will be calling the API, and then we will be passing that how many flags that are enabled. So let's say these true, all the trues are enabled and all the false are disabled. So if this is enabled, so I want to show this one in my UI. Alright, so let's quickly do one thing. Let's quickly create our component. So this is our main component, which will be export default function. This is our feature flags, something like that. And here I want to just return div, and let's return h1, and this will be our feature flags. Alright, now generally whenever we will use any kind of context, we should always use this one in our index, but for now this is fine because we want to individually use this one in this particular component only. But later if you are doing in the global level, always wrap this index.js or basically this app inside your this app you have to wrap inside this feature flag. Alright, so now let's go to our app.js, and I'm going to comment out this part. Let's take another comment, and this will be our feature flag implementation. So here I'm going to import our first thing. What we need to do, we have to import our feature flag global state, because we have to wrap this component inside our context. So this will be our main context wrapper, and this feature flag will be our component. I hope you are getting. So now let's format and save this. Alright, so we are getting feature flags. So now what we need to do, first we will call the API. So we'll go to our context, we'll take two state. So one will be loading and set loading, which will be use state of false. And if you see, for each and every project I'm always taking this loading state, and it is always a good practice to showcase your user that whenever you are doing some asynchronous activity, you should always show some kind of loading state, so that it will be very, very easy to understand for them. And also I'm going to take the enabled flags that will be received from the API, and this will be set enabled flags, and we'll give this one as use state of null. Or let's take a empty object. Alright, now what we'll do, we'll simply take a use effect, and here on page load we're going to do here fetch feature flags. So this will be async method. So here I'm going to do async function fetch feature flags. So here I'm going to do a try catch block. So here I'm just do a log for now, and also let's throw some error of this error, sorry. So here what we'll do const response, which will be await. This will be feature flag data service call. Now here you need to do the main, your original service call. Alright, now here you will be getting the response. So if I now log this response, let's see what we are getting. Let's format this, let's save it. So you're getting an object, and inside this you're getting all the keys. Now based on these keys you have to basically render the components here. So now what you can do here set enabled flags. This will be equal to response, and here we are going to pass this enabled flags. So this will be our value. That's it. Now this is a very simple. So if I now go here, so we'll basically render a components. So we'll take const components to render, which will be array, and inside this we'll take our key. Now you'll see this key is basically this key that we are having, so we're having 5 keys. So I'll paste it here. So this will be our first one. Now for this one I have to use the component. So this will be our light and dark mode. I hope you're getting. Then you'll copy this and paste it 5 times. We'll do so Tic Tac board. So this will be our Tic Tac Toe. Then we are having so random color. This will be our random color. Then we are having so accordion. This will be our accordion, and then we are having the tree view. So this will be our this will be our tree view. That's it. Now let me remove this. Now what we need to do, so we will basically get the enable flags from the API. So the first thing is that we'll destructure this one from use context of, we are having this feature flag context. So this will give you this enable flags that you are passing here. So this state. Also we don't manage the loading state, so let me just do a loading state of true, and here we'll make the set loading as false. If there are any error, we'll also set loading as false. So you have to do it here before this, and here we'll pass the loading. So these two we are going to receive from our context. So we'll paste it here. So now we'll basically, so if there are any loading, so we'll simply return here div, or let's make this one as h1. So this will be loading data, please wait. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. It will be very fast. I think you'll not be able to see this. Alright, so this is fine. So now what we need to do, we have to basically check that how many flags are enabled. Based on that, we have to check based on this key, we will render that particular component. So what we can do, we can simply do here component to render dot map, and this will be our component item, and here we'll simply check, we'll create a function here. So let's quickly create this function. So this will be function check enabled flags, and here it will receive the get current this will be get current key. So here we'll simply return this enabled flags of this get current key. So now what this is, an object. So if we are getting a current key of, let's say, so tree view, so it will check that if this so tree view is true or false. If it is true, so we'll render it, or else not. So now we'll do check enable flags of component item dot key. If this is true, so we'll do component item dot component we want to render, or else this will be null. Now see what will happen. If I now save this, now go back, see, now we are getting all the components here. So first we are getting Tic Tac Toe. I think this is the first one. Sorry, I think we are having so and light, and because this is false, this is correct. Then we are having this one, and these all definitely will work. You can see everything is working. And I think this tree view is not working. The reason is I think we have to pass the data. So here we have to pass the data, what is the name? Let me just check. So this is menus. So we have to pass the menus, which will be our menus from tree view. That is the reason. Let me just save it. Now let's see. Okay. Now this is coming. Now see what will happen. Now let's say in your API response, now this so accordion is also coming true, and the show dark mode is also coming true. Now if I now save this, now see, we are getting all of this. So we are getting this one, we are also getting Tic Tac Toe, random color generator, and here you are also getting the accordion. Alright, I think there is some styling issue, but that is fine because it is mismatching, I think, multiple component style because of the naming, but at the end functionality is working. So you can see that everything is working fine. Yep. Now let's say if you want to add a new component, so obviously this key needs to be updated, and based on that you have to also have to render this component, or else this will not work. For example, let's say we want to render the, which one we'll do, I'm not sure, we'll do tabs one. So we'll add another key here, so we'll do show tabs, and here we'll do component, and this will be our tab test, and here I'll add this show tabs as true. If I now save it, now let's see, so you scroll down, you can see we are getting the tabs component also. Alright, so this is basically the concept behind this feature flag implementation. Now obviously sometimes they will tell you not to use any kind of framework, you have to do it in Vanilla.js, but as I already mentioned that in later videos I will be creating all of these projects in Vanilla.js also. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next 3 projects will be 3 custom hooks, and one will be the useFetch. So you can see that, so for this one we'll be creating a custom hook where you will be like able to pass a URL, customizable, and all the options, and based on that you will be getting the data. Next will be like this one, so which is basically a outside click. So here you can see that we are having some data, and if I click outside, that data is basically hidden. So this concept you can also implement any kind of model. So let's say in interview they'll ask you that, okay, you create a model and on outside click you have to close the model. So this is basically the same hook that we are going to create, and at the end we'll be creating this useWindowResize hook. So if I, let's say, try to resize this one, so you see that this width will be basically, and the height will be changed. So this is another one that we are going to build. So we'll be creating mainly 3 hook. One is useFetch, useOnclickOutside, and then useWindowResize, or you can also say this one as useResponsive. Alright everyone, so let's start implementing the first custom hook, and that is useFetch. Although this is not the first custom hook, I think we have already implemented another one, and that is use local storage while implementing that light and dark component. But this is also very, very important. I think I already discussed multiple times. Whenever you will give any interview, most of the times they will ask you like create any custom hook that you know. Now one of the most popular one is useFetch, that basically is used to fetch any kind of data from a API URL, and that has to be customizable. So that we are going to create, and also we'll be creating 2 more. One will be useOnclickOutside. So let's say you are having a model, and on click of outside you want to close the model or anything. And the third will be the useResponsive or useWindowResize, whatever you want to tell. So let's start with our first one. So I'll just close everything else, and also let me just comment out this one. Alright, so we are having first custom hook, and that is useFetch custom hook. So let me just close everything else. So here I'll create another folder, and this will be my useFetch. So here I want to create 2 files. One will be my useFetch hook, that will be my index.jsx, and second one will be the testing. So I'll give this one as test.jsx. Alright, so now whenever we implement any custom hook, the first question will be you to query like what are the requirements, what are the parameters that you need to pass, what are the state that you need to manage, and lot of other things. So here let's say in this useFetch hook you will be receiving, for now we'll keep this one very, very simple, we'll just receive some URL, and also let's say you want to receive some options, and you want to manage a loading state, that is absolutely mandatory, and also you have to maintain a error state. So let's see how we are going to do that. So the first thing is that we'll do export default function. We have to give this a name as use. So this is how a hook's name works. I think you already have it. Sorry. So we'll give this one as a useFetch. This will receive a URL, and also this will receive some optional options. Alright, so now here, as I already told you, we have to manage 3 states. So one will be our data. So this will be data, set, data, and this will be use state of null. Then we are having a loading state, so we'll give loading, or let's say pending, whatever. We'll give this on pending. We have given so much loading everywhere, so we'll give this one as false. And also we'll take another state, and that will be our error state. We'll do error, set, error, and this is also will be used state of null. Alright, so now what we need to do, basically we are getting this URL, so this URL will be our dependency. So based on this URL we need to fetch the data. So here what you can do, simply create a use effect, and then you give this URL as a dependency, and here we are going to create a method. So this will be our fetch data. Alright, so now here we will create our function. So this will be async function fetch data. So here the first thing is that we'll take a try and we'll take a catch. So this will be error. So we'll just render the set error, that this will take template literals, and we'll pass this error, and then we'll show some error occurred. Alright, and obviously we have to make the set pending as false. That's it. Now let's copy this, and here we are going to make also this one as true. Now here we'll do const response. This will be await fetch. So fetch will take the URL, and then we can pass these options that we are having here. That's it. So here now we can check if this response.ok is false. So we'll basically throw a new error, and we'll take this response for now, and we have to do the dot response dot status text. Alright, and then here we'll do const result, which will be await response dot json. So this will give you the result, and after that we are going to just call the set data. This is actually simple as how we have usually do a API call result, and we are going to make the set error as null, and also we'll do set pending as false. That's it. So this will now just do the automatic fetching call, and now as simple as that, we just have to return the data, the error, and the pending state. That's it. So that means these all the data you are returning from this custom hook. This custom hook now you will be able to use throughout the application. It doesn't matter. Alright, now obviously there are a lot of things that you can do, like you can manage this one on some button click, like anything, like on some on change event, on some callback, like so many things that you can do. But for now let's keep this one very simple. So now let's say we want to use this one in this test component. So I'll just quickly create this component. So this will be export default function, and this will be use fetch hook test. Alright, so here let's keep this one very simple. So we'll just return a div, and we'll give this one h1, and this will be our use fetch hook. Now here first thing is that we have to take the output from the hook, but how we are going to get that? Before that we have to pass this input, right? Until unless we'll pass the URL, it doesn't work. So that is the reason we'll do const, then we are having data error. So basically we are destructuring and the pending state. So this we are going to get it from useFetch. Now you see it will take URL. Now as such I remember, I think we are using some URL in this scroll indicator. I think we can use the same. Let me just check. I think we are using somewhere dummy JSON. Yes. So here we can copy this and then we can pass this one, and this will pass this one as empty object. That is fine. Alright, so that means we are passing this input to this hook, and based on that we are returning the data, error and the pending. Let's see what is happening here now. So we'll log our error, data and pending. Let's save it. Let's go to our app.js, and here I'm going to render useFetch hook test. Now let's save it. Alright, now let's go to our inspect. So we are getting null, so that means there is no error. First time this is false, pending, then it is true. Now we are getting the data, so you can see that we are getting the products here. So this is the things that we need to render. So now this is very simple, so we can just simply go to our test component, and here we can simply check if the pending is true. So we'll basically render some h2 tag, h3, that pending. So we'll do pending, please wait, or else this will be null. And then here we can basically check if the data and data dot products and data dot products dot length, if this is true. So we'll do data dot products dot map. This will be product item, and here I'll simply return some p for now, and I'll return product item dot title, and we'll also give some key which will be product item dot key. If there is nothing, so we'll just render null. If I now format this, let me just remove this one. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Awesome. So now we are getting the data here. If I now refresh this, pending, please wait, and then we are having the data. So this is, you have to basically how you need to do. Now there is another thing that you can do. You can see that we are explicitly now here another thing we can do, you can see that we are explicitly using this data dot products. If you want, you can basically mention that what key you want from this data, and based on that also you will be able to change this functionality here. But for interview purpose, this is more than enough that you can do. But one thing I will suggest to do, and that is this method that you are having, try to implement the same method on button click. So let's say you are having a button in this component, and whenever you will click on this button, you want to call the same hook, and based on that you want to get the data. Another thing I forgot, so if there are any error, so we'll render this h3 and we'll render this error here, or else this will be null. That's it. Alright, so I think that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. So in the next one, we'll be creating another 2 more hooks. One will be useOnclickOutside and one will use useWindowResize. So let's start working on those. Alright everyone, so let's implement our second hook, and this will be useOnclickOutside, something like that. So let's say you are having some content, and whenever you will be clicking outside of that content, you have to hide, or basically you have to remove that particular content from the screen, or basically the DOM. So here what we are going to do, so most of the times you'll face these questions in the interview, that you are having a model, and then let's say on click of outside of that particular model content, you want to hide that model. How you're going to do that? Okay, so here I'll create another one, and this will be use outside click, and let's create our index.jsx, and then we are having test.jsx. So the first thing is that we'll create this test component. So this will be export default function. So this will be function, this will be use on click outside test, and here let's say what we are going to do is simply return some div. We'll return a div, and here I'm going to first take a state, and this will be like so content. Now here I'm doing a simple content. It doesn't matter if in the interview they're telling you that you have to create a model. Simply create a model and apply the exactly same logic. It doesn't matter. and here we'll do set show content. So here we are having use state of false. So now we are going to check if this show content is true. So I want to do something, or else I'll render a button, and here I'll do show content. Alright, and here we'll take an on click and we'll simply make this this will be set show content. We'll do set show content as we'll make this one as true. Now here in this content, let's say we are having a h1, this is a random content. Alright, then we'll take a paragraph. Please click outside of this to close this. It won't close if you click inside of this content, something like that. So this is the content. Now in place of this one, if you want to render a model, you can do that. Let's save it. Let's go to our app.js, and here I'm going to create another content component. So this will be useOnclickOutside hook test. Alright, so here we are having useOnclickOutside test. Let's save this. Let's go. So click here, we are getting this one. Now what will happen, this is the content. So each and every content will have a reference, so that ref that we are going to use. Alright, so what will happen whenever I'll click on the outside, so here anywhere I want to hide this, and again I want to show the button, and this will be a general concept. So you are going to create a model which will take a reference and a handler function, and based on that it will basically detect that if we are clicking inside of that ref of that particular content, so it will on close. If we are clicking outside, then obviously it will close. So let's see how we are going to implement that. So we'll go to our hook, and here I'll give this one name as export default function, and this will be use outside click. So as I already told you, this will receive a reference, and also it will receive a handler function. Alright, now here what you are going to do, you will simply take a use effect, and we are going to pass this handler and the ref as a dependency, because based on this ref only we are going to do certain functionality. Alright, now here this is very important. We need to create a function which will be something like listener we can give. So this will be a listener that we are going to create, which will give you an event. Now what we are going to check, if so each and every reference, so for example each and every DOM element will have a reference, and that reference will give you a current property. So that I'm going to show you. So we are going to check if it is not equal to this ref.current, or else if this ref.current.contents this event.target, so we are going to return. Alright, so here we'll simply return, or else what we are going to do, we'll call this handler that we are passing, and we'll pass this event here, so this event. And now what we are going to do, we have to add a listener to this. So what we can do, simply we can take our document, we can take document.add event listeners. So here we'll do mouse down, and we're going to pass this listener that we have created. Same we have to do it for document.add event listener, and we'll do a touch start, and we'll pass the same listener. Alright, that's it. Now what will happen, this will do the functionality. It will basically check based on this current ref property, which will give you this current property from this ref. But here one very important thing, whenever this component will unmount, so in the callback we are going to remove this event listener. So we'll do document.remove listener, and we'll do the mouse down, and we'll remove this listener from here, and same we'll do for document.remove event listener, we'll do touch start, and we are going to remove this listener. That's it. Let's save it. So now this you need to check it here. So how we are going to do that? So the first thing, very important, let me close this. So first thing is that we have to create a ref. So we'll do a ref, which we are going to do using useRef. I'm sure that you already have some idea. And this ref, you need to pass it to a DOM element. Now because we are checking this on based on this particular content, so you're going to pass this ref here. I hope you're getting. So now this ref will give you a ref.current property. Now because this is a custom hook, hooks are always should be called on the top of this particular function. So we need to basically, and also hooks you can't call directly inside a function. So you have to call on the top level always. So you can directly call here use outside click. Alright. Now what will receive? It will receive a ref, correct? And then it will receive a handler. Now what handler you want to do? So here, let me just move it here. This is fine. So here we can simply do this. Whenever I'll click outside, so I'll make the set show content as false. I hope you're getting. So what will happen? It will basically check based on this ref, and if this ref is not in the current target, or basically here that logic we are doing, then it will basically remove or basically make this handler as false, which is at the end the dispatch function that we are using here. So I now save this. Let's go back. Let's click here. Nothing is happening. If I click outside, this is closing. You can see that. And if I click any of here, it's working fine. If I click here, it's closing. So this is basically the whole logic how you need to do that. Now this is everything is basically based on this ref. Wherever you are passing this ref, this part you have to be very careful. If you want, you can pass any component inside of this and it will be in the same way. So I think that's all for this particular project. Now in the next video we are going to do another important custom hook, and that is called the useWindowResize or useResponsive, and that is also very useful hook that you can use in your project whenever you'll be doing any kind of large scale project. So let's implement that particular hook in the next part. Alright everyone, so let's implement our third and the last hook that we are going to create, and that will be useWindowResize, or you can also name this one or use this one as a useResponsive. So let's say the scenario will be like this. So you are creating a global application where you want to check the responsiveness of this particular page dynamically using a particular reusable hook. So what you can do, basically you can create this hook and you can use this in various components directly, which will give you the width and height, and based on that you can do certain operations. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly create another component inside this, and I'll give this one name as useWindowResize. You can name whatever you like. Again, we are going to create two files inside of this. One will be index.jsx and one will be test.jsx. Now let me just close everything else. So here this will be the hook. So let's quickly create the component. So this will be function, and we'll give this one as useWindowResize. Now this will not receive any parameters because at the end we need to use a add event listener, and that will be resize, and based on that we just need a simple state which will hold the width and height of that particular page. So here we are going to take this state. We'll give this one name as window size, and this will be useWindowResize. As I already mentioned, this is another very important hook you might get asked in your interview, and here you will basically mention that I will have a width which will be 0, and then I'll be having a height which will be a 0 initially. Alright, now again here what you need to do, here you need to take a use layout effect. Now what is the difference between use layout effect and use effect? Use effect will only load when all the DOM elements will be rendered in your browser, but use layout effect will be called before that. So that is the reason we'll take a use layout effect, and here we are going to, you can see that these fire synchronously after all the DOM mutations, but here it is almost identical to use effect. So here you can see that what is telling that it will flush synchronously before the browser has a chance to paint. So paint is one of the process whenever browser will render all the elements, and after that it will do the paint. So before that only this use effect, use layout effect will be called. Actually it is preferred to standard use effect. You can also use a use effect, but there is nothing wrong using this use layout effect in this particular scenario. So here what we are going to do, we will simply create a method, so which will be our handle resize. Alright, so now here we need to add a event listener. So we'll do window.add event listener, and we need to take this resize and we'll pass this handle resize, this function that we will be creating. So this is now when the component will unmount. So now we'll just return, and then we'll just need to remove this event listener. We'll do resize and then call this method here. Alright, so now let's create this method. So this will be function handle resize, and here what we are going to do, we'll simply do set window resize, and here we'll do width, which will be window dot inner width, and then we'll do height, which will be window dot inner height. That's it. So this will automatically set the current width and height of this window, or basically the screen that you are accessing, and then simply return this window size. That's it. Alright, so now what we are going to do, we need to use this in our component. So you create a component, so we'll do export default function, and we'll do use window resize test, and here let's simply return a div. We'll give a h1, and this is a use window resize hook, and now here we'll take a p, and we'll show here something like width is, so here we'll render the width, and then we'll take another p, and we'll do height is height. Now from where you will be basically getting, so we'll get this window size from use window resize. Now here you will be able to extract width comma height from this window size, and that's it. Now what you can do, simply based on this width and height, you can do certain operation, you can write some CSS, anything you can do. Let's save it. Let's go to our app.js. I'll just comment it out, and let's give another comment here, and this will be use window resize hook test, and here we are going to do use window resize test. Now let's save it, and let's see what is happening. So let's go here. So you can see that we are getting width is this, height is this. Now let's try to resize. So you can see width is changing, and if I just do something like this, so you'll notice width is changing here, and if I decrease, height is also getting changed. Alright, so this is working fine. So this is another very important React hook that you might get faced in your interview. Also, like, this is a very helpful hook that you can also use for usability purposes whenever you'll be creating a very big application. So I think that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so in this project you can see that we will be creating this scroll to top and bottom feature. So we will be basically fetching the list of data from API, and there will be two buttons. One is scroll to bottom and then scroll to top. If I click here, it will scroll to the top, and if I click here, it will scroll to the bottom. So this is another very small kind of code snippet that we are going to implement. So let's see how we are going to do this one. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the scroll to top and bottom component. So let's create another component inside this. I'll do scroll to top and bottom. So here I'll create an index.jsx. Now let's say you are fetching some data from API, and there is a button on top of the page which says that scroll to bottom, and at the same time you will be having some kind of button or any kind of icon at the bottom of the page. On click of that, you want to basically go to the top of the page. So let's see how we are going to implement that. So first, let me just quickly create this component. So this will be a very simple project, but although I think it's a very good idea, or basically very good thing to know this kind of concept, if like they will ask you that how you will maintain a scroll feature in your website, so that it will be very easy for you to answer in your interview. So let's see how we are going to do that. So we'll do this on a scroll to top and bottom. All right, now here let's say we're fetching some data. So I'll have some data here, or let's do one thing, another very interesting thing that we can do, and that is we have already created a custom hook that is useFetch, and we can use the same logic here to get the data instead of calling the same API again and again, because we have already called this API multiple times. So you can copy this thing and then we can paste it here. Now I'll just import it. That's it. So this will basically give me data. Now what I'm going to do, I'll return a div. I'll first take a h1 and I'll do scroll to top and bottom feature. And here what we can do, we'll give another h3 tag and I'll do this is the top section, and then we'll be having a button, and this will be scroll to bottom. So that means on click of that, we want to go to the bottom of the page, and here I want to render the data. So I'll take a UL here, simple, and we can do here data and then data dot length. This is true, or else this will be null. So what we can do, we can simply do data dot map. We are having item and we can render a li, and because we are calling the product, so I'm pretty sure I think these will have data dot products. Sorry, so this will be data dot products, and this will be also same. So here it will basically render item dot title. All right, here we'll show if loading is if pending is true. So we'll just return some h1 and we'll show loading, please wait. All right, and if there are any error, so we'll also render something like return h1 and also error occurred, please try again. All right, so after this, what we are going to do, so let's say we will be having another button here, and this will be scroll to top. That's it. So now let's format this, and here also another thing what we can do, we'll take another h3 and we'll render this is the bottom of the page. Let's go to our app.js and let's render this component. So this will be scroll to top and bottom. Alright, let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. Alright, so we are getting data.map is not a function. Sorry, this will be data.products. Now let's see. Alright, so here also you can give some style. For now this is fine, we'll give a style and we'll do list style as none. Alright, so we are getting the top section, then we are getting a this is our top section, then a button, then we are getting the data. We can also do one thing, let's give a limit of 100 here. So let's see if we are getting 100 data or not. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so now on click of this, we want to basically go to the top of the page, and on click of this we want to go to the bottom of the page. So how we are going to do that? So first let's take a on click. So we'll do handle scroll to top. So we'll create a method. So this will be function. Let me just copy this. That's it. So now this will be pretty easy. What you can do, simply do window.scroll2. Alright, and here you can basically mention the options, which will be the scroll options. So here you can mention the top. So if you want to go to the at most top, you can give the top as 0, correct? If you want to give 100, so that will definitely work, that is fine. And left will be also 0. Now another option that you can give, that scroll behavior, and that is a behavior that we will be giving this one as smooth. I think there are some other options also you can use, auto, instant and smooth. So this is, I think, fine. Let's save it and let's see what is happening. Alright, now we'll go here, let's click here. See, it's going to the top. Alright. Okay, now I want to go to the bottom. So how we are going to do that? Now to go to the bottom, we need a reference. So because we need to tell that what is the bottom of the page. So for this one, what we can do, so let's take a div here. This is just to give you the example. So I'll take a reference and this will be our bottom reference. And here I'll be creating this. So let's create this const bottom ref. This will be use ref of null. Now we are having this button here. So this is the button. So you need to create another on click. So we'll do on click. This will be handle scroll to bottom. So let's copy this and let's create this method. So now to do this one, what you can do, we need to basically, I already mentioned in the previous lectures that this reference will give you a current property, and that basically you can use. So here we can simply do this bottom ref dot current, and here it will give you this scroll into view. Alright, so this is the property, and here you can use this behavior which will be smooth. Alright, now let's format this and let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Now if I click here, it's going to the bottom. You can see that if I click here, it's going to the top, and this is working fine. Alright, now this is one thing. Now let's say you want to go to a certain section of this particular thing. Not here, I'll give you a different example for that. Alright, so in this project, what we are going to do, we will be basically able to scroll to a particular section. So let's say we are having first, second, third, fourth and fifth. And let's say we want to scroll to say a particular section. So if I click here, you can see that it's going to the third card. So based on reference, we will be basically getting that top content of this particular card. If I want to change this one to fourth, it will scroll to this particular section. And if I scroll to this fifth card, it will scroll to this particular fifth card. So we are going to see how we are going to implement this one. So the reason I am doing this one, because once you complete this scroll to top and bottom functionality, they might ask you that, okay, let's say now you are doing top and bottom, and let's say there are multiple sections in your application, in your web page, and you want to go to a particular page. For if I give you a real-time like more realistic example, you are having a website and then there is a home, about, services, testimonial, footer section, and let's say they will tell you that whenever you will click the about, it should go to the about section. When you click to the services, it will go to the services. When you click on footer, it should go to the footer. So in this case, this concept you will be able to use. So let's see how we are going to do this one. So let's create another file here, and this will be scroll to section .jsx. So how this will work, so let me just quickly create this component so that it will be easy to understand. So this will be export default function. This will be scroll to section, and here I'll return something. Let me just give a div and h1. So this is basically scroll to a particular section. So here I'll create some data. All right, so I'll create some dummy data for now. So what we are going to do, so here let's give a label for this one. So this is our first card or anything. All right, and we'll give a color of red. Let's copy this, and also what we can do, we can also give a height, or let's do one thing, let's create a style here. So we'll give a width of 100%, height of 600 px, and so for this one I'm going to give a background of red. Now let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it 1 2 3 4 and 5. So this will be my 5th card, and for this one we'll do this one as black. So this will be my 4th. This one will do green. This one will do blue. This is my 3rd. And for this one, what we can do, we'll do this one as gray, and this one will be 2nd. Alright, so let's see, we're having this data. So first let me just render this. So we are having this h1, and after this I'll be having a button, and this will be click, something like what we can do, we'll do click to scroll. Alright, and then here I'm going to render this data.map. So this is our data item, and here I'm going to return a div, and then I'm just take a p, or let's take h3 and render this data item dot level, and here I'll take the style, which will be data item dot style. Alright, so now first let's save it, and let's go to our app.js. Let me just comment it out, or let's make another comment here. So this will be scroll to a particular section. Alright, so this is let me just import it. So this will be scroll to section. Let me just comment it out. Let's save it, and let's see what we're getting. Alright, so we are getting first card, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So 5th one I think we are not able to see. Let me just change this color, and what we can do, we'll give some different color for this one. So let's give this one as orange. Okay, so now let's say you want to scroll to this 4th card for this one. So how we are going to do that? So for this one you have to create again the ref. So here I'll create a ref. So let's say I'll create a ref. For now I'm giving this one name as ref. You can use any name you want. So this will be useRef. Alright, and then let's say here in this div I'll give a ref, which will be if this data item, or let's take index. So index, so I'll check if the index is equal to 3, that means this is the 4th item, and to give this ref as this ref, or else this will be null. Alright, so now let's save it, and here I'll give on click. So this will be handle scroll to section, and then you have to again create the function. And then here what you need to do, first you have to basically get the current position. So we'll do let position, which will be our ref dot current, and now this will basically give you one property, which is get bounding client, bounding client, and this is rect, and this will give you a top property. Now here what you can do, you'll simply do window dot scroll to, and here you will basically pass, I think we already discussed that you have to pass this top, so which will be this position that you are having, and then we'll do a behavior which will be smooth. That's it. So that means you are targeting this particular ref, which is basically the card number 4, and then you are basically getting this get bounding client react dot top, which is the current of. And then if I now save it and let's go here, let's click here. so it's going to the fourth card. You can see that if I change this index to, let's say, 4, that means now it will go to the fifth card. Alright, so this is the advantage. So how you will be able to basically go to a particular section. Alright, so this is now going to the third. Alright, now you can see it's going to the fifth card. If I click here again, this is going to the fifth. If I, let's make this one 2. So now it should go to the third. Let me refresh this. If I click here, it's going to the third card. So this is another very important thing that you should know, how you can basically scroll to top, bottom, and also to a particular section. So that's all for this particular project. Let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so this will be a very simple project. So this will be a weather application. Now this is a very popular interview questions, and the main reason behind is that here actually you don't have any routing or any other functionality. So we will be having this search functionality obviously, and if you type something, based on that we'll be calling the API and the data will be updated. So this is the main thing that what we are doing here, nothing else. Obviously we'll be creating some reusable component, and based on that we'll try to implement this particular project. So let's start working on this particular project that will be a weather application. So the first thing is that what we are going to do here. So let me, what I've done, I just created a simple React project here, and then I'm in this app.js. Now, if you're watching this for the first time or you don't have any knowledge on React.js, then I will suggest that please watch some of the very basic videos on React.js so that you will get some idea, and then you can start this video. If you already have some idea, then I think you are good to go. So the first thing we are going to do, we'll just remove everything from this app, and then now here let's create our first folder. So I'll create one component folder here. So let's give this one name as components. So in the weather application, as I already showed you, that we'll be having one simple search bar, and then whenever we'll search or input any city name, and based on that we'll be getting the weather info of that particular city. So you're going to having basically two components. One will be a search component, and second one will be basically our weather component. Now inside this we are going to create our index.jsx. Same I'll create here index.jsx. Alright, so here let's quickly create this component. So this will be export default function, and let's give this one name as weather. Now let's return some simple div, and this is our main weather component. What we are going to do will be importing this component in our app.js. So here we'll simply import our weather component. So this is our first step. So we're getting weather here. Now similarly we are going to create our search component here. So this will be export default function search, and here I'm going to return search. Now this search component we are going to use in this weather component. Alright, so let's say here I'm having this weather, so I'm going to now use this search component here. Later we are going to change the structure. So now we are having search and weather. So first let's start with this search component. So we'll be having a search bar, and for this one, this project is our very basic project. So for this one we will be basically use simple CSS. Will not use any other third-party utilities like Tailwind or Material UI. Alright, so now let's go to our search component. Now here what I'm going to do, for now I'll give a class name here. Now later we will be writing all the styles in this app.css. So this will be our main app.css, and you can see that this is basically imported in our main app.js file. So here what I'm going to do, I'll give this one name as, let's give this one as search engine, and here we will simply return one input. So here I'll give a type as text. Let's give a class name city search. Then we are having placeholder, so this will be enter city name. Then we will be having a name. So name, what we can give this one as search. We'll also be having a value. So value will be basically receiving from our parent component as a prop. So this is our first prop, and let's give this one name as search. Alright, and then we'll be having a on change. Now for onChange, what we are going to do will be having an event, and again we are going to receive a prop from our parent component, which will be basically a weather or app.js, doesn't matter. So here what I'll do set search as this event.target.value. So now these two are the props that we are going to receive. So the first thing will be search, and then this will be set search. All right, so this is all about our input. If I now save this, we will be having one very simple input. This is fine. And after this, what we are going to do, we will basically take a button. So this will be our button, and let's give this on name as search weather, something like that. And here I'll give a class name, and or I think this is fine. Let's give a class name of, for example, search button. All right, now here in this button we will also receive another props, and this will be submit search, something like that. Or let's give this on name as handle search. All right, now this is another prop that we are going to receive from our parent component. So this is very simple structure that we need. Now let's do one thing. Let's quickly create our styles. So the first thing what I'm going to do, let's remove everything. Let's take our body, and here I'll give margin as 0 and padding as 0. Then we'll be having our search engine. So this is our class name, so we'll copy this. So this will be our search engine. Here I'll give a width as 100%. We'll give display as flex. We'll give justifying content as space around. We'll give align items as center. We'll give margin bottom as 30px, and we'll give margin top as 10px. All right, now next thing we are having the input. So we're having search engine, then we are having input. I think we also have a class name here, so you can directly use this class name also. Let's remove this one, we basically don't need. So here what I'm going to do, so the first thing is that let's take a width here. We'll give this on a 70%. We'll take a height of 45px. We'll take a border of 1px solid. Then we'll take a border radius. Let's take this one as 8px. All right, we'll take a padding of 2px, 15px. We'll take a font size of 16px. We'll do outline as none. Background color we'll do white, and we're going to use a color of this one. All right, this is fine. Now similarly, I think we don't need this class name also, so we can remove this one. So what we can do, we can simply take dot search engine of button. So we are targeting the button. So here the first thing we'll do border as none. We'll do border radius as 8px. What else? We'll do background color as black. We'll do color as white. We'll do font size as 20px. We'll do outline none. We'll do cursor as pointer, and also we'll do padding as 12px, 15px. Let's see how this will look. So now let's save this one also, and now let's see. All right, so now this is fine. I think there are some, let me just check. We can basically increase some of the padding here basically. So 47, this is 50. So what we can do, we can make this one as 13. Okay, and also let's do this one as search. So we'll make this one as 13. Alright, so this is done. So now next we will be basically start working on the functionality first. So what we need to do here, because we need to pass this prop from the parent component, which is basically our weather. So because we are using this search component in this weather component, so we need to take all the state here. So the first state we need to take, that is to handle the search, and this will be our set search, and this will be use state of empty. So this is our initial value, and here we need to pass this. So we'll pass this search as search. Also we'll pass this set search as set search, and another one we need to pass, and that is handle search, because these we are going to handle on click of this button. So here what I'm going to do, so let's do one thing. We'll make this one as a async method, because we need to call the API on click of this button, and this will be handle search. All right, and here we are going to pass this one like this. So this is done. All right, now next thing what we need to do, basically we need to take two more state. One is to show a loading state. So whenever we will be typing something here and click on this search, we want to show some kind of loader until unless we'll get the data from the API. So that is the reason we are going to take another state here, and let's give this our name as loading and set loading, and this will be use state of false. And at the end we also need to take our weather data. So this will be our weather data, set weather data, and this will be use state of null. All right, so now everything is almost done. So what we need to do, basically on click of this button we need to call the API. So for this one we are going to use this open weather map API. Let me just show you that which endpoint we are going to use. All right, so you can see that we are going to use this open weather map, this API. This is a very nice API that you can use. It will give you a lot of API endpoints that you would basically will be able to integrate in your application. For now we are going to keep it very simple. So what you need to do, first you need to create a account, and then once you'll do that, you basically have to get your own API keys. Please don't use my own. Obviously I'll push my code in GitHub, but don't use like my own API key. Please create your own. So you have to go here, and then you will be able to basically see the API key. All right, so this is our API key that I will be using. And for API endpoint, what we are going to do, basically you'll basically get a lot of options. So let's say if I now go here, so we can basically use the same endpoint, but here instead of this lat and lon, what we are going to do, we'll be passing these queries. This query will be basically our city name, and then you have to pass the app ID, which will be your API key. All right, now how we are going to do that? So the first thing is that we need to do, we will be creating one one method here, and this will be async function fetch weather data. All right, now here let's take a try block. So in catch we'll just log this error, and here what I'm going to do, I'll do const response, and this will be await fetch, and here we are going to use the same one. So let me just copy this one. We need to basically change some of the things. So here the first thing is that what we need to do, we basically don't need this one. So what we will basically use, we'll use this query parameter, and this query parameter is our search value here. So this is our search, or basically the city name, and this API key I'm going to use my own. So I'll go here, and then let's go to our, let me just go to my API keys. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. That's it. So this is done. All right, so now what we can do, simply we'll do const data equal to await response dot JSON, and then I'm going to log the data here, and we'll see what we are getting. Now this search is basically the city name that we will be typing. So now let's say if I now type here something, let's say Mumbai, click on this search, nothing is happening. The reason is we need to basically call this method here. So what we can do, we can simply do fetch weather data. Now this will receive a query or the param. Let's make this one as param. So this param we are going to pass it here, and this param is basically nothing but our search data. All right, now let's save it, and now let's click on this search. See how first we are getting the result. So we are getting all the result based on this. So this is our city name. If I now change this one to Bangalore, and now let's click on search. So now we are getting based on Bangalore. So now you will be basically getting the API. Obviously this is happening very fast. Still what we are going to do, we will be showing some kind of loader unless we are getting the data back, and that is pretty simple. What we can do simply here, before calling the API, we'll make this set loading as true. All right, and then once we'll get the data, so we'll do if data is true, then we'll do set loading as false, and we'll do set whether data as this data. That's it. And if something goes wrong, then we will basically make this one as false in the catch block. That's it. So now let's see what is happening with this loading. So now if I now go back, now I refresh this page, so we'll be getting false now. Let's click on something, let's say Delhi, then I click on search, true, and then false. So for some time it is coming true, so it is in the loading phase, then we are getting the data, so that is the reason it is false again. So this is done. Now another thing what we need to do, and that is on page load also we need to get some kind of data. So now what I'm going to do, for now we'll give some static city name that will obviously whenever you load the page, it will give you the data based on that city. So to achieve that, what we can do, we can simply take a use effect. Now this is a dependency that will run on the page load. If we pass an empty dependency here, and then what we can do, we can simply call this fetch with the data, and here I'm going to pass this one as Bangalore. So that means every time we load this page, it will basically fetch the data based on this Bangalore city. Now here we can, if I now log this weather data, now let's go back, you can see that we are getting now based on Bangalore. So each and every time you load this page, it will give you the data based on that. So this is done. So now next thing what we need to do, now we need to basically create our weather component. So the first thing here we'll do something like this. If loading is true, so we'll show some kind of message that the data is in loading phase. So we'll show something like loading, or else we are going to write our JSX. So here we'll take a div. All right, now inside this we'll take another div and we'll give a class name. Let's make this one name as city name, and here I'm going to take a h2 tag. Now here what we'll do, we'll basically check if this weather data is present. So we are going to render the name. So I think we are having this name here, so this is the name, and also we are going to render the country name. So country name will be weather.sys.country. all right, so here I'll do this is name, then comma, we'll take a span here, and here I'm going to check if this weather data true.sys.country. That's it. Now let's save it. Let's see what is happening. So we're getting Bangalore, and this is the okay, this is this message that we need to remove. Now let's type here London and let's search. So now we are getting London GB, and then also if you notice, we are also getting the loading for very small amount of time. So this is fine. Now next thing what we will do, so after this we'll take another div here, and here we'll give a class name of date, and here we'll take a span, and we are going to create a utility function, and this will be get current date. All right, so let's quickly create this one. So for this one what we can do, let's create one function. This will be function get current date, sorry, this will be date. So here we'll do simply return new date, and then we'll do to local date string. We are going to pass enus, and we have to basically pass some of the properties. So we can pass weekday as long, then we have to pass month, we'll pass this one as long, and day we are going to do as numeric. All right, and year also same. I think we are using some different names, so this will get current date. Alright, so now let's save it. So now we'll be getting our current date. So this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, we are going to render this temperature. So we'll be getting this one from weather.main.temperature. Alright, so here what we can do, so after this we'll take another div. Sorry, this will be div, and here, so we are going to render, this will be weather data dot main dot temp. All right, now after this we'll take another paragraph, and this will be our description. So let's give this one as description. So description will be getting from I think we are having, so here weather, and then this is our description. So what we can do, we can simply check something like if weather data and weather data of 0, then weather data of 0 dot description, or else this will be empty. All right, now let's see what we're getting. Let me just save it. I think, let me just change this one to London search. All right, we are not getting anything here. All right, so the problem is basically here we have to basically check dot weather of 0. So this will be weather data and weather data dot weather and weather data dot weather of 0, and this will be weather data of weather 0 dot description. Now this should come. All right, so now this is coming. So now next thing what we'll do, we'll take another div here. So after this p, we'll take another div. All right, so here we'll give a class name. So we'll give this one as weather info, and here what we can do, we can simply take one div, and inside this we'll take another div, and we'll take a p here, and let's display the speed here. So speed we will be able to see, so you have to go to wind, weather dot wind dot speed. All right, and also we have to basically render the humidity. So I think humidity will get from here, from the main. So what we can do, we can simply give a class name. So we'll give a class name of wind, and we'll do here weather info dot wind dot speed, and here we'll take another p, and we'll make this one as wind speed. All right, and now let's copy this and we'll paste it here again, and here we'll make this one as humidity, and this will be weather dot main dot this will be humidity. All right, and this will be humidity, and I think this is fine. Now let's save this. So you're getting all the data here. All right, this is wind speed and this is humidity. Now you have to style this. So now let's go to our CSS file. So the first thing what we'll do, we'll start with our main app class, which is basically this one. So here we'll do dot app, and here we'll do text align as center. We'll do margin as 50 px auto 0. We'll do width as 90%. We'll do max width as 700 px. We'll do border radius as 20 px. We'll do height as 470 px. We'll do padding as 20 px 15 px, and we'll do background as this one. So this will be RGB 0,255, 166. Let's save it. Let's see. Awesome. So now this is looking nice. So now let's start with our weather component. So the first thing, we'll start with this city name. So we'll do this one as dot city name. So we'll do margin bottom as 10 px. Next we'll do we also have a loading class here, so let me just take another loading here. So this will be our dot loading, and here we are going to do this on a font size as 60 px. All right, and we'll do font weight as bolder, and then also we'll do color as black. This is done. Now next we'll do our date. So for date we'll do font size as 18 px. We'll do font weight as 500, and we'll do font style as italic. So now let's save this. Let's see how this is looking. Alright, so this is fine. Now next, what else? I think we also have city name date. This is done. We also have to take this temperature. So we'll do class temperature. We'll do temp only. Alright, so here we'll go here and we'll do dot temp. So we'll do font size as 64 px. We'll do color as black. We'll do font weight as bold, and we'll do text align as center. Let's see. All right, now next we are having weather description. Let me just check. I think we are having only description. So this will be dot description. So here we'll do color as black. Alright, font size will do how much? 22 px. Font weight 500. Margin top 0 px, and margin bottom 20 px. Let's see. Alright, and after that what else? We are having weather info, which is our main wrapper class. Okay, so we'll do dot weather info. So here we'll do display as flex. We'll do justify content space evenly. We'll do align items as center. We'll do margin top as 20 px, padding as 0 px, 20 px. We'll do font size as 20 px. We'll do font weight bold, and also we'll do text align center. All right, now we'll do let's do one thing. Let's go here. Let's check some class name for this also. This will be column, something like that, and also for this one. So we'll do dot column, and we'll do display flex, align items center. We'll do what else? We'll do line height of 1 px. Let's save it. Let's see. All right, I think this is looking nice. So this is fine. Now let's refresh this. So now the first thing is that we'll give some name here. Let's say Mumbai. Let's search. So we're getting based on Mumbai. For some time we are also getting the loading state. If I give Bangalore, so we're getting based on Bangalore. If I give something else, let's say what else? New York. We are getting New York. So everything is working fine. So I think that's all for this particular project, and this is a very small project obviously, but obviously you will learn a lot of things. The first thing you learn that how you can create components, very basic level, how you can use the components, the child components in the parent component, and then import the same, and also how to use the use state, and also obviously the API call. So that's all for this particular project. Now in the next project we will be basically creating a recipe application. Now that will also be not very advanced level project, but obviously that will be harder than this one. So see you in the next project. Good luck. Alright everyone, so this will be your second mid-level project. So this will be a food recipe application. In this project also we'll also learn how you can integrate React Router DOM. So you'll be able to search some recipes, and based on that we'll be basically getting the data from API, and then we'll be having the details page also, and here you'll be able to add this one, and in this page this will be updated here. So you can see that this is updated. If I try to add something else, so it will go to the home page. I'll add here, and let's add this one. So you can see that this is updated. Let's go to home page, and let's see if I try to add here, this will be updated. So this is another thing that we are going to, another very simple project that we are going to build. So the mainly the reason is because what we are trying to do here we are not only, obviously we will be getting the data from API, but here we are having multiple pages. So this will also give you some idea how you can work with dynamic routes, how you can implement React Router DOM. So this is the main idea, or basically the main objective to implement this particular application. So let's start working on this food recipe application. Alright everyone, so let's start with our second project, and this will be basically a recipe application. So I already created one project, and for this one we are going to use Tailwind CSS. And also for this particular application, as we already discussed, that will be having basically multiple pages, so we need to implement routing. So for this one we are going to install React Router DOM. So I'll do npm install React Router DOM. Also we have to basically install Tailwind CSS. Now Tailwind CSS is basically utility CSS framework, and here basically what you have to do, you just have to basically write some predefined classes that Tailwind team already created, and based on that it will basically automatically apply those styles in that particular HTML element. If you have already used this one previously, then it is nice. If not, then also it is fine. It is very easy to use. So let's see how we are going to basically use this Tailwind CSS. So the first thing is that you have to create a React project that I already have done. Now next thing, you have to install this Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency. So that is the reason it is showing here -d. So I'll just copy this one, and then here let's paste it. So now this will basically install this one as a dev dependency, and after that what you need to do, you have to basically init this Tailwind CSS. So it will basically create a configuration file. So this is the configuration. So now I'll copy this second. Now I'll run this one, and you can see that it will create a file here. So this is our Tailwind configuration file. Now whatever configuration that you will be writing based on this Tailwind, you will be writing here. So you will be basically able to extend some of the theme, you'll be able to add plugins, and also you have to pass the content, that which content you want to basically access for this particular application. Now because we are using the React, so React generally accepts, you can see that it is .js, JSX, TS if it is a TypeScript project, or TSX. So this one you have to basically pass. So I'll copy this one, and then I'll pass it here. Alright, so that means now Tailwind config will understand, okay, we are using this extension which can be either JS or JSX, TS or TSX. Let me minimize this, and at the end of this what you need to do, you have to use this base utility in our main index.css file, which is basically a root CSS file. So I'll just copy this, and then I'll go to our index.css and then just paste it here. Alright, so now what it will do, it will basically apply all the base classes, components, and the utilities that whatever we are having related to this Tailwind, and you are good to go. Alright, so that's all. Now next thing what we are going to do, first we will be basically implement the routing. Now basically we'll be having three pages. So the first or landing page will be where we'll be searching the recipe name, and we'll be basically getting the list of recipes, and on click of that it will go to the recipe details page, and also on click of that particular recipe we will be able to add that recipe into our favorite section. Alright, so now let's do one thing to implement the routing. The first thing what we need to do, as you already install the React Router DOM, so React Router DOM will give you a main wrapper that you need to basically wrap your app component inside the wrapper, so that you will be able to consume all the React Router DOM React Router functionalities. So for this one what you need to do, first you have to import something from React Router DOM, and this component is named as browser router. Now this is basically a router for use browsers, and basically this will be work as a wrapper for this particular application, and you have to do it or else it will basically give you error. So now what I'll do, I'll just wrap this browser router and then place this app inside this browser router. That's it. Alright, now next thing what we are going to do, we will basically let's do one thing. Let's create our pages. So I'll create another folder here and let's give this one name as pages. So here I'll create 3 more folder. One will be our home, and then one will be our details, alright, and one will be our favorites. Alright, now here let's create our index.jsx. so this will be our export default function. This will be home, and here I'm going to return here div, and this will be our home. Let's copy this, or let's copy this one only, and then I'll place it here and also here. So now this will be our favorites, and this will be our favorites, and this will be our details, and this will be our details. Alright, so we are having basically 3 pages now. So now what we'll do, we'll go to our main app.js, and here we need to basically implement the routing. Alright, so the first thing is that what we can do, we have to basically import the main routes wrapper. Now because we are using the React Router DOM version 6, I believe, so you can see that this is 6.19. Previously we are using this one as a switch, the component that I'm going to use, but now they have basically changed some of the functionalities. So the first thing is that we have to import that wrapper from React Router DOM, and this name as routes. Alright, you can see that this is basically a container which will nest all the route elements. This is the first step. Also you need to represent the each and every individual route, or basically each and every pages. So we need route component also. Alright, now let's remove all of this from here. Now what I'm going to do here, let's we already having this div, let's remove this class name we don't need, and inside this now I'm going to use one div. Now here we are going to use the tailwind classes. So here we'll give this one as mean height of screen, we'll give a padding of 6, we'll give a BG of white, we'll give text gray 600, and also we'll give text as large. Now inside this we will be having our navbar component. Now this will be a common component, so what I'm going to do, inside the source I'll create one folder, and this will be our components, and here let's create our navbar. Alright, so this will be index.jsx. so this will be our navbar component, or basically header component. So here I'll do export default function, and this is our navbar. Alright, now let's return here this div, and this will be our navbar. So navbar component will be common for all the pages, so that is the reason we are going to simply import this navbar component here. Now after this, whatever content we'll be having, that will basically differ based on different pages, right? So home will be having different content, favorite will be having different, and same for details. So to switch from one page to another page, the first thing what you need to do, you have to basically use this routes wrapper, and inside this you have to use each and every individual route. So here I'll use 3 route because we are having 3 pages. One is home, favorites, and details. So I'll copy this one and paste it 3 times. Now here you have to pass some of the props. So the first thing you have to pass the path, so this will be our slash path, and here you have to pass the element. So here I'm going to import our home component. So you're having home component, let me check the name, so this is home only. Alright, now same goes for this one, so let me just copy this one. So this will be our favorites component, so this is basically the path name, and here this will be our favorites. Okay, we are not getting any. Let me just check. So you have to import this one. So this will be our favorites, from favorites, and also we'll be having our details from our details page. That's it. So this is our favorites, and next we'll be having a details. Now details is basically a dynamic page. That means for each and every recipe item, the item ID will be different. So for this one, how we are going to do that? So we'll do something like this. We'll do here, let's say recipe item slash, and to denote a dynamic value in this path name, what you need to do, you have to use this colon and then you have to pass the ID. So that means this is basically denoting that this value can be a dynamic, so it can be anything 1 2 3 4 5 6 whatever. All right, and here again we are going to use the element. So here I'm going to use this details component, and that's it. So this is all about the routing structure that we need. So if I now go back, and you can see that now we are getting home because we are currently in this slash route. All right, because we have given the slash here for home. If I now go to slash favorites, so let's go to slash favorites. So we are getting favorites here. If I now go to slash, let's say recipe item slash 1, so that means this is a dynamic value. So now this would go to the details page. All right, now if I now change this one to let's say 4, you'll be getting the same result, because this value can be anything. So this is a dynamic details page. So that's all about the routing functionality that we need. Now next thing what we are going to do, first we'll implement this navbird, because navbird will be a common component, and after that we'll be start working on the API integration. All right, so let's start working on the navbird component. So the first thing, let me just close everything. So what we'll do, we'll remove this one from here and we'll return a nav element, and here I'll use this class name. So now I'm not going to explain each and every class name. By the name of it, you will be able to basically know if you have some basic idea on CSS. So we are going to use flex. This will be justify between item center py, that means padding top and bottom of 8. We'll use a container class mx auto flex call. For large we'll do flex row. All right, we'll do gap of 5, and for large we'll do gap of 0. All right, now inside this I'm going to take a h2 and let's give a name like food recipe. Now anything you can give here, whatever you like. Now here I'll use a class name, so we'll do text to Excel and font semi-bold. Let's format and save this. Let's see. Okay, now after this I'm going to take one form here, and here I'm going to take an input. Now here type this will be text, then we'll give a name. So let's give this name of search. Then we are having placeholder, so we'll give here enter items, something like that. And then I'll give a class name here, so we'll do here bg of white divided by 75. We'll do p of 3, px of 8. We'll do rounded full, outline none. For large we'll do w of 96. We'll do shadow large. We'll do shadow red 100. We'll do focus shadow red 200. All right, this is fine. Now next what I'm going to do, so I also need here value and on change property, but for now this is fine. But let's save it. Now let's see how this is looking. All right, so now this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, so after this form we'll take another here ul, and here I'm going to use, this will be ul. Here I'll use a class name of flex gap of 5. Now inside this I'll take li, and here I'm going to use the nav link from React Router DOM. Now the first I need home, and here we need to pass the to property. So here I'll pass it to property. I want to go to the slash route, and here I'll use a class name. So do text as black. For hover, we need to do text as black. For hover, we are going to do text gray 700, and I will do duration of 300. All right, this is fine. Now next thing, let's copy this li from here, and I'll use the same one because we also need another section, and that will be our favorites. So I'll use our favorites, and this will go to slash favorites section. Also, what we can do, we can use nav link here also. So let me just use the same here. So this will also go to the food recipe. Okay, now let's format this, let's save it, let's see what we are getting. All right, so we are getting middle, we are having input, home and favorites. If I click here, it is going to home. If I click here, it is going to favorites. If I click here, it is going to the home page. And this is very simple navbar. And now, as I already told you multiple times, when I created this video, this full video is basically created in such a way that, now as I already told you multiple times before, that the main objective of creating this particular video is for the React.js beginner developers, so that you guys who don't have much experience on React.js, so that you will be able to grasp all this concept very easily. That is the reason whatever project that I have chosen in this full course, or basically full video, these projects will be very simple. All right, now don't expect too much complicated CSS or very large amount of CSS, because the prime objective of this particular video is to learn how you can apply React concepts and create multiple different kind of projects with a minimal styling, or basically minimal use of CSS. All right, so that is the reason we are not going to use much CSS. So this is all about the nav section that we need. Now in the next video, what we need to do, we have to handle this input, and then whenever I'll enter something, we have to basically call the API, and based on that we'll be getting the list of recipes here. So let's work on this particular functionality in the next part. All right everyone, so now let's start handling this input form. So for this one, what we're going to do, so there are two ways we can manage the state. Either we can create a context, or we can basically manage in this app.js, and then we have to basically pass all of this as a prop to each and every individual component. All right, so let's do one thing. Let's create our first context. So in this project only, or basically most of the projects, we are going to create a context, and that is basically more cleaner way to manage your state. So what I'll do, I'll inside this source, I'll create another folder, and let's give this one name as context. And here I'll create index.jsx. Now the first thing is that what you need to do, first you have to create the context, and then you have to basically provide the context, and then you have to consume the context, or basically state from the context. First I'll create the context. So this will be export const. Let's give this one name as global context, and this will be create context, and here you have to basically give the default value, or basically the initial value, which will be null. All right, now what I'll do, I'll just do here export default. This will be export default function. This will be our global state. Now this global state will receive the children. Now children is basically all the nested components that you are having in this particular application. So this will be our children, and here what we need to return, we have to basically return global context. Now this context will give you this provider. Now this provider will basically provide the state, and then you have to basically consume the state from this context, and here you have to basically pass the children. Now this is very easy to do. All right, now how you will be able to access this? So in a root component, you have to basically wrap this global state inside your app component, as simple as that. So let's go to our index.js, and here what we can do, we can simply import global state here, and you have to paste it here. So that means what you are doing basically here, you are basically accessing this app inside this global state. So whatever state you are managing from this context, you will be able to access in this app component. Now app component is basically at the end is the combination of all the nested components that you are having. Alright, now here what I'm going to do first, I'll create our first state, and this will be our search param, and this will be set search param, and this will be use state of empty. Alright, but how you are going to pass this state to your context? So what you need to do, you have to copy this both. So this is a state variable in the set state method. This provider will take a value property, and this will be an object, and here you will be able to basically pass this value or basically the state in this context. So now what we need to do, we have to basically go to our navbar, because here we are having this input. Alright, now here let's say you have to basically give the value and the on change. So what you need to do, you have to basically consume this from your context in this component. So what we need to do, first we have to basically take use context hook. Now this basically will accept a context object, and this will basically return the current context value, and from there you will be able to basically get the state values or basically the methods. So I'll take use context, and here you have to basically pass the context. So in our case the context is basically this global context that we have created. So here we'll do global context. Now here, now what we need to access, you will be able to access all of these. So now let's say I want to access both search param and the set search param. So I'll copy this and I'll pass it here. So that means what we are doing from this global context, using this hook, we are accessing these parameters. Now what we can do, we can simply pass the value property, which will be our search param, and on change, here I'll take event, and here what we can do, we'll simply do set search param equal to event dot target dot value, and this is done. Now let's see if I now log this search param here. So if I log this search param here, let's see what we are getting. So I'll go back. Now let's go to our console. I'll type something here, my name. So you can see that we are getting the updated name here. Alright, so now what we need to do, we are getting the whatever user is typing here. So if I now click enter, I need to basically call the API, and based on that I have to basically list the list of recipes based on what user has entered here. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now what we need to do, on submit of this form, we have to basically get this search param value, and then based on that we have to call the API. Alright, so now what we can do, let's do one thing. Let's take one on submit here, and this will be handle submit. Now this one we are going to basically receive from this context only. Now let's save it. Now what we'll do, we'll basically create this method here. So this will be async function handle submit, and here we are going to basically pass this handle submit method. Now here what we'll do, we'll basically take a try block. Here we'll do catch, and we'll just log this error here. So here what we are going to do, this will be const response await fetch, and here we have to basically call this URL. So here what we'll do, we'll basically copy this path, and then we'll paste it here. Now here along with this you have to basically pass the search value. Now this search value will be basically, I hope for now we'll be getting, this is basically the search param whatever we are entering. Now that's it. Now this will be const data, this will be await res.json. Now let's log this data here. Let's see what we are getting. Alright, now let's save it. Now here what we'll do, we'll basically type something like banana, and let's hit enter. Alright, another thing we need to do, we have to basically take our event here, and we'll do here event dot prevent default. Alright, now let's see. So now here we'll type for apple, hit enter, and we are getting the data here. So you can see that we are getting success status data, and inside this we are getting recipes. Awesome. So now what we need to do, to basically take a state, and then you have to save these recipes, and we have to basically render the list of recipes in this component. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's do one thing. Here we will take another state. So the first thing, we'll take our loading state also. I think this also we have done in the previous projects. So we'll basically check until unless the API is getting loaded, so we'll show some kind of loader. So this will be use state of false, and we'll take another state here, and this will be our recipe list, set recipe list, and this will be use state of empty array. Now what we are going to do, we will basically check here that if data dot, so what we are getting, so we are getting here, let me just check, we are having data dot recipes. So do if data dot recipes, so we are going to basically do here this data dot recipes. Also we are going to make the set loading as false, and also we'll do set search param as empty. So you're going to basically empty this search or reset these values, whatever we are typing here. That's it. If there are any kind of error, so what we'll do, we'll do the same thing, we'll reset this one, and also we'll make the set loading as false. Alright, now this is done. Now next thing what we'll do, so first let's see what exactly we are getting in this. So if I now log this loading and recipe list, let's see. So we'll be getting empty for now, but let's type something here. Let's see it, enter, and we are getting here you can see the 22 results. All right, so now what we need to do is to basically render this list of recipes. What we'll do, first thing, we will pass this loading and also this recipe list here. All right, now let's save it. So now this recipe list will be receiving in our home component. So we'll go to this home component here. Now we'll understand the advantage of using context. So from any component you will be able to basically manage the state globally. Now here what we'll do, we'll basically take our recipe list. So we'll do use context, and this will be of global context. All right, so let me just import it. I think we can go to this component and let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, so here we'll receive our recipe list and also receive our loading. All right, that's it. Now here what we are going to do, we'll take a class name. So we'll do a class name, we'll do py of 8, we'll do container, we'll do mx of auto, we'll do flex wrap, justify, center, and we'll do gap of 10. Alright, now inside this what we'll do, we'll basically check if this recipe list and recipe list dot length greater than 0. So we're going to render, or else this will be null. And here what we will do, basically we'll just map it and we'll create another recipe component. So inside this component I'll create another folder, and this will be our recipe list, something like that. Alright, so here will be index.jsx, and this will be export default function. This will be recipe list, and here I'll return here div, or let's make this one as recipe item, not recipe list. So this will be recipe item, and here I'll return recipe item. Now here what we'll do recipe list dot map. So here I'm going to just render this recipe item component, and I'll pass this item as a prop to this component. So I'll copy this, and this way we are going to receive it here. Another thing what we can do, we can basically check if loading is true. So we are going to return something like div, and this will be loading, please wait. That's it. All right, now here instead of showing null, we can do another thing. If there is no recipe, that means if the length is 0, so we'll show something like nothing to show, please search something, or something like that. So we'll take another paragraph here, we'll do nothing to show, please search something, and here I'll use a class name. So we'll do large text for Excel, we'll do text Excel, we'll do text center, we'll do text black, and we'll do font bolder, extra bold. Alright, now let's save it. Let's see what is happening now. Awesome. So now we're getting nothing to, so please search something. If I now search something, so we're getting 1 2 3 4, how many items are there that we are getting. If I show apple, so we're getting more items. If I show something else, let's say mango, we are getting the data here. So now we have to basically start working on this, creating the structure. So that means this is working fine. Alright, so now let's do one thing. Let's go to this recipe item component. Now here what we'll do, we'll keep it very simple. So we are receiving single recipe here. So let's take a class name. So we'll do this one as flex call WAT, we'll do overflow hidden, we'll do P of 5, we'll do BG white divided by 75, we'll do shadow Excel, we'll do gap of 5, we'll do border 2, we'll do rounded to Excel, we'll do border white. Alright, let me just remove this. Now inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll do height of 40, we'll do flex justify center, we'll do overflow hidden, item center, and we'll do rounded Excel. Alright, now here I'm going to take an image, so we are going to render the source here. So this will be our item, this item that we are receiving, dot this will give us item image URL. Also we are going to use alt, this will be our recipe item, and class name will do block and w full. That's it. Let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. Awesome. So we are getting the result here, you can see that. Now next thing, what we can do, so after this we'll take another div here. Inside this will take a span, this will be span, and here I'm going to render this item dot publisher, and here we are going to use a class name. So we'll do text sm, we'll do text how much, 700 is fine, and we'll do font medium. Let's save it. Let's see. I think we have done something wrong. Okay, this is wrong. Okay, now next what we'll do, we'll take another h3, and here I'm going to render item dot title. Alright, and here we'll use a class name, we'll do font bold, we'll do text to Excel, we'll do truncate text black. That's it. And after this we are going to import link from React Router DOM, and here we'll be showing something like recipe details, and here we'll basically have to give 2. Now here it is very important, now where it should go to the dynamic page that we have created. So how we are going to do that, so we'll do slash recipe item slash, and here we have to basically pass the ID of this item. So this will be item.id. Alright, and here we are going to use this class name. So we'll use text sm, p of 3 and padding, px of 8. We'll do rounded large, we'll do uppercase, we'll do font medium, we'll do tracking wider, we'll do inline block, we'll do shadow medium, we'll do bg black, and we'll do text as white. That's it. Let's save it. Let's see. Alright, this is fine. Let's take a margin top of 5. Awesome. So this is looking very nice. Now if you notice, if I now click here, it will go to the dynamic page. So let's say click here. See, now it is going to this page and this is the ID. If I now go back, click here, this is now different ID if you noticed. If I click here, this is now different. If I now type something here, so you're getting related to Apple. Alright. And let's say I'll search for mango. So now we're getting related to mango. So this is working fine. Now what we need to do, basically on click of this, whenever we'll go to this details page, we have to get this ID, and once we'll receive this ID, based on this ID you have to again call the API, and then you have to basically render the details here. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so let's start working on this details page. So how we are going to do, so on click of this, first it is going to the details page. So let's go to this details page. Now what we need to do, we basically need to extract this ID from this URL. How we are going to do that? So for this one, we will be importing one hook from React Router DOM. Alright, so let's go here. So now let's do one thing. Here I'll take const params equal to use params. Now these params will basically give you, will give you all the details. If I now log these params here, let's see what is happening. If I now go back, let's refresh this page. Now I'll open console, let's search something. Alright, now if I click here, see, we are getting ID. Now this ID is basically the param name, and this is the value. Now from where this is coming from this ID name that you have given here. This is the dynamic value. So now this is pretty simple. So what you can do, you can take a use effect here, and then we can basically call the API. But before that, let's do another thing. So we'll go to our context, and I'll take another state here. So this will be const recipe details data set recipe details data, and this will be equal to use state of null. Now I'll copy this, and then we'll pass it here. Let's format this. And I'll go to our details page, and here first we are going to import this one from our context. So this will use context of global context. Alright, so now we'll do use effect, and here what we'll do, we will basically create a method here. So let's create a async method, async function get recipe details, and here we will create this one. So this will be const response equal to await fetch, and we are going to use the same URL that we are using. There will be some difference, so let me first copy this, paste it here. So only difference will be after recipes we have to basically pass the ID. So here we'll do recipes slash, and here we have to pass the ID. This ID will be basically this params.id. So you remember we are getting this params.id. So what we'll do, we can simply destructure this ID from this params, and then we'll basically pass this ID here, and this is done. Now we'll do const data equal to await response.json, and now let's log this data here, and let's see what you're getting. Now let's save it. So you're getting some error, params is not defined. So let me remove this. So now if I now go back, let's search for something, and now let's say if I click here, alright, we are not getting anything. I think the reason is because what we can do, we can basically give this ID as a dependency here. Now this should work. Oh sorry, my bad, we have to basically invoke this method. Now I think this should work. Awesome. So now this is working. Although if you give this ID as a dependency, then also it should work, but if you give empty dependency also, this should work fine. If I now let's say go back, let's say try for this one. So you're getting the data here. All right, So now this is pretty simple. So what we can do, we can basically check here if this data dot data is true. So we'll do set recipe details data is equal to data dot data. That's it. Alright, so now we have to basically render the JSX structure. So now the first thing what we can do here, let me just cut it. So we'll return one div. Let's take a class name. So here I'll do container. This will be mx auto py of 10. We'll do grid calls of 1. For large we'll do grid columns of 2, and we'll do gap of 10. Now inside this we'll take a div, we'll take a class name, we'll do this one as row start 2. For large we'll do row start auto, and here we are going to basically render the image. So we'll do another div, we'll give a class name, so we'll do height of 96, we'll do overflow as hidden, we'll do rounded XL, and we'll do as group. Now inside this we'll take image, so we'll do source, which will be our recipe details data dot image URL, and here we are going to take a class name. So we'll do w full, height full, we'll do object cover block, we'll do here take a group hover, and we'll do a scale of 105, and we'll do a duration of 300. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Let me just refresh this. Alright, we are not getting anything. Let me just log it here. Let's see what is happening here. So what we are getting in this recipe details data. Alright, so we have dot recipe here. Okay, now I got it. So what I need to do, we have to do dot here, dot recipe. Now this should work. Awesome. Now you can see that this scaling is also happening, and if I now go back, search for something, and let's say if I click here, so now we're getting the different data. If I click this one, we're getting the updated data here. Alright, this is fine. Now next what we are going to do, so after this we'll take another div here, we'll take a class name, we'll do flex, column and gap of 3. Here we'll do a span, and here we'll do recipe details data dot recipe dot publisher. Alright, and let's use the same styles that we are using here. So for this one also we'll use the same. Let's copy this and we'll paste it here, and also we'll do the same thing for this one also, the title. So we'll copy this one, and after that we'll paste the same here. Let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. Alright, so we have to change this one, item is not defined, so we'll just replace this one. Okay, so you're getting the name. This is fine. Now next what we are going to do here, let's take another div here. So this is our main div. Okay, after this, or let's take it here. So we'll take another div here, and here we'll take a button, and this will be our save as favorites. Okay, and here we'll take a class name, so we'll do a p of 3, px of, I think for this one also we'll use the same class name. Let me write it down. We'll do rounded large. I'm very lazy of writing this much CSS, to be honest. Text sm, then we are having uppercase, font medium, then we are having tracking wider, we'll do a margin top of 3, we'll do inline block, we'll do shadow as medium, we'll do BG black, and we'll do text as white. That's it. Alright, now let's save it. Let's see first how this is looking. Okay, so we are having save as favorites. This is fine. Now what else we can do? So we can also render the ingredients. So after this div, let's take another div here. So here I'll take a span and we'll do ingredients. Alright, so here let's take a class name, we'll do text 2XL font semi bold. Alright, text black. Now after this span, we'll take a UL, we'll take a class name, and here we'll do flex column gap of 3, and here we are going to basically render the ingredients. So this will be recipe details dot recipe dot here I have to do ingredients dot map. This will be ingredient, and here I'm going to render li. Alright, now inside this will take a span here, and let's render the ingredient dot quantity. Sorry, this will be dot, and then we'll give a space, and this will be ingredient dot unit. Alright, and after this span, we'll take another span here, and we'll render ingredient dot description. Alright, let's format this. What else? For this one also we'll use the same class name, so we'll copy this one and we'll use here and also here. Sorry, what I have done, sorry, not here, we have to do it here. Let's see. Okay, so now we are getting all of this, that these all are the ingredients. This you will be able to save as favorites. If I now go back, let's say I'll click on this one, so now we're getting the updated data. If I click this one, we are getting the data here. Let's see if I search for mango, and let's click here, so now we're getting related to mango, and this is working fine. So now next thing what we need to do, on click of this, basically we have to store this in our favorite section, so that one we are going to do in the next part. Alright, so let's start working on this favorite functionality. So the first thing is that what we are going to do, we'll go to our context, and then we'll take another state here, and this will be our favorites list, and set favorite list, and this will be used state of empty array. Now let's copy this, or let's do one thing, we can do another thing here. We can create a method here, and this will be handle add to favorite, and this will basically receive the current item. Okay, so if I now log this here, let's see what is happening. So I'll just copy this, I'll just copy this method handle add to favorite, and I'll pass in our context. Now we'll go to our details page, and here you can see that we are having this save as favorites. This is the button. So here on click of this, we will basically call this method. So now we'll do on click, and here we'll basically invoke this method, and we'll pass this recipe item details dot recipe as a parameter, which is basically our current item. I hope you're getting. If I now save this, now let's go back. Now let's go to console. If I now click here, see, now we are getting the current data here. right? Now here we'll be able to get the ID, and based on that we'll be able to see whether this item is already added in the favorites or not. As simple as that. So now we can go to our context, and now what I'll do, the first thing is that we'll do copy favorites list, and this will be our favorites. Now we'll check the index. So we'll do here copy favorite list dot find index, and we'll do item if this item dot id is equal to get current item dot id. That means whether the item is already present in this array or not. If index is -1, that means the item is not present. So we'll do copy favorite list dot push, and we'll push this current item. Else what we'll need to do, we'll do copy favorites, and then we'll just splice this index. That means we'll remove if the item is already present, and at the end we'll just do set favorite list equal to copy favorite list. Now let's log this favorite list and let's see what we are getting. So now if I now go back here, so we are getting empty. Click here, so one item is there. If I now again click, you can see now this is empty again, so that means this is now removed. Okay, so now what we can do, we can pass this favorite list in our context. So this is the first step, and we are already having this favorite component. So what we can do, in this home component, the structure that whatever we are having, this will be similar, exact similar to here. So what we can do, we can simply copy this whole part from here, and then we can simply paste it here. Now there are some changes we need to do. So the first thing is that this will be favorites list instead of recipe list. Loading is not required, and here this will be favorite list, and here we will, so nothing to added, nothing is added in favorites. That's it, and this is done. If I now save this, so we are getting some error. Recipe item is not defined. Let me just import this one. So now this is fine. Again we are getting some error. Global context is not defined, and use context is not defined. Okay, so now let's say if I now click here, let's go to our favorites. We are getting one favorite here. Let's go to our home. Alright, wait, because we are not storing this one in any storage or basically in database, that is the reason, but this is fine. Now let's click on here, click on save to favorites, go to favorites. We are getting 2. Let's go to home, go here, click here, go to favorites. We are getting 3. Alright, let's click on this one, click here, and you can see that we are getting this one, 4 items. Now one thing we need to do, basically if I now click here, we have to, because this is already added, so if you see banana cookies is already added, so we'll show here remove from favorites. So how we are going to do that, so let's copy this favorite list, and then what we can do, go to our details. So first thing we'll basically take from here, and then we'll go to our button, and here basically what we'll do, we'll simply check that what we can do. So we'll do here favorites, alright, dot, so we'll do find index, and here we'll do item. So we'll do item dot id is equal to this recipe item dot recipe dot id. So that means if this is already present or not. If this is not equal to -1, so that means this is already present. So this will be remove from favorites, or this will be add to favorites. That's it. So now let's format this, and here we can do something like if this length dot length is greater than 0. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. So now getting removed from favorites because banana cookies is already present. Now let's go to our home. So let's click on this banana poster. So now this is coming add to favorites. If I now click here, now remove to favorites, go to here, banana poster. If I now go back, let's click here, add to favorite. If I now go back, this is now removed. All right. So now obviously this is not like a very big project, but this will give you an idea that how you can work with routing, how you can create multiple pages, how you can create context and manage global state, and also a lot of other functionality also. Obviously what we can do, we can use very easily basically store this one in a database, so that on page refresh this doesn't, like if I now refresh this page, obviously this data will not be there. But this is fine because this is a static website. This will definitely help you to understand a lot of things. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to our home. Another thing, whenever we'll type something here, let's navigate to the home page. So this is one very important thing that come to my mind. So what we can do, simply something like, let's go to our where we can go context. So here we'll do const navigate equal to use navigate, and whenever we'll enter here, we'll navigate to the home page. So this is another important thing. So now let's say if I type something here, apple, let's go to our recipe details, add to favorites, go to favorites. Now let's say type something here, banana. So it's going back to this page. All right. Now click here, add to favorite. Let's go here, click here, search for mango, click here, this is coming. Now let's click this one. Alright, let's go back one more. So now this is added. If I now go back, remove this one, this is now removed. Alright, so that's all for this particular video. Now see you in my next video. Now in the next video we are going to create many more very interesting project. See you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace. Hey everyone, so let's start working on our shopping cart application. So in this application, the only difference will be here we are going to use Redux toolkit. So this is the specialty of this particular project. So this is very simple. As you can see, we will be fetching the data from the API, where we'll be getting the list of products from Fake Store API. Then on click of this will be added to cart. Now if I go to cart, obviously this will be added and this amount will be updated. Now you may think that this is a very simple project, but actually for a beginners, or if you think about from interview perspective, this is not a simple project. If they give you 2 hours to code this one, you have to do it in that time. So let's say if I go here and then add this one also, so you can see that this is updated. If I try to remove, this will be updated. So for this one, I have chosen Tailwind CSS and Redux toolkit for this particular project, so that in case you face, or basically interviewer will ask you that whether you have worked with Redux or not, so this project will definitely going to help you. So let's start working on this particular project. Alright everyone, so let's start working on our shopping cart project. So first thing, you can see that I already created one project here. So here first we will be basically installing all the dependencies that we need, and also we need to install Tailwind CSS because that one we are going to use for our styling. So first we'll start with Tailwind CSS. So to install, what you need to do, you have to basically install as a dev dependency. So we're going to copy this and then we'll paste it here. So once this will be installed, then we have to basically init, and then we have to give some of the configuration that you need for this particular project. Alright, so this is done. Now let's init this one. So if I do npx init, so it will basically create a file here for the configuration. And then what we need to do, basically we have to give this content that we are using, because we are using React. So this will be either JS, JSX, TS or TSX. So you'll copy this and let's go here, and then we'll paste inside this content. And the last step will be, we have to import this base utilities in the index.css. So we'll go to the index.css and we are going to paste it here. That's it. So this is all the configuration that we need for the Tailwind CSS. And now coming to the packages. So we are going to use Redux toolkit. So the first thing we need to install redux.js/toolkit. Alright. Next we need React Redux. We need React icons. We also need React router DOM. And also we are going to use another one, that will be React loader spinner. So this is basically to show any kind of loading state, and I think that's it. All right, so now let it be installing. So now we'll do one thing. Let's quickly create all the components and the pages that we need. So first I'll be creating a pages folder, and then I'll be creating a components folder, and then I'll be creating another folder, and this will be our store. So store is basically our Redux store. So here we will be creating all the slice and our main configuration for the store. All right, now what else we need? So inside this page, we basically need two pages. So one will be home page and one will be a cart page. So in the home page, we'll be getting the list of, I think I already showed you in the demo, we'll be getting the list of products. And in the cart page, we'll be showing how many products we have added in the cart. So we'll be creating two pages here. So I'll create home.jsx, and then I'll be creating cart.jsx. So let's quickly create the components, the pages first, and then we'll be implementing the React router DOM, or basically the routing. So let me just close everything. So here let's create this cart component. So function, this will be our cart, and we are going to return some div for now, and this will be our cart. Let's save it. Let's create our home page. So this will be export default function. This will be home, and we are going to return here div, and this will be our home page. All right, now we need to import this one in our app.js. Now because we need to switch from one page to another page, so we definitely need React router DOM, or basically routing functionality. So the first thing what we need to do, we have to import the browser router here, and let's do one thing. Let's remove this react.strict mode. This we don't need. And here I'm going to import browser router from React router DOM, and then I'm going to paste it this app here. That's it. Now let's go to our app.js. Now let me just remove everything from here. Let's remove this class name also. Now here what we need, we basically need the routes. So we'll import routes from React router DOM. So this will work as a switch. All right, now here what we are going to do, the first thing is that we'll be having a common navbar component. So let's say I'll be having a navbar here. So this will be my navbar, and then inside this we need to create all the routes. So for now we are having only two pages, so we'll create two route. So we'll import route, and here I'll give exact, and here I'm going to use a path which will be slash, and I'll be passing element which will be basically our component. This is our home component. So let's copy this, and here we need cart, and this will go to the cart page. Let's save it. Let's remove this logo. So now let's go to this page. So you can see that we are getting navbar home. If I try to go to /cart, so going to the cart page, and navbar is basically common for both the pages. So this is working fine. So now what will be our next step? So next step will be, let's implement this navbar component first, or basically the header component. So we'll go here. So we are having this reusable components. So inside this component I'll be creating a folder. So let's create the folder, and let's give this one name as, we'll give this one name as a header only, and inside this I'll create index.jsx. all right, so now let's quickly create this. So this will be export default function header. Now let's return a div. So this will be div. All right, inside this, so let's take a we'll do another thing. We'll take a nav here, and we'll give a class name here. So we'll give flex items center, justify between, height of 20, we'll give max w 6xl, and mx of auto. Inside this we are importing link from React router DOM, and here in this link component we have to give a to property. So it will go to the slash or basically the home page on click of this. Inside this I'll take another div. Let's take a class name. We'll take a margin left of 5, and inside this I'll take a h1 and let's give this a name as React Redux Shopping Cart. And here I'm going to use a class name, so we'll give text red 900, font bold. We'll give text transparent. We'll do to text Excel. We'll do for SM, we'll do text 2XL. For MD we'll do text 3XL. We'll do cursor pointer, and we'll do tracking wide, tracking wider, or let's make this one wide. Let's format this, let's save it. Now we are going to import this header component in our app.js. So here we'll import this header. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Alright, so we are getting this one. So here what we can do, we can also, I think this is fine for now. Now after this link, so let's go to our header component. So we'll take another div, and here we'll take a class name. We'll make this on flex. We'll do list. I think this is not required. We'll do item center. We'll do space x of let's make this one 6. We'll do text gray 800. Alright, and we'll do font semi bold. Inside this we'll take another link, so this will again will be 2/, and here what we'll do, we'll take a paragraph and we'll make this one as home, or let's do one thing, let's make this one as a UL and we'll do this one as a li, and here we are going to do a class name. We will do, so for this one I think we need list none. For this li, we will do a cursor pointer, and I think that's fine. So we're having one home. Next we will take, we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. This will be /cart, and here what we can do, we'll simply render this cart here. Let's save this and let's see what is happening. So you're getting here, this is fine, but for this one also I think we can have to give list none. Alright, so there was some error actually, the tailwind was actually not applying, so I just restarted the project, so it's now coming fine. But I think we are not able to see this text, so I think the reason is we have given text transparent. We don't have to give, let me just remove this one from here. We are already using this text here. Okay, so now this is fine. So now next thing what we are going to do, so now if I click here, you can see that it's going to the cart page. If I click here, it's going to the home page, and if I click here also, it's going to the home page. So now we have to start working on the home component. So to first list the list of products or whatever that we want to fetch, and then after that we'll be start working on the Redux toolkit part. So let's get started. So the first thing is that let's go to our home page, and or else we can do another thing, or I think for now this is fine. Let's keep this on simple. So we'll take two state here. So one will be our products and another one will be set products, and this will be use state of empty array, and then we'll be having our pending state, or let's make this on loading set loading, which will be use state of false, and we'll take use effect, and here we are going to fetch the list of products. We'll do fetch list of products. So this will be async function fetch list of products. This will be const response await fetch, and here we are going to use this URL which will be fake store API. So this is fakestoreapi.com/products. Here we'll be having data, again the same thing, which will be await res.json. Alright, now before this one, let's make this set loading as true, and here we will do if this data is true. So we'll do set loading as false, and we'll do set products as this data. That's it. Alright, so now the first thing is that let's remove this part from here. So we'll check if this loading is true. So we want to basically render some kind of loader. So I think for this one we have already installed this React loading spinner. So that component only we are going to use. So let's do one thing. Let's take a div here, or else let's make this one null for now. Later we'll change this, and here we'll do class name which will be mean height screen. We'll do w full flex justify center and item center. Here I'm going to import these circles from React loader spinner. You can go to the official website and you can also check, but this is pretty simple. You just have to import the spinner that you want to use. You have to give a height property. I'll give this on 120. Let's make this one like this. Then we are having width. I'll take 120. We'll take a color. We'll do RGB 127, 29, 29. Then what else we need? We'll do visible as true. Alright, so now let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Awesome. So you can see that we are getting this one loader and it's working fine. So now next thing what we are going to do, we have to basically render the list of products. So for this one, let's create another component inside this, and I'll give this one name as product tile, and we'll do index.jsx. So here let's create export default function. This will be our product tile, which will receive the product, single product basically from the parent component. And here for now I'm going to return a simple div, and let's return product item. We'll do this one, single product item. Awesome. So now here, if loading is false, that means we got the data. So we'll do a div, and here we'll first do a class name. We'll do mean height of let's make this one as 80 VH. We'll do grid. We'll do sm grid calls of 2. For MD we'll do grid columns of 3. We'll do space x of 5, space y of 10. For large we are going to do grid columns of 4. We'll do max w 6 XL. We'll do mx auto, and we'll do padding of 3. Alright, inside this we are going to check if these products, that means these products that we are having from the API, and products dot length, if this is true, we are going to render the products, or else we'll render null. So here I'll do products dot map. So this is our product item, and now what we need to return? We need to simply return this product tile component, and here we need to pass this product, which will be this product item. As simple as that. So now format this, let's save it, let's see what is happening. So you can see that we are getting single product item. I don't know why this is going on top. This part we need to check. Okay, fine. First let's see what is happening. First let's quickly start working on this component, then we'll see if there are any issue in the CSS. Alright, so let's go here. So we'll go to our product tile. Alright, so now the first thing is that let's remove this. We'll take another div, and here we'll take a class name. What we'll do here, we'll do this on groove, flex column, we'll do item center, we'll do border of 2, we'll do border red 900, we'll do gap of 3, padding of 4, height of how much, let's make this 360 px, margin top of 10, margin left of 5, and we'll do rounded XL. Inside this we'll take another div, and here we'll do a class name, we'll do height of 180 px. Now here we are going to render image which we'll get from this product. Alright, so in this source we are going to pass this product dot image, we'll do alt, which will be product dot title, we'll do a class name, we'll do this one as object cover, height of full and width of full. Let's format this, let's save it, let's see what is happening. Okay, this is fine. This part we need to check why this is coming on top. This is weird. Alright, so let's fix this one. I think this is coming because of this. Let me go here. I think this is because of this space issue here. So let me just remove this. I think this is not required. Okay, so now this is fine. So now let's add some title and also a button for add to cart and then remove item. So we'll go to this page. So after this image, let's do this div, and after this we'll take another div here. Let's take a h1 and we'll just render this product dot title, and here we'll give a class name. So we'll do class name for this h1. So we'll do width of 40, we'll do truncate. What else? We'll do margin top of 3, we'll do text gray 700, we'll do font bold, and we'll do text large. Let's save this, let's see. Awesome. Now next, so after this we'll take another div and we'll make this on class name as flex, we'll do item as center, we'll do justify between w full, and we'll do empty of 5, that is margin top. Alright, now here basically we need to show if the product is already added in the cart, so we'll show remove item or else we'll show add to cart. But because we now haven't created any functionality, something like that, so for now we'll just add one button and I'll do add to cart. And also let's take a class name for this button. So we'll do bg red 950, we'll do text of white, we'll do border of 2, we'll do border this is fine, we'll do a rounded large, we'll do font semi bold for this one, or let's make this one bold only, and then we'll do padding of 4. Let's save it, let's see. Okay, this is fine. Alright, so now let's do another thing. We'll do justify center instead of between. Okay, so now this is fine. Alright, so now we have rendered, so we'll go to cart, we'll come back here, so data is coming. So now let's start working on the Redux part. So the main idea of this particular project is so that you guys have some idea on how to integrate Redux toolkit, because I think for now these many projects that we have done, so we know how to fetch data and also how you can integrate React router DOM and implement routing functionality. So this project basically will give you a very basic idea of Redux toolkit part. And now the reason why you should always start with the very basic, because even if the project is complicated, you will be able to easily do that. So that's the reason your basic has to be very, very clear. Now to start working on the Redux part, the first thing is that Redux is basically a global state management library, something like context. So you'll keep your state in one place so that you will be able to use this state anywhere you want basically. So that is the main idea of this. So the first thing is that what we need to do now in the Redux, the concept is basically you will be creating slices for each and every component or pages, you can say. Let's say we are having a cart here, so we are going to create a cart slices which will consist of the actions and the reducer and your state basically. And now we have integrated this, we have installed this React Redux package, so that will basically connect your React application with Redux store, and then using different hooks you will be able to basically extract those states from your Redux store. So here I'm going to create our index.js. This will be index.js, and here I'm going to create the store, but before that you have to create the slices. So I'll create here slices, and inside this I'll create another let's do one thing, let's give a name of cart slice.js. Alright, now how we are going to create the slice? So the first thing is that, so the process is like, first you have to import the create slice method, then you have to basically initialize the initial state, so which you will be basically manipulating, and then you will be getting the updated state back. Then you'll be creating your slice. Using this create slice, you have to give a name. You will be creating, you have to basically mention the initial state, and you'll be creating all the actions here, and at the end you have to import those actions, and those actions you will be using in your component. So first let's import something from Redux toolkit, and this is called create slice. All right, so you can see that this you have to basically use, which will generate the actions creator and actions types that correspond to reducer and your state. Now I'll be creating my cart slice. So here you have to take this create slice, and then you have to basically give a name. So I'll give a name of cart. You have to mention the initial state. You can see that it will take initial state, so we'll be creating this one in a minute. And now after this you have to create your reducers. So for now this is fine, and now let's create our initial state. So we'll do const initial state, which will be empty array. So this initial state you are using here. All right, now what we are going to do, we will be simply also here you have to give the reducers, which will be object, and here you will be creating all the actions. So for now this is fine. So now what we are going to do, we'll just do export default, then you're having this cart slice dot reducer. That's it. All right, let's format this, let's save it. So now we have to basically create our global store, just like we usually create global context. So we'll go to our index.js, and here you have to create the store. Now you obviously will be able to combine multiple slices. For now we are having only one slice, that is fine. Let's say we are having 100 slices, so you will be able to import all the slices in your global state, and that will combine and create one single state. So the first thing is that to create this one, you have to import something from redux.js/toolkit, which is called configure store. All right, you can see that. Now here we are going to create, so we'll do const store, which will be configured store, and this will basically take a reducer property, and here you will be able to combine multiple reducers, and this is very, very important. So now let's say you are giving a name, so I'll give a cart as a name. So I want to import the cart reducer. Now you'll see here in this cart slice, I default exported this reducer. So I will be able to import this cart reducer from these slices/cart slice. So this will be my cart reducer. Let's say you are having 100 reducer here. So you will be importing your next reducer, let's say some dummy reducer from some dummy slice, and then you have to give the name here dummy, which will be your dummy reducer, something like that. So like that, it will basically combine all of these. For now we don't have, so we'll remove this one. And at the end, we are going to do export default this store. Alright, so this is fine. So now how you will be able to combine this one or basically use these features of Redux in your React project? So the answer is in your index.js. If you remember, just like we import global context here, you have to import this store in this component and you have to basically pass it in the root level so that you will be able to access all the properties from here. But how you are going to do that? So to do this one, you have to import some component from your React Redux. So here basically this React Redux will comes into picture, which will combine your React and Redux both together. And now I'll do basically cut it from here, and this will take a store property which will be your store. Just now we have created basically this store here, and that's it. So now let's save it. So now this will basically generate your store. Now what we want to do, we want to basically create a functionality that on click of this I want to add this product and then I want to store this product data in my cart slice. So let's see how we are going to do that. So now to do this one, we will be creating method inside this reducer. So here let's say I want to create add property, or let's say do add to cart. Alright, and this will be a method. Now this will take a state and also it will take an action. And now what we want to do, we will simply do state, which is your current state dot push, and I want to add this action dot payload that I'll be passing from this component. So this is your one add to cart functionality. Now how you are going to access this? To access this one, you just have to export it. So we'll do export const, and here this will be cart slice dot actions. So this is your one of the actions that you are exporting, add to cart. So now what you need to do, I hope you are getting. So this method now you have to call, and then you have to basically on click of this button you have to push this data in this array, which is your initial state, and this will basically give you the updated state back. Now let's go to our this product.js component that we have created, product tile. Now here I'll be creating a method. So this will be my function, and this will be handle add to cart. Alright, now this is the single product that we are having, but how you are going to call this method? So now this is the point, how you're going to call this method from this component. So here this hook from this React Redux will comes into picture. So this React Redux will give you this particular hook, that is a dispatch hook. So you have to first import this one from React Redux, and this is called useDispatch. So this will dispatch a certain action which will go to the slice. It will check that okay, I called this action, and it will do the certain functionality here. I hope you're getting. So now what you need to do, first you have to initialize this one. So use dispatch. Now you have to basically, so you can see that this will basically dispatch a action. Alright, dispatch function. So here you call this dispatch, and you call this add to cart from the cart slice, and then you have to basically pass this payload. So you can see that it will take a payload, and this can be of any type. For now you have to pass this product because this is the current product I want to add. That's it. Now this handle add to cart I will give on click of this button. As simple as that. Now so let's save it. Let's go to our cart slice and let's log this action here, and let's see what is happening. Sorry, what is happening? Let's go to console. I'll add this one. You're getting a type. So this is the type cart / add to cart because this is the action name, and in the payload you're getting this information. If I click here, you're getting this one, and then you're getting the current product. Alright, so now this will basically update your state. So we have added this one to our state, but how you are going to access it? So to access this one, you have to basically use a useSelector hook So that is also from React Redux. So use selector will basically give you the updated state from your Redux store. All right. So let's see how we are going to do that. So to do this one, first thing is that we'll go to our cart.js file here, and now so this is the component. Let me just, so here first thing what you need to do, so the first is basically we have to import the state, updated state. To get the state, what we need to do, first I'll show you what we are getting in the updated state. So we'll use this use selector from React Redux, which will basically give you the updated state. So here we'll get the state, and let me just log this state here. If I now save this, now let's say I'll add this one. Let's go to our cart. So you can see that we are getting array of 3. Now because this, okay, 1 is getting added 2 times, that is fine, but you can see that we are getting array of 3 and the data is updated. And if you notice here, we are getting a cart here because this is the name of the slice that we have given here. So what we can do, we can simply destructure this cart from our state. So we can simply do here cart. So that means we are getting this one from our state. So if I now log this cart, we'll see that we'll be getting a array of 3. If I now go to home, and let's say if I do add to cart here, and let's go to our cart, now we're getting 4. So this is getting updated. All right, so now here what you're going to do, we'll take another state, and that will be to combine all the total. So we'll do total cart set total cart. This will be use state of 0, and here we'll take use effect, and here we'll keep this cart as a dependency, and we'll do set total cart, which will be simply cart dot reduce, and this will be our current, and we'll simply add this account plus. If you go here, you'll see that we are getting this price. So we'll do accumulator plus current dot price. All right, and we can give this 0 as the initial value. That's it. So now let's see what we're getting in the total cart. So we're getting 4's 110. If I go back here, let's add this one, go to cart. So you can see that this is updated now. Awesome. So now we need to basically start working on this cart page, but before that, another very important thing we need to do, and that is, if this cart is already added, this item, so we don't have to show add to cart, we'll be showing remove to cart, and then we will not be able to basically add it again. We have to remove this. So first let's complete this functionality, then at the end we'll be working on the cart page. So we will go to the product.js. So let's go here, which is our product tile, and here you can see that we are doing handle add to cart. So the first thing is that we will be first getting the list of cart items. So again we'll do const, we'll get cart, and we'll get it from use selector. All right, and now what we are going to do, we will basically check. So let's come here. So we'll check if this cart dot sum, that means if some of the item are actually present, and here we will do this item dot id is equal to current item, which is our product dot id. That means this item is already added, so you don't have to add it. So here we'll basically show this one as remove from cart, or else this will be add to cart. So this is one thing. Same if this is true. So if this is true, so we don't have to do handle add to cart. We will basically do here handle remove from cart, or else this will be handle add to cart. And now let's create this function. So we'll do function handle remove from cart, and then we'll do log, and this will be removed. Now let's see what is happening. If I go back, now let me first refresh this. Okay, so now here if I do here, so you can see that we are getting removed from cart, but if I try to add again, so it is getting removed, so not adding anymore. I'll go to cart, only one item is added. If I do add to cart and go back, only 2 items, and this is working fine. So now let's start working on this remove from cart functionality. So this will be pretty simple. So first we'll go to our cart slice, and again you have to create another method, just like you will do it in the context. So we'll do remove from cart, which will take a state and again also the action. And here we are going to return state.filter, which is your basically current state. And then we are going to do item.id is not equal to action.payload. That means we are basically filtering the current item on remove. So now what we need to do, simply we can go to our product tile. So here we again do dispatch, and then we'll do remove from cart. Sorry, we also have to basically import it here, export it. So now let's go here. So we'll do remove from cart. Now what you need to pass, you need to pass a current ID. So this will be product.id. That's it. So now let's save it. So now let's add this one. So we'll go here, only one item, go back. Now click here, again add to cart. If I now go back, so this is empty and this is working fine. So now we have done till this part. So now let's start working on our cart page. So first we'll go to our cart.jsx. Let's close everything else, and here we'll first check if this cart and cart.length, if this is true, so we are going to render. So we'll take a div, or else here we'll show like your cart is empty, something like that. So we'll show a div, and we'll let's give a class name here first. Let's make this one div. We'll do a class name, and here we are going to use, we'll do a mean height of how much, we'll do 80 VH. We'll make this one as flex. We'll do flex column. We'll do item as center, and we'll do justify center. Alright, inside this we will take a h1 and render your cart is empty, and here we'll add a class name which will be text gray 800. We'll do font bold. We'll do text Excel, margin bottom of 2. That's it. And then after this we'll take a link here. So we'll do import link from React router DOM. So we'll import link. So this will be to, it will go to home page, and here I'm going to import use a button. So we'll do shop now, and let's use the same style that we are using here. So this one, copy this, and we'll paste it here. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Awesome. So if I click here, it's going back. If I add this one and let's go back, so now we have to render the list of cart items. Alright, so first we'll go back here. Alright, so here now we are going to render the list of cart items. So we'll take a class name here also, and this one will do mean height of 80 VH. We'll do grid. We'll do for MD, we'll do grid columns of 2. We'll do max W 6XL, and we'll do MX of auto. Alright, now inside this we'll take another div. We'll take a class name. So we'll do flex column. We'll do justify center. We'll do items. We'll do items. What we can do? We'll do items center. and we'll do padding of 3. Now inside this we are going to render the cart item. So we'll do cart.map. This is our cart item. Now we are going to return the cart tile. So here I'll create another component and this will be our cart tile. Let's create our index.jsx. So this will be export default function. This is our cart tile which will receive the cart item, and here I'm going to return a div and this will be our cart item. So here I'm going to import this cart tile which will take the cart item, which will be this cart item here, this one. That's it. Alright, so after this div, so let's do one thing. Here let me cut it. So after this div we'll take another div here. Alright, so here what we'll do, we'll take another div, we'll take a class name and we'll do flex column, we'll do justify center, we'll do items end, we'll do p of 5, we'll do space y of 5 and margin top of 14. Inside this we'll take a h1 and this will be your cart summary. Alright, so let's take a class name here. So this will be font bold. We'll do text large and we'll do text red 800. Alright, after this we'll take a paragraph. Inside this we'll take a span and this will be our total items. And here we'll take a class name. So what we can do, we'll do a text gray of 800 and font bold. Alright, and here we'll take another span and this will be our cart dot length. Alright, so after this p we'll take another paragraph and then we'll take another span. Let me just copy this from here only. So this will be our total amount, which will be this total amount that we have created. Sorry, total cart. And I think that's it. So now let's format and save this. Let's see what is happening here. Alright, so this is coming below, but that is fine, that we are going to check. First let me just quickly clear this. So let's go to our home, let's add this one, let's go to cart, we're getting 2, let's add this one, let's go here, we are getting 3. So now let's quickly start working on this cart item, or basically cart tile. So here I'll remove this. So here we'll take a div, we'll take a class name, we'll do flex item center, padding of 5, we'll do justify between, background red, we'll make this one as, let's make 500, margin top of 2, margin bottom of 2, and we'll do rounded excel. Inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll make this one flex, padding of 3, and we'll take an image here. Let's take a source, which will be cart item dot, this will be our image. We'll take a class name, we'll do height of 28, rounded large, and alt of let's make this one cart item dot title. Alright, inside this we'll take another div, let's make a class name, we'll do ml of 10, we'll do self start, we'll do space y of 5. Inside this we'll take a h1 and we'll render our cart item dot title. Here also we'll take a class name, so we'll do text excel, we'll do text white, and we'll do font bold. Let's format this. Alright, so this is fine. Now after this we'll render the price, so we'll take a paragraph and we'll do here cart item dot price, So we'll take a class name here also. We'll do text white and font extra bold. Awesome. Then after this, we'll take another div. Or let's do one thing. Inside this div, we'll go to our product tile, and I'm going to copy this button from here, paste it here. Now on click, I'll do handle remove from cart, and this will be remove from cart, because here we'll not be able to add because this is in the cart page. So this will be removed from cart. And let me copy this and create this function here. That's it. So now let's format this and let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Okay, this is fine. Let me just check what is happening here. Okay, I think here we can take a display of flex. Yes. Sorry, this is in which one? Let me check. Okay, so we'll go to our cart page. Let me do class name of flex here. Let me reduce this a little bit. Sorry, not this one. So we'll go here. I think here can make this one as 60. Let's see how this is looking. We'll make width as 200 px. Let's make this one 300. Sorry. Yeah. So here what we can do, we'll take a class name and we'll do, sorry, we have done mean height here, not width. So we'll do a width of 300 px. So let's see. Also this one we have to make center. To do justify content center. So this is, I think, so here I think we can make justify center. Okay, let's go to shop now. Let's try to add this one. Let's go to cart. Okay, so now this is added here. Now we have to also work on this remove from cart. So now this will be pretty simple. You can go to cart tile. Now the first thing is that we have to do dispatch, which will be our use dispatch. Now I think we'll be able to do it. So just call this dispatch, and then you have to do remove from cart from our cart slice, and then you'll call this cart item.id. So this ID you need to pass. That's it. Now let's save it and let's see what is happening. If I now see, now this is empty. If I go here, add 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, go to cart. So you can see that this is updated. Total item is 5. Don't worry about the CSS. This is fine. You just have to check the functionality whether this is working or not. So now I'll remove this one from here. So amount is updated. Remove this one, updated. Remove this one, this one. If I remove here, cart is empty. So now I think that's all for this particular video. I hope that you understand how we need to basically use Redux Toolkit, how to create the actions, how you can create a global store, and how to create the reducer, how you can use dispatch and use selector hook to connect your React and Redux project. So I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Now next one will be our last project, and that is a Mern stack blog application. So we'll be creating very simple blog application. There will be very less CSS. I'm again explaining mentioning this one. So the main functionality will be how you can interact with a MongoDB database and how you can create a full stack project from scratch. So let's start working on that particular project. Alright everyone, so let's start with our expense tracker. So here you can see that for this particular project we are going to use Chakra UI as our CSS utility framework, you can say. So we'll be having simple one-page application, and on the left side we'll be able to see the balance, and then we'll be having the expense and the income. So on click of this, model will open, and here you will be able to add a income or expense. So I'll add a income, and I need to give the amount. So I'll choose income. I'll add this one. So you can see that the balance is now updated. So this is a chart that we are going to use for this one, we are going to use React Apex charts. And then if I add a expense, so let's say I add a 500, this will be expense. If I add this one, so this is updated here, this is now updated. So here you'll be able to see that how much is the balance. So this will be a very simple project. The main idea is behind that, so that you'll be able to use Chakra UI if you want to use particularly in your like any project that you are currently working, or let's say you are giving an interview and there is a requirement that they want to know that whether you will be able to use any CSS third-party packages or not. So this is the main idea. So let's start working on this particular project. Alright everyone, so let's start working on our expense tracker project. So for this one we are going to use Chakra UI. So the reason is because we are using different CSS packages in this whole video, so that you will get idea of each and everything if in case you are facing these things in your interview. So the first thing is that you have to install this one. I already installed a simple React project, so I'm not wasting any time but by doing all of this from scratch. I hope you are getting this thing. So the first thing is that we'll do let me just paste it. Apart from this, so you also need React icons, and for this one we also need a chart. So we will be using this React Apex charts. So this is another package that we need to install, and I think this would be more than enough. Alright, so the first thing is that if you go to this official doc, so here first you have to create this provider. So again, this provider is kind of like whenever you'll create a context and you'll wrap your application in your context, so that you'll be getting all the global state in your child component. So this is exactly similar like that. Alright, so I think it's still installing. Before that, let's quickly create all the components that we need. So we'll create a folder. Now the first component we need, and that is a main component. We also need a chart component. Then we also basically need the view component, where we'll be showing all the expense and the income. So this will be our view. Or let's give this one as a expense view, something like that, expense view. What else we need? We also need a overview component, or let's make this one summary component. And also we need a add transactions component. Alright, I think this is done. Now let's go to our source, and if you see that we basically need to create our base theme for our Chakra UI. So in the theme, what we need to do, this will be very, very simple. So we're going to import something from Chakra UI /React, and this is called extend theme. Now here we will be basically creating, so we'll do const theme, which will be this extend theme, and here I will be passing one that will be our initial color mode, which will be light, and also you need to pass another one which will be use system color mode, and this will be true. And at the end we'll do export default theme. So this will basically create a simple theme. Now to use, as I already told you, we have to basically go to our main index.js component. I'll remove this strict mode here, and then first I'm going to import the provider, and that is called the Chakra provider, and you have to wrap your app inside of this, and then here you have to basically pass the theme, which will be our theme. That's it. So this is the very basic structure we need. Now because we are having so many components and we have to interact with so many different components, again for this project also we are going to use a context for our global state management. If you want, you can also use Redux toolkit, because we also have done Redux toolkit in one of the projects, so you have some idea. So I'll create our index.jsx, and here first let me quickly create the component. So we'll do export const. As I already told you, like context is one of my favorite features in React, so I really like using this. And here we'll do export default function global, so we'll do global state, then I'm going to return, this will be global context dot provider, and I'm going to pass the children. That's it. Now let's save it. Now we'll go to index.js again, and again I'm going to wrap this context. So we can wrap it here only. So we'll do global state, and then we'll just wrap it here. Let's save this. So this is fine. Now let's go to our app.js, and we will be first creating all the basic structure that we need, and after that we'll be start working on the functionality. And thank God in this project we'll not be doing any kind of API call or anything. This will be a very simple one. So here I'm going to remove all of these, and I remove this one also. Now because we are using Chakra UI, so we'll try to use most of the components, inbuilt components from Chakra UI React package only. So the first we will start with container, and inside this I'm going to use a BG. So here I'm use this color. So this thing I already have. Actually don't think that I actually know all of this. I already have this one. I already created this project separately, so I'm just taking reference from there only. All right, and then we'll give a max w. So here we can basically pass container dot 3xl. Then we'll take a height. So height is basically the minimum height, which is 100 VH. We'll take, and we'll pass a padding of 0. All right, that's it. Now inside this we'll take a flex. We'll make the height as full, and inside this we'll take a box, and here we are going to import the main component. So let's go here, let's quickly create something. So we'll do index.jsx, and here I'll be having export default function main, and let's return something for now. We'll return a div. I'm going to remove this one later, and this is main. So here I'm going to import main component, and in this box we'll give a height of full. We'll give a flex of 5, and we'll do a, see I'm not like explaining each and everything. It will definitely take a lot of time. So here I'll just divide this on with 20%, 30%, 20%, we'll do 50%, and we'll do 60%. If you hover here also you'll get all the properties basically. So this is the width property, and it is the responsive value that you will be able to give for each and every resolution. So let's save it. So now let's see what we are getting here. So you're getting main here. This is fine. So now let's close everything else, and we'll go to our main component, and I'll create the structure here. So I'll remove this one. Let's import a flex, and here I'm going to give a text align. I'll give this one as center. We'll do a flex direction. Now this is actually almost similar to Tailwind CSS also. So we'll give a PR of 5, and we'll do a PL of 5. Inside this we'll take another flex. We'll do align items. We'll do this one as center. We'll do justify content. We'll do space between, and we'll do empty of 12. Here we are going to import another inbuilt component, and that is heading from Chakra UI, and here we'll pass simply expense tracker, and here we'll do a color of let's make this one blue dot 400, and we'll do display. Now again, these all are actually the responsive value. You have to go to the official doc to know about more. So here we'll make this one the first. We'll do none, then we'll do block, then we'll do block, and we'll do block. So now let's format this, let's save it, let's see what we are getting. Now if you see, if I just inspect, let's go to see, for a small device it's display none. So if I go to here, so you can see that we're getting display none for this one, display none. If I go for larger device, it is the display is blocked. So this is what we are doing here for different resolution. Alright, now after this heading, we'll take another flex. Here we'll do align items. We'll do this one as center, and here we are going to use a button. So for this one, we'll do this one as add new transaction, and here we'll need to pass some of the properties. So the first is the BG. So here also we'll do blue. Let's make this one as 500. We'll do a color of black. We'll do ml of 4. What else? I think first let's see what is happening here. Let's save it. Okay, you can see on hover this is changing, but although this is looking nice, let's make this one, we'll make this one as 700, and we'll make this one as white. But if I keep this one white, then it will look odd actually. We don't want to add any hover property, so let's make this one as black. Keep this one as, I'll do red only. Let's see. No, I think black was good, and we'll keep this one a little bit. Yep, yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so we're having add new transaction, and then after this flex, here we are going to import our overview component. So here we'll do overview, and after this we'll take another flex, and we'll be importing the view component or expense view. So let's first create this overview component here. So we'll go to our overview. Where is that? That is our summary. So we'll do index.jsx. So we'll do export default function, and this will be our summary, and I'm going to return here, let's say h1, and this will be our summary component. Alright, let's save it. Now let's go to our expense view, and this will be our expense view component. So we will be basically using this one for both expense and income, but we'll discuss that one later. For now this is fine. Okay, so now here we are going to import the summary component, and inside this will be using the expense view component 2 times. That's it. Let's see what is happening. Okay, so here's summary, and then we are having expense view. Okay, so now for this flex, we'll give some style. We'll make the width as full. We'll do align items as flex start. We'll do justify content as space evenly, and we'll do a flex direction. So for this one, we'll make this one as column. For larger, we'll do row and row. Okay, so you can see that we'll be having here, and this is our summary component. Alright, so now what we need to do in the summary component. In the summary component, we will be basically having the balance, and in the right side we have to show the chart. So let's start working on that component structure first. Alright, so let's create the this component, the summary component structure first. So we'll start with, first we'll import box, and here we'll give a padding of 6. Here we'll give a border, so we'll do this on 1px solid. I'll also give border color, so we'll do this one as gray 100. we'll do overflow as hidden. We'll do border radius as 10, and here we are going to use a background, so we'll do background as white. Alright, now inside this we'll also let's make the display as flex. Okay, so now inside this we'll take a flex, and for this one we'll do width as full. We'll do justify content as center. We'll do align items as center, and here we'll do flex direction, and for this one we'll do a base of column. Then for SM we'll do also column. For MD also we'll do column. For large and XL we'll do row. For large we'll do row, and for XL also we'll do row. Alright, now inside this we'll take another flex, and here first we'll give some properties. We'll do flex 1. We'll do width as full. We'll do flex direction as column. We'll do align items as center. We'll do justify content as space evenly. We'll do margin left of we'll do -20, and we'll do margin right of 2. Let me format this. Now inside this we'll again import our heading component, and here we'll show the balance. So we'll show balance is, let's say 100, and here we'll give a size, so we'll do MD. We'll do margin bottom of 4, and we'll do color as gray dot 600. Let's save all of this. Let's see what is happening. So you can see that we are getting balance here. Alright, so now after this what we are going to do, let's take another flex here, and here we are going to do justify content as space. Do space evenly. We'll do align items as center. We'll do BG of let's make gray dot 50. Then we'll do width as, for now let's make this one as full. We'll do height of 100 px. We'll do border as 1 px solid, and we'll do border color. We'll make this one as gray dot 100. Awesome. Alright, so now inside this we'll take another flex, and here we are going to do flex direction as column. Okay, so now here we are going to basically render our what is the income and also what is the expense. So first we'll start with our income. So for this one we'll do heading, and we will basically render the income, but for now we'll render some 100 static value. Then we will take another component which is text, and here this will be our total income. Alright, and here we're going to use the color. We'll do color as gray dot 600, and for this one also we'll do, but let's change this one, we'll do 700. Alright, now next we'll copy the same thing and we'll paste it here. The only difference is this will be our expense. Okay, so I think rest everything will be same. Alright, so now I think after this, Okay, after this we'll take another box, and here we are going to use a flex of 1. We'll do margin top of 10. We'll do margin left of minus 90 px. We'll do a margin right of 5. We'll do a width of let's make this on 300 px. We'll do height of also 300 px. We'll do display as flex. We'll do align items center, and we'll do justify content also center. Now inside this we want to basically render our chart, so we'll take heading and we'll do this is our chart. Later we are going to change this one. Okay, so having balance, this is our total income, total expense, and this is our chart, and this is our expense view. Awesome. So now what we can do, we can start working on our functionality first, and then so on click of this will be opening a model, and then whatever data will be entering, based on that we have to render the chart. This data also will be dynamic, and based on this here also you have to render the data. So let's start working on this model first. Alright everyone, so let's start working on this transaction form component first. So I'll create index.jsx here. So this will be export default function. This will be our this will be function. This will be transaction form. Now definitely it will receive some props, but for now let's quickly create the structure first. So here this will return model from Chakra UI, and this will take a is open prop. So you can see that this one, but this one we're going to fix it later. Here we'll take a form, and here we just import the model overlay. Alright, now after this we'll import model content, and inside this will do model header, and this will be our add new transaction, something like that. Alright, now after this we'll import model close button, and here this will be model body. See how easy it is to implement in this Chakra UI or Tailwind, whatever you'll say. All the components are inbuilt. Same you can do for Material UI also. And here what you need to do, I will be importing form control, then we'll be having form label, and this will be our enter description. Yeah, I think that is fine. Alright, now after this we'll be importing input, and here we will give a placeholder. So this will be enter description. We'll do enter transaction description. Then what else? We'll be having a name. So name will do description. We'll do type of text, and also you need the on change and the value, but for now this is fine. So after this form control we will take another one. So let me just copy this and we'll paste it here, and this will be enter amount. So this will be type will be number, name will give this one as amount. Alright, and this will be our enter transaction amount. That's it. After this we need a radio group. Alright, and here we'll do a margin top of 5. Inside this will be having radio. Alright, this will be either it can be expense or this can be income, correct? Let's do vice versa. Okay, so income. So now here we have to give a name, which will be here type, and the same we have to give name here also. This will be type. Now this will also take a color scheme. So color scheme will give this one as red, and for this one we'll give color scheme as, or let's make the expense as red and this one will do blue. Alright, and also have to give the value. So for this one, value will be income, and for this one value will be expense. On change and everything we are going to do later, but for now this is fine. Alright, so now after model body, we'll import model footer, and here we'll take a 2 button. So one will be cancel, and then we'll take another button, and this will be add. Alright, and I think this is fine. Let's give for this one a margin right of 4. Okay, and I think this is all the structure we need. Now this transaction form we have to import in our summary component. So here we are importing this chart, right? So after this flex we can import the transaction form component. Now here we have to pass some properties. So one will be a on close, and then second one will be is open or not. So how we are going to manage that? So this one we will be receiving again from this from the parent component. So this will be on close and is open. Now let's go to our main, and here Chakra UI will give you one hook that you can directly use. So this will be const is open, comma, on open, and then we are having on close, and this is called use disclosure. Alright, so this value you have to pass. So now you can go to your overview component or summary component. Here we are having is open, which will be our is open. Then we are having on close, which will be our on close. Alright, this is fine. And now you can see we are having this add new transaction. So on click of this button we have to show the model. So now we can simply take on click, and this will be on open. That's it. So now let's go here, and then we are going to pass this on close as this on close, and is open will be is open. So these two again will receive in this add transaction component. So we'll receive on close and is open. So here we have to pass is open as is open. Then we are having on close, which will be on close, and then we are having this cancel button. So here also you can give on click, this will be on close. Let's save all of this. Let's see what is happening here. If I click here, awesome, so we're getting here. So this is our income or expense. You see, cancel. If I click here, so this is working fine. So now we will be start working on the functionality. I think main structure is completed, but before that let's quickly create the basic structure of this chart component that we'll be creating. Now for this one I will not be creating all the options from scratch. I already have some of the general configuration I basically copied from the official documentation, and the same I'm going to use, although I'll explain that what exactly we are doing there. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the chart component. So I'll create our index.jsx here. So this one will be very simple. So we'll do export default function transaction chart summary. Now obviously this will also receive some data, but for now we are going to return, and here what we'll do, we'll simply return import chart from React Apex charts, and this will return this chart component, which will take the options that we are going to just now create. It will also take the series, which is basically the data. So currently we are having these options. You can see that I already copied. So now we don't want to save this, so we'll having const options, and then I'll just paste it. Let me remove this. So you can see that we are having level, which is expense and income, and then we are having two colors. Let me just change this color to something blue. Yeah, I think this is fine. And then based on that we are having some properties which you'll be easily able to understand. The legend we don't want to show, data labels are false. Then we are having some options. These are the fields, Let me use the same fill here also. That's it. Now here I'm going to use the same options. Series, because we are having only two levels, that means there will be only two data. So one will be expense and one will be income. So let's say I'm having expense of 100 and income of 500. So this is now static data. Type, we have to give, this will be a pie chart. Width, I'll give 100%, and height, I'll give 100%. Now let's do one thing. Let's take this expense and the income from the parent component. So by default it will be, let's say, 100, and this is also will be 100, and here I'm going to use this one as income, let's say, and this will be my expense. All right, I'll go to our summary component, and here we are using this chart component. So I'll just import this transaction chart summary, and I'll just pass the expense as, let's say, 100, and I'll pass income as also 1000. Now let's see what is happening. If I now save this, awesome. So now you can see that we are getting the data here. So that means this is working fine. Now what will happen, whatever dynamically data we want to pass, that data we need to basically update here. So you can see that income is now 100 and expense is 1000. Why is that? Okay, let me just check. Okay, I think we have done opposite. So to make this one as income, and this will be expense. Also same, we'll do opposite here also. And let me copy this, and we'll use the same here. Okay, income and then expense is 100. All right, so now we'll go to our context. Now it's time to implement the functionality. So now we need couple of state basically in the context. Let me close everything. So the first one we need, and that is the form values, which is basically our form that we are having here, this form. All right, so here we'll do const, and this will be our form data. Set form data, this will be use state. So use state of, here I'll pass the type as expense, and we'll do amount as 0, and we'll do description as empty. We also need the value, and we'll do set value, which will be use state of expense by default. All right, so these two we need. Also we need to track the expense value, total expense value, and the total income value. So we'll bring here total expense, set total expense, which will be use state of 0, and then we are having const total income, set total income, which will be use state of 0. All right, so this is we need, and at the end we have to track all the transactions. So we'll track all transactions. We'll do all transactions and set all transactions, which will be use state of empty array. So many things we need. So now this, all of this you have to pass in our value. So we'll start from form data, set form data, total expense, set total expense, total income, set total income, value, set value, all transactions, and set all transactions. Wow, so many things. So we have passed all of this. Now first thing, we need to manage the form handling. So we'll go to our add transaction here, and then we are going to import these things. So the first thing we need const, so we need the form values or the form data, then we need the set form data. All right, we also need the value, and we need the set value, And then I think for now this is fine. Then we'll do use context of global context. All right, so now here let's create a method. So I'll do function handle form change, which will take the event, and here we'll simply do set form data, which will be our form data, and then we'll do event dot target dot value will be, sorry, not value, this will be name, and this will be equal to event dot target dot value. Awesome. So this is we need. So now we need to pass this one in this one. So this will be on change. So this will be handle form change, and also you can pass it here. That's it. All right, now next we are having this radio group. So here we have to pass the value. So this value will be the value of type of either it can be a expense or it can be a income. Same we have to do on change, which will be set value. All right, now here what we need to pass, here we need to pass the checked value, correct? So checked value will be if the current form data that we are having dot type is this is equal to income, so that means this is now checked, or else here we'll do this will be expense. Let's save this, and I think this is fine. So now what we need to do, we have to basically submit this. So here we are already I think having a form. Okay, so we'll do on submit, we'll do handle submit. All right, and here we'll do button, here we'll do button type of submit. All right, and here we can do on click, we'll do on close for this one also. All right, so now we have created a method that will be on submit. We have to basically handle the current form data. So for this one, what we can do, we can create another method here which will do that. So we'll do function handle form submit, something like that, and this method will pass it here. Then we are going to take it in our context, and we'll create function, this is handle submit, which will take the event. So first we'll do event dot prevent default, and then we'll call this handle form submit, and we'll pass the current form data that we are having. As simple as that. That's it. So now let's see what is happening in this context, the method that we have created. So that means here we'll be getting the form value, or basically the current form data, and let's log here this form current form data. So we'll go here, let's go to console, add something, we'll do this on a first 100, we'll do income, click on add. So we're getting, okay, so we are getting this one as type as expense. Okay, this is wrong, so we'll make this one as income first. Okay, so if I do here add something, give some value, we'll do income, add income. If I go here, we'll add something, change the value, we'll do expense, we'll add, we are getting still income, so this part we need to check. Okay, so I think I got the issue. The reason is because we haven't passed any on change in this radio. So here also we need to pass on change, which will be our handle form change. Same we need to pass it here also. So now I think this doesn't matter whether this is expense or income. Let's see what is happening now. If I click here, we'll add something, and let's make this on income. So we're getting income. I'll add something again. We'll do expense, add here, we are getting expense. Okay, so now this is fine. So now what we need to do, we have to basically go to our context, and here on form submit we have to basically check if the title and the if the description and the amount is not empty, so you can basically check if the current form data dot description, or if current form data dot amount empty, then we are going to simply return. All right, else we'll do set all transaction, which will basically get all transaction, the previous one, and here we'll basically pass the current form data that we are having, and also you can pass a ID, which will be date dot now, date dot now. Okay, now let's see what is happening now. If I now save it, now let's log here all transactions. So let's add first income. We'll do income, we'll do 1000, we'll add here. So you're getting income 1000, first income, we'll add. We'll do first expense, we'll do 500, we'll do expense, add here. We're getting two, one is income, one is expense. So this is working fine. So now what we can do, basically we can go to our main file and we have to update these values dynamically. So this is now pretty simple. So what we can do, we have to import all of this now. Alright, so now we'll go to our main.js file, and here we are going to import the following things from our context. So we'll use context of global context. So we need total expense to set total expense, total income, and set total income. So we're going to copy all of this, and then we'll import it here. Also we'll go back, and then we are going to import these all transactions, because this will consist of all the data that we are having. So now we'll take this use effect, we'll take use effect, and then we'll keep these all transactions as a dependency, and we'll do let income is 0, let expense is 0. So we'll do all transactions dot for each. So this will be item. So here we are going to check if this item dot type, if this is equal to income. So in this case we will do income will be equal to income plus do parse float of item dot income, item dot amount, not income, because we are having amount, or else this will be expense. So because this is income, so it will be income. So then we can copy this and paste it here, and this will be expense equal to, this will be expense plus the amount. And after this we are going to do set total expense will be expense, and set total income will be income. That's it. So now we will pass all of this in our summary components. We'll pass total expense, which will be total expense. We'll pass total income, which will be total income. Alright, so now let's go to our summary component. So here we will receive this total expense, and we'll receive total income. Alright, now here we are having this your balance, and here what we can do, you can simply do something like that, your total income minus your total expense, that is your balance, and then you're having this total income. So here we can render our total income, and here we can render our total expense. Let's save it, let's see what is happening. Okay, so I'll just add a new one, and I'll do this one as, let's say, second amount 250, income I'll add here. So you can see this is getting changed. Add here, we'll do expense again 2, we'll do 365 expense, add, this is getting changed. All right, so the same we have to update here. So now we can again go to our main.js file, and in this chart basically we have to pass the data. So I think in the chart we are passing, sorry, in the summary component only we are having chart component. Where is that? Where we are having chart component? Okay, transaction chart summary, I think that is the one. So here we'll pass the total expense, and here we'll pass the total income. Okay, now you can see that this is getting changed. Awesome. So now we just have to render this view. Okay, so now let's start working on this list view component. So we'll go to this view. So here we will basically receive some data, but first let's create the component structure first. So we'll do box. So here we'll do a flex of 1. We'll do width, we'll keep this on full for now. We'll do background as white. We'll do a margin right of 4. We'll do margin top of 10. We'll do a padding of 5. We'll do a PB of, we'll do a PB of 4. We'll do a border of 1 px solid. We'll do a border color of, we'll do gray dot 100, and we'll do border radius of 12. Inside this we'll take a flex. We'll do align items and justify content. So we'll do justify content as space between, and we'll do align items as center. Awesome. Now here I'm going to render a heading component, and we'll basically get the type here. So we'll get the type. So we'll check if the type is equal to income. So we'll render income, or else we'll render expense. And here also we'll use a size of mid, and we'll use a color of, let's use red dot 700. Alright, now after this flex we'll be getting the data from the parent component. So we'll receive the data here. So we'll do data dot map. This will be our item, and here we'll simply return a flex. Alright, so the first thing is that we're having a background color. So background color will check if the type that we are receiving, if this is equal to expense. So we are going to do red dot 50, or else we'll do blue dot 50. Alright, we'll do a margin top of 4. We'll do justify content, do space between. We'll do align items as center. We'll do border 1 px solid. Sorry, we have to do inside this. Again we'll do border color. So we'll copy this, and we'll make this one 100. That's it. We'll do padding of 4, and we'll do a border radius of 8. Inside this we'll take another flex, and let's make the align items as center and justify content as center. And inside this we'll render a text component, and we'll basically render the item dot description. Alright, and here we'll do a margin left of, here we'll do margin left of 3. We'll do a font weight of bold, and we'll do a color of gray dot 600. Awesome. Now after this we will take another text component and we'll just render the item dot amount. That's it. So now we'll go to our overview component. Sorry, not overview, we have to go to the main.js component, and here we are having this expense view, and here you have to basically pass the data. So the first you have to pass the data. So data will be all transactions that we are having here. Dot filter, then we'll do item, and here we'll pass item dot type. Let's say we want to pass if this is expense. I think data is not defined. We are having, okay, text is not defined. Okay, let me fix that. And here we are going to pass the type, and for this one type will be expense. Let me copy this, and here we'll be making this one as income, and this one will be doing income. Okay, now we'll go to our expense view, and we are going to import this text component from Chakra UI. Now let's save this. Awesome. Now we are getting all of this. So I'll add a new one. Third income of this month, 5,000 income add. We're getting here. Now let's add another one, another expense. Enter amount of, let's say, 652. Expense add. All three are getting updated and the data is coming fine. Alright, so that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. The next project will be a last project of this particular video. So we will be basically implementing the Mern blog application from scratch. So let's start working on that particular project. Alright everyone, so I think we are almost at the end of this particular video. So this is the last project that we are going to build, and this will be a full stack Mern blog app. So the main idea behind this project is that so that you will be able to create a Mern project from scratch. So we are going to use MongoDB and Express for this one, and for client side React obviously. So you can see that we'll be having simply two pages. One will be home and add a new blog, and this data will be stored in a database. Now the reason you may ask that why we are creating a Mern project. Now sometimes you'll see there are some particular companies like I'll not say the name, but obviously there are some companies who will give you some hands-on coding. So they will give you one simple project to build, and they probably will give you like 2 to 5 days of time, and in that time you have to basically build that project and then you have to give it to them. So in that scenario, sometimes you might face that they will give you to create a full stack Mern application, but it will be very simple. So let's see how this functionality will work. So here we'll be having add blog. So you can see that we are not using any styling, because throughout this particular video we have used styling in most of the places. So let's say I want to add a new blog. So I'll add a new blog added, and so this will be new blog description. I'll add this one. So now this is updated. If I now refresh this, obviously this will be updated. If I go here, another blog added. Let's copy this, add this one. Now let's say I want to edit this one. So I'll go here and I'll do, this is edited. So I'll edit. So this is now edited. And if I now try to delete this, this is deleted. If I refresh this, obviously we'll be getting the updated data. Deleted. And if I delete this one, no blogs are added. So this will be a very simple application, and I'm pretty sure that this project will also help you a lot. So let's start working on this particular project. Alright everyone, so let's start working on our full stack, or basically Mern blog application. So the first thing I want to show that what I've done, you can see that I created a simple MongoDB project, and the same we are going to use. And also I've created another folder, and inside this I have a client folder. So inside this client folder, nothing but we are having a simple create React app project. So here now we will be basically start with our implementing the server, or basically backend first. So each and everything we are going to do from scratch. So the first thing what we need to do, first we'll be creating a folder, and I'll give this one name as server. So this will be this will consist of all the backends project that we will be basically having here. Alright, next thing what we are going to do, now I'll just open this one in terminal, and we will be doing first npm init. So this will basically create the package.json that we need. So I'll give any name for now. This is fine. Later we'll change this one. We'll do yes. So now this will create a package.json. Now what are the packages that we need? Now we will be using MongoDB, so we need Mongoose. We also need NodeMon to run the server like concurrently, and also we need Express, and also we need Chords. So mainly these four will be more than enough. So we are going to use npm install. This will be Chords. We need Express. We also need Mongoose, and also we need NodeMon to run our server. Now let's install all of this. Now after this, what we need to do, we will be changing some of the things here, and then we'll be first creating our main index.js, from where we will be serving our main index file, or basically the root file. So here what we are going to do, so you can see that we are having this main which is index.js. So we don't have an index.js for now, so let's create one. So we'll do index.js. Alright, now inside this package.json we'll create a script which will be start script, and because we already installed NodeMon, and here you need to basically give the file name, so we'll be doing index.js because that is the file name. So now this is done. Now next thing what we need to do, first we will be basically creating the very basic server setup. So here let me close this one. So first we will need Express, so we'll do require, and we need Express. Next we also need the DB connection, but we haven't done this one, so later we will be adding those. We also need Chords, so we'll do require, this will be Chords. Alright, now what we are going to do, we'll create our app. So we are going to just invoke this Express, and then this app will use these Chords. Alright, and also we are going to do app.use, which will be express.json. That's it. Now here we'll do our main app.use, main API route, which will be /API. This will give you a callback, which will give you request response. And now here we'll just do res.send, and we'll just do here hello, or I'll do hello world, something like that. And after that we need to do app.listen. Now here you can basically mention a port name, but for now I'll just pass this one as 5000. This will also give you a callback, and here I'm just going to log console.log, and we'll do app is running at 5000. And I think that is all the very basic structure that we need. Now to run this one, what we can do, we can simply do npm start. Now let's see what is happening. So you can see that it is okay. So there are some error. You're getting that some module is not found, so this one we need to check. So here it's not getting the module Chords. Okay, let me just open a new one, or let me just check whether we have installed Chords or not. Sorry, see, you haven't installed Chords, that is the reason. Let me just open another one. So here we'll install npm install Chords. Alright, now I'll remove this one later, this is not required. So we've installed now Chords. Now let's go here. So now let's see if we run this one, what is happening. So we'll do npm start. Alright, so app is running at 5000, so this is working fine. So now we are going to do the DB connection. So inside this server, I'll create another folder, and I'll give this one name as DB, and inside this I'll create index.js. So for this one I think we have already created our MongoDB project, and the same we are going to use. So we'll go here, and the first thing is that you can see that here we'll get this connect, and then you'll be getting this connect MongoDB for VS Code, sorry. And here you have to basically, you'll get this connection URL that you need to copy, and then here the first thing is that we need Mongoose. So we'll do require Mongoose. Now here we'll set mongoose.set, and here we'll set strict query as false, and then we'll do mongoose.connect, and you have to basically pass this URL I just copied, and then you have to basically give the password here. So I'll just give my password. You can create your own and then you can use the same. Now this will give you a promise, so we'll do .then, and here what we can do, we can simply log console.log, and we'll do connected MongoDB. All right, if there are any error, so we'll just log this error. So let's save it. All right, so now what we can do, we can go to our main index.js, and here we'll simply do require, and we need to basically go to /db, and it will automatically take from the that connection. So it will automatically take this db connection that we have done here. All right, I think that's it. So now if you go here, you can see app is running at 5000 and we are getting connected MongoDB, so which is basically coming from here. All right, now let's see how we are going to approach this one. So mainly we will be having three things. One will be a model. So model is basically where you will be defining your mongoose model. Then you'll be having a route. All the routes will be defined, and those routes you are going to use in your index.js. And for each and every route, let's say we will be adding a blog, or we'll be fetching list of blogs, or we'll be deleting a blog or updating. For each and every blog, we'll be having a controller. So that means we are having the following folders. So we'll be having a controller, we will be having model, and also we'll be having route. All right, now the first thing is that we'll start with this model. So inside this model, I'll create a folder, and let's give this a name as blog.js. All right, so now the first thing is that what we need mongoose. So we'll do mongoose, which will be require mongoose, and now here we'll define our schema. This will be const schema, which will be mongoose.schema. Here we'll create our blog schema. So this will be new schema, and here you have to basically pass all the properties that you want to use. So let's say we'll be having a title. So here we'll be having a type of, we can directly pass, or let's do like this only. So we'll do type of string, and I think that is fine. Next, what we will be having, we'll be having a description, which will also be a type of string, and then we'll be having a date. So date will be type of date, and here we'll pass a default property. So default will be our date dot now. All right, so this, now if you want, you can also add some more properties also. Let's say you'll be having an image, so you can also add an image property. For example, let's say you want to fetch the image from some database, and then you want to store, let's say you want to store some in storage, the image, for example Firebase or some AWS cloud, and then you want to fetch the URL, and that URL you want to store here. So that also you can do. Now what we can do, we can simply do module.exports, and here I'll do mongoose, this will be mongoose, what we are doing, mongoose.model, and here basically you have to give the name. So I'll give this one name as blog, and then you have to pass the blog schema just now we have created, this one, as simple as that. So this will basically create your model. All right, now next thing what we basically need this controller, and in this controller we will be having all the things that we will be basically doing. So let's say inside this I'll create our we'll do blog controller.js. All right, so let me just close everything now. So the first thing is that we need our mongoose, which will be require mongoose, and also we need the blog schema. So we'll do blog, we'll do require, and we'll go to our model/blog. All right, now what are the things we need? We need basically these many controllers. First we need fetch list of blogs, then we need add a new blog, We also need delete a blog, and also we need update a blog. So basically these all the controllers that we need. So first let's start with this fetch list of blogs. So we'll do const, we'll do fetch list of blogs. This will be async method definitely, and here you will be basically getting our request and response. Now inside this, what we are going to do, first we'll take a variable and we'll do blog list, something like that. Now we'll be having a try block and a catch block. So in the catch block we'll simply log the error, and in the try block what we are going to do, we'll do blog list is equal to await. Now you can see that this is the schema this is the model. So we'll do just to blog dot find. So this find is a method, so this will basically give you all the documents that you are having. So you can see that it will list all the documents that match this particular filter. That's it. Now after this, here we can basically do something like this. If there are not blog list, so that means no blog is present, so we'll simply do a return, and we'll do res dot status, and here we'll do 404, and we'll do dot json, and we'll pass a message something like no blogs found. All right, and at the end we are going to return, so we'll do res dot status of 200 dot json, and here we are going to basically pass this blog list. That's it. So now this all about will give you all the list of blogs that you are having. So first what we have done, we are finding all the blogs, then we are checking if there are no blogs, that means there is no blog is currently present, or else we'll return all the blog list whatever we are having. Alright, so next method we are going to create, and that will be to add a new blog. So let's create another one, and this will be add new blog. This is also will be async method. Here we'll get request and response. Alright, so the first thing is that we will be basically receiving our title and the description, and that will be from this. So this, you can see that we are having title and description in the model. That means whenever we'll be typing something in our front end, we need to basically extract those inputs whatever user is typing. How we are going to do that? So we'll simply do title and description, and this we are going to basically take it from request.body. All right, next we'll create our date. So this will be our current date, and here I'll simply do new date. Now let's create our blog. So this is our newly created blog. This will be new, and you can see that we are having this blog, which is our model. So this is the model that we are having. So here what we are going to do, we will be basically just saving this one. So we'll pass this title, we'll pass description, and also we'll pass, let me just check. So we are having this date. So you're having this date. So date will be this current date that we are having here. I hope you are getting. So now we'll do a try block, and we'll do await, and we'll do so we are having this newly created blog dot save. So save is a method that you can use if there are any error. So we'll just catch this error. All right, and then after this we'll take another try catch. Here I'm going to return if there are any kind of errors. We'll do res.send. It will be a 500, and we'll just render JSON, and we'll pass a message which will be this error. And in this try block, what we are going to do, we'll create our session. So this will be our await mongoose dot start session, and then we'll do session dot start transaction, and we'll do await. We are having blog dot save. Sorry, we are having newly created blog dot save, and here I'm going to pass this session, and then we'll do session dot commit transaction. Now at the end, if everything goes correct, so we are going to return res dot status of 200 dot JSON, and we'll basically pass here this newly created blog that we just created. Awesome. So this is all about our add a new blog that we need. Next, we are having delete a blog. Alright, so let's create another method. So this will be delete a blog, and this will be async request response, and here we'll do const id. Now the reason we need id, because we will be always deleting a particular blog, correct? So for that one, we need that id of that particular blog, and that we will be receiving from the params. So I will discuss that part later, but for now let's create. So we'll get it from request.params.id, and then we'll do try, and we'll do basically const find current blog, and this will be await. We are having blog dot find by id and delete, and here basically what you need to do to pass the id that you want to delete. That's it. Now here after this, if there is this blog is not found actually, so we basically need to send some message, like we'll do return res dot status, we'll pass a 404, and we'll do a JSON of, we'll pass a message of blog not found. Alright, and here also we'll do a catch, we'll do a error. So we are going to log this error. Not sure why this autocomplete is very slow in the VS Code. I'm not sure, need to check. So we'll do a status of 500.json, and we'll pass here message unable to delete, please try again, something like that. And here if we are not getting, so means we are returning this one, this is fine. But if we are deleting, that means that is successful. So we are going to return res.status of 200.json, and we'll pass a message, and that will be something like successfully deleted. And I think that's it. So this is what exactly you need to delete a particular blog. We are first getting the ID that you want to delete, and then we are deleting this by this method. We have to pass that particular ID. This is very, very important. And if we are not getting the blog, so we'll return that blog not found. If it is successful, we will return successfully deleted, and if there are any errors, we'll return the unable to delete. Now at the end we need another one, and that will be to update a blog. So we'll const update a blog. This also will be async method. Here we'll get request response. Now there is a third parameter also you can pass here, that is next, but for now this is fine. This is more than enough. Now here also you need the ID that you want to update. So here also you'll get ID, which will be request.params.id. So here we'll get our title, description, and here you will be receiving from our request.body. Now after this, what we can do, we can basically take like current blog to update, something like that. Then we'll take a try block, and here we'll do current blog to update, and this will be await. Now we have to take blog, and here again you have to do find by ID and update. And here what you need to pass, you have to pass this ID, that which blog you want to update, and you have to pass the content. So here I'm going to pass this title and the description that I am having here. That's it. All right, if there are any error, so we'll log this error, and then we are going to return res.send 500.json something went wrong while updating, please try again. Sorry, you have to give this, oh sorry, we have to give this on in message. What is happening here? I think we haven't given this on. See, that's it. All right, now here after this, if it is successful, so here it is fine. So here simply you can check if this not equal to current blog to update. If we are not getting, means this is not present, so we'll simply return res.status. Now we'll do 500 again, and we'll do a JSON and we'll do message and we'll do unable to update. Awesome. And at the end we are going to return res.send of 200.json, and we'll pass this current blog to update. That's it. So now we have created all the method that we need. So now we need to basically export all of these. So you can simply do here we'll do here module.exports, and here you can simply pass this fetch list of blogs, delete a blog, update a blog, and add new blog. So now see the process is, so we have created the model, we have created all the controllers. Now we have to create the route. So whenever we will basically calling these routes from our front end, so you have to basically need those routes, and there you have to basically pass all the information that you need. So here we'll do something like blog route.js, and here you need the express now. So we'll do express, and this will be require express, and I'm going to create our blog router, which will be express. So this will give you this router, you can see. And here now I'm going to extract all of these from, so we'll do require, and I'll go to controller / blog controller. So what are the things we are having? We are having we are having fetch list of blogs, add a new blog, update a blog, and then delete a blog. Awesome. Now at the end, what we can do is simply call this blog router, and this will be .get, and here you have to basically give that which path. So you can see that the path you want to call, so I want to call this on /, and this will be our fetch list of blogs. Then we'll do blog router .get, and this will be /add, and here I am to do add a new blog. Then I'll do blog router .get, here I'll do /. Now here is the catch. So whenever we'll do update and delete, we basically need the current ID. So we'll pass a dynamic value because this value will be dynamic, and here I'll pass a update a blog, something like that. And to make this one a little bit unique, we can do something like update, and then here we'll do blog router .get. Sorry, I'm doing too much mistake. For adding this one, this will be a post. For this one, this will be a put, and this will be a delete. So here we can do something like delete / again we have to pass the ID, and here we'll do delete a blog, and that's it. This is done. Now at the end again you have to do module.exports, and you have to export this blog router. So we've created the routes, we have created the controller. So now we need to basically go to our index.js here, and you have to import this blog router just now we have created. So here I'll do const blog router, and this will be require. So here we will go to our router route blog route. All right, and now what you can do, simply after this we'll do app.use, and here we'll call /API/blogs, and here I'm going to pass this blog router. That's it. All right, so this is our basically our path in which we will be accessing this blog router, which will consist of all of these routes, and all of these route are basically the controller is basically maintained by this controller file. So I think that's all the backend we need, and this is a very simple project, I already told you. Now we will be start working on the front end part, but before that let's quickly install the packages that we need. And another thing I want to mention, that is for this particular project also we will be not doing any CSS, because again the prime objective of this project is that even if you get any kind of like monster related project in interview, so you also aware that whenever you interview, you'll get a limited amount of time, and they will not tell you to create a full stack Twitter clone or YouTube clone or Insta, Facebook or something like that, like let's say food delivery app. They'll give you a very simple problem and they will judge you that whether you will know the basics or not. So something very I'm pretty much sure that they will give you something related to any to-do app, any blog list, something like that, fetch list of data, crude application you can say, sorry. So where you'll be able to create, update, delete and add a new thing. So the main objective is that the thing we are doing here to give you the basic understanding that how you will be able to achieve that. So that is the reason we will not use much CSS. So here the packages we'll need React icons, and also we need React router DOM, and I think this will be more than enough. So now these packages we need. Now we will be start working on the client side. Now how we are going to do that? So we will be maintaining all of the state using our context. All right, so the first thing, let's quickly create our context. So we'll go to our source, and inside this first I'm going to create our context, and inside this I'll create index.jsx. all right, so now let's create our context. So this will be export const global context, and this will be create context of null. Now I'm going to do export default function. This will be our global state, and here I'll be receiving the children, and I'm going to return global context dot provider, and I'm going to pass the children here. That's it. So this is the first step. Now I'll go to our index.js, I'll remove this strict mode, and I'm going to import our global state, and I'm going to wrap this app component inside of this. All right, now how we are going to do that? So first let's implement the routing functionality. So we need 2 pages. So first I'll create pages folder, and inside this will be having our home, and then will be our add blog. All right, so inside this we'll create our index.jsx. So let's quickly create. So this will be export default function, and this will be our home, and I'm going to return here div, and let's return h1, and this will be our list of blog list. All right, next we are having this add blog. So here I'll create index.jsx, and again I'll create this component. So this will export default function add new blog, and I'm going to return again a div, and inside this I'll again take a h1, and I'll do add a blog. Awesome. Now let's create another folder inside of this, and I'll give this one name as components, and I'll create another one, and that will be our header, and let's create our index.jsx. So this will be export default function, and this will be our header. All right, and I'm going to return here a div. So here we'll keep this one very simple. I'm again explaining these things. I'll just simply keep one h3, and this will be our blog we'll do Mern blog app, and on the right side I'll take a UL, and here I'll take two li. So one will be our home and one will be our add a new one. That's it. Now let's do one thing. Let's create our style. So let's create now this time module CSS. So we are going to use CSS modules. So this is also will give you some idea. So I'll take this one as a header, and I'll do a display of flex. Then we'll take header of h3 and we'll do flex of 1. Then we'll take header of UL. I'll do display as flex. We'll do list style as none, and we'll do gap of 20px. Then we'll do dot header dot ul dot li. We'll do font size as 20px, font weight as bold, and we'll do cursor as pointer. Now let's go here. Now how we are going to use this? To use this we have to import classes from style.module.css, and here I'll give a class name. Now this will be classes.wrapper. So this is the class name that we are having here. Sorry, header, not wrapper. That's it. Now let's save it. Now we'll go to our app.js. Now we have to basically implement the routing. So the first thing, let me just remove all of this. And here I'm going to import the header component first. And let's see what we are getting. I think we are already running this application. Okay, this is fine. Let's give some what we can do. We'll go here and let's give a padding of 30px. Okay, awesome. And here I'll give a font size of 40px. And we'll do margin of 0. Okay, now on click of this you have to change the pages, but before that let's implement the routing first. So to implement the routing, again we have to go to our index.js, and here I'm going to import browser router. I think let me just import it directly from React router DOM, and we'll do browser router. Awesome. Now I'll just cut it and paste it inside. Now let's go to our app.js, and here we are going to import routes from React router DOM. I think I'm not explaining because this also I've done in the previous project also. Now we need two route, and here I'll do a exact. I'll give a path of slash, and I'll give a element. For this one I'm going to use the home. Then I'm going to copy this, paste it here. This will be add blog, and here what we'll do? We'll do add new blog. That's it. So now let's save this. We'll go to our header, and now here I'm going to import link. We'll paste it 2 times. We'll cut it here 1 and here 1, and here we'll give the 2 as slash, and for this one we'll give a 2 as slash add blog. Let's save this. So now if I click here, this is changing and this is fine. So now let's quickly create this form first, because first we have to save the data in our database, and then we'll be fetching the list of data. So we'll go to our add blog component. I'll close everything else. The first thing is that we'll do a class name here. So first let me just create our styles dot module dot css. So we'll do a wrapper, and here also we'll do a padding of, I think how much we have done padding here, 30px. So we'll do 30px, and we'll import this on here. And here I'll do a class name, which will be classes.wrapper. Alright. Now here I'll take a div, and inside this div I'll have an input. So let's give a name of title. We'll give a placeholder of enter blog title. We also have to give the value, but for now this is fine. ID will give a title. We'll give a type of text. After this, we'll take a text area. Here also we'll give a name of description. We'll give a placeholder of enter blog description. And what else? We'll also give ID of description. And we'll give a type of, yeah, I think that is fine. Now for this one, we'll give a class name. We'll do this one as classes.formWrapper. So we'll copy this, we'll go here, and we'll do this one display as flex direction column and gap of 15 px. Okay, for this one I'll also give a width of 400 px. Okay, this is fine. Now what we can do, we can also take a button, and this will be add new blog, something like that. Let's see. So first let's quickly complete the functionality, and after that we'll be doing little bit of styling here. Alright, so now let's go to our context, and then we'll create our state. So first will be our form data, set form data, which will be equal to use state. So here we'll be having title, which will be empty, and then we'll be having description, which will be empty. Now let's copy this, and we'll go here, we'll do value, and we'll pass this one. So this is the advantage of using context. You'll be easily able to manage state globally. Also, context is like one of my really favorite features of React. So here now what we need to do, we'll just extract this from use context of global context. So now what we can do, we can simply take the value here, which will be form data dot name, sorry, this will be form data dot title, and here value will be form data dot description. Here we'll take a on change, which will be event. So we'll do set form data, which will be our form data, and then here we'll do title, which will be event dot target dot value. That's it. Now same here will be do on change, we'll get the event, and here we'll do set form data. I think this is not required. Set form data will be our form data, and then we'll do description, which will be event dot target dot value. That's it. So now let's see what we are getting in this form data. So log this form data. Let's go to console. I'll type something here. We're getting title, and this is our description. Awesome. Alright, so now what we need to do, on click of this button, we'll call the API, and we have to save the data in our database. So we'll create a method. This will be our on click, and this will be handle save blog to database. I'm giving the name like this so that it is easy to understand. Alright everyone, so now let's start working on this method. So this will be obviously async method. So we'll do async function, and here let's do one thing. Let me just open this one in another terminal, and let's install Axios. So I think it will be done. Let me just check. Okay, so now we'll import Axios from Axios, and here we can simply do const response. This will be await axios.post, and here now what we need to do, we have to basically call the URL. Now here we'll be calling http/localhost. Now if we go to this index.js, here you can see that we are having this /API/blogs. So this is our base URL, and then here you have to basically go to /add because we'll be adding. So here we'll do localhost 5000 /API/blogs/add, and here we need to pass the title, which will be our form data dot title, and then you have to also pass the description, which will be form data dot description. All right, now here this will basically will give me our result, which will be await response dot data. That's it. Now let's log this result and let's see what we are getting. Okay, now let's refresh this. We'll do inspect. We'll do first blog added. Let's add this one. So we're getting newly created blog. If I go to network, this is successful. And now we'll go here, we'll do browse collection. So we're getting blogs, and here we are getting only one blog, so this is working fine. So now what we can do, simply we can check. First let me import one thing, and that is called navigation from use, I think that is called use navigate. So let me just import it. So import something from React router DOM, and this is called use navigate. All right, so here we'll simply do if result is true. So first we'll make this set form data as empty, so title empty and description as empty, and we'll do navigate to home page. Let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So we'll go here. Now let me just refresh this again. So we'll do second blog add. It's going to blog list page. If I refresh this, it should have 2 data now. So you're getting 2 data, and this is working fine. If I go to add blog, and you can see that the form is now resetted. So that is all about the add a new blog functionality. Now let me just go to the home page, and here we will be basically now fetching the list of blogs. So for this one, I'll just close everything else. We'll go to context, and here I'll be taking another one, and this will be our blogs blog list set blog list, which will be use state of array. Also we'll take a pending state set pending, which will be use state of false. So we are going to pass these values. So we'll pass blog list set blog list pending and set pending. Now we'll copy this. So we'll go to home. First we'll destructure all of this from use context of global context. So what we are going to do, basically we'll be simply fetching the list of list of blogs. So here we need to take a use effect, which we will be calling on page load, and this will be fetch list of blogs. So again, this will be async method. So this will be function fetch list of blogs. So this will be const response, and this will be await Axios. Let me import it from Axios. So here this will be Axios dot get. So here again we'll do HTTP localhost 5000/API/blogs. So this is the URL that we need, and here we'll do const result equal to await response dot data. Now let's see, we'll log this result here. Let's save it. Now let's go here, do console. Let's go to our home page. We are getting two data, and this is our blog list. So you can simply check if result and then result dot blog list and then result dot blog list dot length. If this is true, so we'll do set blog list is result dot blog list, and before calling the API we'll do set pending as true, and here we'll do set pending as false. Alright, now here we'll do simply if the pending is true, so render h1, and we'll do loading blogs, please wait, or else we'll simply take a div here, and inside of this we are going to render this blogs list dot map. This is blog item. Here we'll take a div, so the key will be the blog item dot id, and here we'll take a p, and we'll render blog item dot title, and I'll take a p, another one, and this will be blog item dot description. Let's save it, and now let's see what is happening. So you're getting two blogs, correct? Let's go to our add blog, and another one, third blog, add. We are getting third blog. If I now refresh this, we're getting all the data here. So this is all about the fetching list of blocks. Now let's give some little bit of styling, and then we'll start working on the delete and the update. Alright, so now let's create our style file here. So this will be styles.module.css. So here we'll give a class name, and this will be classes dot blog list, and we're going to import classes from style.module.css, and here we'll copy this, and first thing we'll do this one as display as grid. We'll do grid template columns repeat for 1 fr, and we'll do gap of 10 px. Inside this we'll do dot blog list of div. Here we'll give a padding of 10 px. We'll give a border of 1 px solid red. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, and also here we'll give a class name of classes dot wrapper. So we'll copy this. So we'll do wrapper, and we'll do padding of 30 px. Awesome. So now if I go here, come back, we are getting the data. So now we will give some button here. One will be delete and edit. So let me just quickly import it. So we'll import something from react icon /fa, and I think it is fa trash, and then we are having fa edit, and here we'll just render this fa edit, and then fa trash. We'll give a size of 30. Also here we'll give a size of 30. Awesome. So now first we'll start working on this delete functionality. So here we'll give an on click, and this will be handle delete blog. So now we'll create this method. So this will be async function handle delete blog. Now this will basically get current ID definitely. So here to get current ID, what you need to do, you have to pass this current ID, which is this blog item.id. So we'll have blog item.id. So if I now log this get current ID, and let's see what is happening. So if I click here, we are getting the ID, and you can see that. Awesome. So now we just have to simply call the API. So we'll do const response. This is await axios.delete. So here we'll call the API. Now here what catch is that, so we'll do localhost 5000 /API/blogs. Now if I go here, so we are having delete, and then you have to pass the ID. So you /delete/ and here you have to pass this get current ID. All right, and here we'll do const result, which will be equal to await response dot data. All right, now one very important point, whenever we will be deleting something, we have to refresh the page to get the list of blogs again. What you can do, you can simply call this API again, or else we can refresh the page. I'll show you both the things. So simply you can check here if this result. So let me check what we are passing in the controller. So if I delete something, we are passing this message. So we'll check if this result.message is true. So we'll do fetch list of blogs. All right, now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Refresh this. So we'll click this one. Awesome. If I click here, deleted. If I click here, we are getting loading, please wait. Now this is also we need to check. This is the reason. So here we'll do else set pending as false. So if I now refresh this, okay, we are not getting any data, but that is fine. We will do one thing. We'll check here if this blog list and blog list dot length is true, or else we'll render a h3. Also no blogs added. Okay, and I'll go to add blog, new one added. So this new one added, add this one, we are getting delete. Okay, here we need to check what is happening. So we'll go here, we need to check. I'll just add random, add new one. But here if I delete, we are getting empty. But if I go here, let me refresh this, we are not having any data, but somehow this data is showing here. Okay, so what we can do, let's do something like this. So we'll do const navigate, and this will be use navigate. Okay, let me import it. So we'll do import from React router DOM, and this will be use navigate. Okay, oh, I got it. What is the reason? If the result is not true, we have to make this set blog list as empty. See, this is the reason, but I'll show you the second way also. Now it will work for sure. Let's go here, let's try to add another one. Let's add here. Now let's delete. See, now we are getting, but I'll show you another one how we are able to do that. So I'll add some random add, and I'll add another one. Okay, now you'll see. So either you can call this method again, or else you can also do this navigate. So navigate of 0, what this will do, this will basically call the same page or refresh the same page again. Let's see what is happening. So I'll just refresh this. I'll see if I just delete this one. See, it is refreshing this page again. I hope you are getting right. So if I again click this one, so it is refreshing, and if I click again, it is refreshing. But I think it will be better if you call this same API instead of refreshing the page again and again. So I think this is the best approach. Alright, so this is all about the delete functionality that we are having. Now let's start working on this edit one. Now for edit, what we'll be doing, so let's say I'll add a new one, add something. Now whenever I'll click, it will go to the add page, so it will go to this page and it will automatically fill this one, and this add will be getting changed and this will be getting changed to edit. Alright, so let's see how we are going to basically do that. Alright, so we'll go to first our context, and here I'll add another state, and this will be current edited data set current edited data, and this will be equal to use state, or let's do one thing, we'll do is edit and we'll do set is edit, and this will be equal to false. Now I'll copy this and I'll pass it here. Awesome. So now we'll go to our home, and here we are having this edit icon. So we'll do on click and we'll do handle edit. Now this will also get the current blog item. Alright, so here we'll create this method. So this will be function handle edit. So this will be get current blog item, and let's see what we're getting. Okay, so now we'll go to our home. Let's add this one, so we're getting the data. So now we have to navigate to the add page, and then we also have to pass the data in our state. So how we will be basically doing that? To do that, what you need to do, we can simply call this navigate method that we are having. So we're having navigate. So navigate will, here you have to pass the 2, so it will go to the so let's say we are going to this add blog, so it will go to this page, correct? And then here what you have to pass, you have to pass the state. So we'll do state. Here I'm going to pass the title, or let's do one thing, let's pass this get current blog item full. Let's save it. So now if I go to this add blog page, I have to get the I have to extract the state. How we are going to do that? So for this one we are having another hook, and that is called use location. So we'll do location will be use location, and now here let's take a use effect, and we'll take this location and we'll log this location here. Let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Okay, currently you can see that we are not getting anything, but if I now go to home and click here, and I'll see if I expand this, we are getting a state, and here we are getting get current blog item, and inside this we are getting all the data. So we can now simply check if this location.state.get current blog item. So here we'll check if location.state, if this is true, so this get current blog item, we will be able to take location.state from location.state. And now what we can do, we can simply make this set form data will be title, which will be get current blog item dot title, and description will be get current blog item dot description. See, if I now save this, see, now we are getting these two data automatically filled up here, correct? So now what we can do, simply we can go to our context, and here we are having this set is edit. So this one we will be able to extract from here, and we'll do is edit, and here we'll do set is edit will be true, and here we'll do if isEdit is true, we'll do edit a blog, or else we'll do add a blog. Save this, and same we can do it here also. So we'll do isEdit, do edit blog, or else we'll do add blog. Let's save it. Now here you are getting edit blog, edit a blog. Now on submit, here we are saving. So here basically we need to basically check if it is isEdit. So we have to call a different endpoint. If it is only add, so you have to call this endpoint. So we can simply check if this isEdit is true. So we'll do await axios.put. So we'll do this on axios.put, and here you have to pass the URL, and then here you'll be passing the title, which will be again your form data.title, and description will be your form data.description. Now here what you have to pass, so let me just do one thing. So we'll go here. Alright, so you can see that we are having /update/id of id. So you have to pass it here, and let me just copy from here only. No need to write again. Okay, so you're going to 5000/API/blog/update, and now id will be, what will be the id? id will be this get current blog item.id. So from here you'll be able to get it. I hope you are getting. So here you can simply do this location dot state dot get current blog item dot id. All right, so now let's see what is happening, and if the result is true, what do we need to do? We'll again make this set is edit as false. All right, now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Now I'll go to home first, I'll click on edit, and I'll do add edited edit. Okay, so you're getting some error. Let me refresh this again. Alright, so we are getting some error, and that is cannot set headers after they are sent to client. Result status send star instead of T314. Okay, oh, sorry, we have to do status here, and same we can do here. Okay, now let's see. So let me just refresh this first. Okay, now this is edited although, but let me just edit it again. So edit it again, and this is also edited. Now click on edit. So edit it again. If I go to add, we are getting add. If I go here, it's edited. Let's add another one here. So now I'll click on edit. So now this one is edited. Edit, so edited, delete, this is deleted, and if I delete this one, no blocks are added. Alright, so now I think we have almost completed all the functionality. I hope that this will definitely give you some idea how you can create a full stack Mern project from scratch. And also with this project, we have completed all the projects in this particular video, and this video will definitely going to help you if you're completing these projects, whatever we have done in this particular video. Alright, so all the best, and I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.